Yeah, they're both live. Thank you for checking, though. I got a bit worried. I was like, ooh. But yeah, no. YouTube's live. Onivia's live. YouTube's live. If you want to go watch on YouTube, you can absolutely do that. Go give it a refresh. By all means. That's fine. That's also on. Which is okay. So there is that second game. Unless Onivia's channel was being funny, possible. Okay, yeah, there might have been an issue with Onivia's channel not being properly. Ah, okay, that's unfortunate. Okay. Well, we'll get on to talk about draft and we'll manage that later. Apologies then. Lucian, Milio, and Vi for JDG. Is a fairly nice core there for causing some strife in the mid game. Level 6 happens, Vi jumps in on the mid lane. Lucian jumps forward, you try and pop someone on the other side. WE. Yunara Lulu. No worries, soldier. There we go. Wow, I ought to focus a little bit more on this draft then. So, I mean, we get the early Pantheon, which is big. We've lost the Ori, the Rumble, the Java makes sense. Ash, Faris, double pick AD carries. Very strong in lane. Would have done that with Louder Seraphine. Also annoying. And Bessie gets banned because Renekton's off the table. Now it's mid lane focus. There goes the Azir. What last ban? I'm assuming this will be another mid lane ban. I'm assuming this will be another mid lane ban. What we want to get rid of? I mean, you could say Akali. It is Honkyu. Of course, Karis might want the Akali himself, though. Those control mages are kind of gone. The Aurora probably would have been more sensible, actually, now that I think about it. More easy matchups. Side lanes, well, very good to get some AoE down. Can follow the Vi relatively well. Twisted Fate, though, would be a Honkyu special. Could be matched by the Sylas. Don't hate that. Vi's ult's good to steal. TFL, excellent to steal. Breath of Life's not bad. Cassante comes on down. WE, I kind of like that comp, but it does give counter pick to Xiaoxu. We veining the Cassante. You've got VTF, so you could definitely play towards it. Risky. Very risky. The Nar's a bit more normal. Okay. I like WE's draft. Maybe an 6 game day. Yeah, maybe. Maybe an 8 game day. Huh. Sorry, it took me a second to read that properly. Okay, JDG. Big mid-game spike. They want to get this VTF to dive the side lanes as aggressively as possible. Get snowballing through that and roll from there. If WE survive the early game, Cassante Sylas should theoretically get shoved in early. The Sylas TF actually is probably quite playable. TF not that scary in lane, so Sylas can theoretically get through that. But yeah, ads go away. And picking Gnar into Sylas is beyond questionable. I also agree. Sylas has got very good ults this game, guys. Vile is excellent. TFL is very good. Gnar is spectacular. Breath of Life from the Milio, guys, is also a worthy steal. Right. Let me run some ads. Flick the camera over. I wanted a 9-game day, but JDG, you have to actually win a game for that. There's some truth to that, isn't there? To the rift we go. Skybox up. Gyro's incoming. Level 1. We good? Okay, monkey's out. Oh, pause immediately. That's not great news. Hopefully back under the rift shortly. Very cool cosplay there. Fabulous. The timing of that pause with the blast cone was cool at least. Yeah, very true. In the air. Surely can't be in here too long, can we? Surely. That's looking good. Yes, there we go. Monkey starting this out. Looks like it's been resolved nice and easily. Monkey going to be forced on a slightly awkward start here, nonetheless. Might have to do Raptor's Red, Krug's Reset. Level 1. That's going to be the barrier. Heal burned by Ura in trade. JDG with the early spikes statistically, which makes sense considering you're running the TF from the Vi. Those level 6 spikes theoretically very good at getting things rolling, but you do need to get things rolling from that point or things get very dicey. There comes some CC. Karis gets stunned up, but should be okay. Not a lot out of this early game outside of Monkey getting chunked at that level 1. Just both teams clearing, and indeed it was that reset from Monkey to get that long sword out. Xiaoxu doing some bullying. Very rude of him, very rude. There's some good chunks. Bot lane being fought over pretty hammer and tongs here. One's managed to get that much out of it, though it's an early shove for about and for Ura. There's Monkey potentially fighting over where this Scuttle Crab. Where's the smite coming? This gets a bit dicey. Monkey forced out of the river. JDG and Vampire still trading this one up. Monkey can still look to jump on forwards. The smite goes the way of Junja. Might still look to chunk up. The Vi will not be able to get much more than that. It'll be a race to that topside Scuttle Crab. Junja will still have smite. He's got a second charge up. So this does get interesting. I don't think the Vi wants to face this. So we'll give it up. There's still a blue buff here. Oh, she's going to take the blue. She's going to take the blue. And that'll be the trade. Rough. That level 1 chunk has ended up hurting Monkey more than I think we expected. Carrot's going to roam over. There is a smite. So Junja should get out here. They're just a little bit late to come and defend. So far, it's a decent early start for JDG. Minor leads in pretty much all lanes. Again, Honkyu, he's on TF, he'll print some money. That's kind of what he does. Decent chunk back and forth. There's the kick away. Monkey fight over this? I think he probably can. Decent CC chain options. Junja a little lower. He was doing well, and then basically this split, WE had been very poor, and so Monkey was kind of falling off a bit of a cliff, really. He's back. He took a bit of a break. He's back again. And very up and down, really. Not been a very good split from him. It's a bit of a shame, because he was a huge part of the reason why WE even made Group Ascend last year in the first place. Monkey now thinking of walking towards Honkyu. Might get a decent CC chain here. Can he buffer through a gold card? No, he can't. There you go. He managed to go forwards a little bit. Can we get the abscond abduct after? Honkyu going to be forced to back away a little. He's alright. Early dragon hit from Junja, who has done a decent job of getting some value out of this early game. That Scuttle Crab win, got that blue buff steal. Hijacked Vialt. Not really, again, very much happened in this early game. It's just decent laning so far from JDG. Gala up a little bit. Don't know how much of this wave About and need to pick up. Honkyu also up a bit of gold here, bit of CS. Top is very much the same. JDG just going to play this out nice and easy. So far, so good. Out comes the culling. It stopped. There's the Vi stolen ult. Cease and desist. Honkyu gets the flash away. Now Carrison has spotted danger. Cease and desist back. Goes down. Very nice counter gang Junja. Now they Destiny Gate forwards. Honku gets another very good work, and JDG find themselves 2-0 up, looking a lot more comfortable. They look for this play, they get the abscond, the abduct, they cease and desist, and they just run out of damage, and it's also a very good flash vault, or like vault breaker into the cease and desist with the gold card, and they don't manage to time out that card basically with their CC chain, so Honky still gets the threat down. Very nicely done. JDG don't look dead this game. No, they don't. No, they don't. Yeah, game one was definitely a bit more one-sided. Towards a WE, crazily. Decent chunk. Not too much to be said there. Good damage. Junja gonna keep this invade up. Can we look for a dive bot? Possible. Fighting against it for now. Culling was used a little while ago. Oh, you still here? Much better showing from Gala and Vampire, it must be said. Decent little arc of judgment over the wall. It's like a 20-odd CS lead bot, 10 mid. Edging towards 30 top. 3,500 gold from this early game. JDG clearly a little embarrassed to lose a game. There's the gold cards. Harris gets gold carded again. It's going to keep happening, I suspect. Again, if WBG get towards this mid game, they've still got a pretty good comp here. I think they have fallen into the early game woes that we worried might happen in the last game. Decent chunk. About goes down about a third. Fighting over Junja's life bar here. Don't think they quite have enough damage to finish anyone up. Not yet, anyway. That's just another camp stolen away. Bot lane about's been chunked by that culling. I choose to believe TF gold card is made of literal gold and the stun is just concussion. Hang on, Gala. Flash, shield bolt, wild growth knocker. Yeah, he's dead. Nicely done. There's a proactive move. And they can turn that into dragon, probably. Still, it's nearly a 5,000 gold lead to JDG, by the way. Which is mental. Only 2-1 in kills. Here we go. This could be an interesting TP. The stolen Magna. Oh, Xiaoshu. Not sure about that one. Reminder doesn't have a wild growth, so has to be a bit careful. Flash, gold card, heal. They've blown up Monkey. Cassante can't join, and JDG made that work. Okay. Well, should just be JDG getting to walk forwards with a fair amount of vigor at this point. 6,000 gold, 2 dragon lead. Pick up a couple good kills in that jungle fight, but this is looking fantastic. I appreciate the attempt on Gala's life. They brought him down. They thought they could play the 5v4 with WE, and some truth to that theory. Just lost the fight after. Tried to turn onto Xiaoxi. They were out of damage, really, and Split gets tricky. Monkey's going to get jumped on here on this rub buff invade. Smite was won by Junja. He can probably look for these raptors now as well. Poor Monkey's 2 levels down. Cube's coming. He wasn't there at that last fight, which made things very tricky. TF's just going to keep shoving. The Herald we go, and JDG just find themselves really happily walking towards more and more of an advantage. Monkey goes down, Culling's out. Turret falls, and it just keeps going, guys. Been a very slow game in the grand scheme of things, but largely it's just JDG finding advantage after advantage. Junja's had some good invades. Meganar is stolen there from Karis, the hijack available on that sense, so could theoretically threaten Honku there. Oh, well, interrupted partway through the abduct. He does get it, the Meganar after, but again, I just don't think he has damage. It's the Conqueror stack, that's decent chunking. Not really threatening a kill at this point. 2 item solution versus 1 for the Yunara. This will be Lich Bane on reset, probably from Honku soon as well. Here we go, jumping towards Karis, Rocket Belt, the TF ult. Maybe turn this into a season desist combo after Karis does get the wild growth, and now this might get a little interesting. They can't land that turnaround CC. It might have been pretty good. So that ends up being, what, 2 ults for TP? And an ult off Era. Pretty good, honestly, all things said and done. There's a Super Mega Blaze Kick, courtesy of a seal! And poor old Monkey just went blasted. Now we get another fight. Stolen Season Desist trying to flash towards that Blast Cone. They don't actually get the Blast Cone out quite the way they were hoping for, but overcome Gala with the culling. Karis will get another abduct, but he's gold carded midway through, and they just pick up a kill. WE, even once they start getting their combos together, just don't have the damage, guys. It's looking like a bit of a deflation from their game one. Well, there's a jump forward. Monkey gets the knockback briefly from that blaze kick. There's a cease and desist. He's dead as well. I mean, it's looking very, very one-sided. Tabe has brought out the belt and gone, JDG, you will not fumble again. And they've gone, yes, boss. Comp was a lot more straightforward to execute as well. Early lane Proud plus TF. Vi. I like the Silas angle. I like the team fight angle from WE, but they just had to not get blasted early. And, well, guys, I hate to say it, but they've been blasted early. Well, now jump in. Okay. I got something out of Gala. It does. Thank you for the follow. Good timing. Monkey in a dangerous spot. There is a stolen Destiny Gate. Cube might now be in danger. The Destiny Gate forwards, though, from Honku. Kind of shows Silas how it's really done. Now Cube's in danger. Has to flash footwork away. And the jungler's dead. 0, 5, and 1. Monkey, ever since that level 1, forced him into an awkward timer. It just hasn't gone right, has it? Look at the gate in here. There is that gate. Get the turret and be okay with it. Well, towards Dragon we look. It will be sold for JDG, and realistically, I'm slightly surprised they didn't think about Barry. It would have been a very, very early option. Thank you, Connoisseur Mouse, for the sub. I appreciate you joining us properly here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. WE should pick up their blue buff at least, but I mean, it's not looking viable, is it? They've got 2 items finally on about. Aris is hijacked the Mega Gnar again, but again, it just feels like we've seen some combos from WE, but they just never get more than half of someone's health bar, which is pretty miserable. It's a 2-level discrepancy in mid. Rower for you, but still. Oof. I say oof. Nice. Nice, nice. There goes another turret. That's every outer turret down. It's an 11,000 gold lead at 21 minutes. Oh, Lord, JDG are murdering this game. Not really a lot more to say. We'll see a dragon fight in a minute. Probably a Baron after that, and the game should end in JDG's favor. Oh, there's the gold cards. Destiny Gate Monkey just about squeaks out. That got very dicey. As the ward's being put down, just making sure there's no Baron rush potential. It would have been pretty difficult, I think, for W, especially if they're going to be looking for this dragon, right? They might do that thing where they just send 1 or 2 people to do dragon and hold core elsewhere at the same time. far enough ahead that I think they could think about doing it. WE going to be forced to contest here? I think they are. They're still only at 1 item, guys. Okay, there's the Rift Maker. Phew. Still. No Black Cleaver or anything for Monkey. Junja thinking about going forward. Where's the cease and desist? Slowed down briefly. Josh about to have his Mega wear off. Decent gold card. Gala just threatening with that cozy campfire. The warm hugs. Monkey goes in, gets wild growth, does survive, but on the other side, Cube is just left CC forever. Monkey dies. Karis gets a decent Mega on the wall, but it's just not enough damage. Karis does get one, but it's not anyone but the Enchanter. That really is it. Cube's gonna flash all out. Overcomes Era. Does help get something. You know what? 2 for 2 isn't awful in the grand scheme of things. Karis slowed down by the boulder toss. Will chain lash to slow in turn. Can maybe abscond abduct here. Gets the abscond. Slowed by the boomerang. Gold card flies with the rapid fire cannon. And Karis does a decent job of healing, but it's just not enough. It's just not enough. Maybe if they weren't down 12,000 gold, we'd be having a different conversation, but they are. Xiaoshu now in the 1v2 still likely wins this. Oh my god, he does. He's about to hit Mega. There's Hexol. Just runs and gets the kill on this Cassante. In comes the Grand Starfall, but it's into a Mega Gnar! Honku says, cool, I can Destiny Gate up and support Monkey, and that's another kill. Maybe you can play for Elder in a Dream. They can't Baron straight away, I don't think. Maybe with Monkey's Re-Death they can. Starts off with an attempted pick from Monkey, but the Wild Growth doesn't keep him safe. Xiao just walks him. It's a really good hijack Mega Gnar. But it takes just a little bit too long to kill off Gala, who does get to back away. Cube flash all out. Drags him towards Era, who does get a little bit of an assist. And at this point you're thinking, you know what, not bad. Yeah, there is something true about that. Seems quite common that the losing team magically pull out the best fight of the whole game after being 10k down. Yeah, it does happen quite regularly, unfortunately. That's the attempted abduct there onto Xiaoshu. The problem is being down Hexol. This game is looking increasingly done. They've got Baron. Inhibitor falling. Arc of Judgment comes out. The Dante's Jinx Eclipse the only way they win this game? Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe. Maybe. Mega Gnar, Inhibitor turret number 2. Plus Inhibitor falling. In mid lane. Culling comes out. Only really hits Cube. Doesn't take that much from it, it must be said. But WE got a hijack Gnar ult and a Dream. Kara's still not level 16, so the ult's one of their most potent. They just never got to a mid-game. 15k advantage, 26 minutes on the clock. JDG are absolutely locked in this time around. We TPing from the fountain. Grand Starfall. Desperation from WE. Interrupt the shield vault with a cease and desist flash for the gold card. Honku continues to be absolutely monstrous. CC after CC. The Nexus falls, and JDG. It could have been an email. Annihilate WE in the second game after being humbled in game 1. Giving WE their first win of the split. A series win they will not hand over quite so cleanly. They demolish game 2. And Lord Almighty, was it not close. Did WE do something last game to upset JDG? Because that was brutal. I mean, maybe they did this little thing called winning, which they shouldn't have done. Clearly, very rude of them. Very rude of them. Yeah, that was a very one-sided game, guys. I'm Initialise. Welcome. Welcome to the stream, to those of you who are coming on in. Hey, Lion Man. Good to see you, mate. I love these gold graphs where the gold just drops off a cliff. Yup. All starts off that level 1 onto Monkey that forces a late reset, that delays a lot of the camp clears, gets Junger ahead. They play off that lane priority and just snowball it. They don't have to do all that much. It's just lane. They just lane. Which Juventus didn't really get to do in the first game, so good on them coming back with a better draft there. But yes, guys, if you would like to help support myself, and Nymaera will be joining me for the second series, the plan will be subscribe on Twitch. Thanks again to Connoisseur Mouse who did that one a little earlier in the stream. You can donate via the Ko-fi link. And of course, you can just do the basic things of making sure you follow the channels. If you've not followed Twitch, well, follow. Come on. 2 seconds of your time, and I promise you it'll be worth it. You can also do very much the same on YouTube and stuff. I'll throw those links around, and we'll continue from there. Alright, I need to switch over the audio as well, don't I? Also, folks, at this point, I hate to inform you, but we are going to be running some adverts. If you don't want to see adverts, then subscribe. That's the deal. That's the deal. There's player of the game. It will indeed be Honkyu. Very strong showing on the TF. It's him or Junger, really, I think, for me. Couple for jungle as well. I think that was probably the split. All right, guys. I am going to run and get myself some more water. I'm really going to need it today. folks. I am struggling today a little bit. Whoa. Yeah, Top Esports International still a viable option. Yeah, it is, isn't it? And that scares people. As it should, bluntly. They have been a dubious team at International, to say the least. Sometimes been a bit overblown. The first stand showing a couple of years ago, well, last year, was incredibly anemic. What can make me struggle less? Well, I hear there's these things called Prime subscriptions, guys. Was checking out some of the new MTG spoilers for the Hobbit set. Some fun cards in there. Thank you, Segafax, for the gifted subs. That's remarkably kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, yeah, that does wake me up. That sends a tear to my eye. Very good. Welcome on in, everyone. Thanks, Segafax, for the gifted subs. Very kind of you. Right, let me change our audio over. Off camera's an IV drip of Prime subscription juice just flowing into my arm. Yeah, it's true. Like over here, it's like woo. Inject the Bezos bucks into my arm. That's it. Mind Diff. It's a good name, that one. Someone's just investing your Bezos books for you. That's right. Exactly that. Exactly that. Yeah, it's mostly going towards the bills. It's true. Should be into draft soon, guys. How am I doing on my coffee front? Passively. Passively. Realistically, we are looking at JDG going to continue their run of form. I think if they get another early game where they just get to do what they want and get to lane for free, then WE are done for. We need more of a game one experience where Monkey gets to make an early move. Probably some slightly better early power. I think About an Era should have done better with their lane, really. Them falling behind so much was not great news, so part of that was priority issues. For the record, MTG card expenses are still considered a bill. It's true. It's true. Just a couple hundred behind. Yeah, it's true. Any support is absolutely appreciated. I mean, if you want to compete with Mecha, feel free to. I'm not going to complain, but genuinely, it's not a requirement. I thank you again for your generosity. Perhaps I may... What am I talking about? Of course, absolutely compete. Definitely. What kind of business sense was that, Sam? Be quiet. Move the camera up there. There we go. The return of the bright yellow boxes. Indeed, indeed. So, Ash, Bard, and Bessa away by WE. Varus still up then. Ori Rumble off the table. Correct, Mecha. That's it. We're gonna do Donator Blood Wars. Correct. Annie ban means that we're gonna get the Varus first pick. Theoretically a flex. Jarvan gets through. This will be a Jarvan game then. Jarvan Aurora. Feels pretty good here. Bot lane. We also have Corki. Could be a Corki Nami angle. Because you could Jarvan Nami. In fact, that might be my call. Jarvan Nami sounds really good here. If stream, that would be 5 stream numbers. It would be. Jarvan Aurora. Okay, that was the other call I had. They don't lock the Nami here. I'm imagining Nami on 3 for JDG. We want a jungler as well. Panther's down. Xin Zhao's down. Nox down. Vi's down. I mean, Azir. All right. There's your AD skirmisher. All right, this is probably going into the jungle for Monkey. The plan basically being saying, all right, Jarvan, you come jumping in and you have everyone in melee range to beat people up as Aatrox. Also very good early invader. Also a very good early invader. So theoretically, you can play onto the enemy Raptors very aggressively. Good on you, duo. How is Anima not that easy to get first with? I actually don't know what the TFT vibes are right now on the new set. What are we banning here? Jhin, or not banning, when you think about an AD carry. Jhin is a bit more viable into the Varus. Would have been a ban away otherwise. Do want to try and Corki Nami it. Okay, so they're going to go that route. It's good follow-up on the Jarvan and the Aurora. Be pretty safe. Jhin tends to manage Varus lanes pretty well. We ban out the last of the enchanters here. When we look at things like Nautilus, that was played in game 1, so probably not actually take that back. Jhin Belveth incoming, I doubt that. Quite heavily. Skarner. Still think that Aatrox could be flexed, that's fair. Yorick ban. Yeah, Xiaoxu would like that. It's one of his big carry tops. You could Jax ban here as well, as it's a Xiaoxu special. They're going to want to give Xiaoxu counter pick if they can get it. Be Vayne ban just in case. Alistair ban. Yeah, that would have been a good support engage option. Jax ban, called that. There we go. Nico for the Jhin. There we go. Good with the Jarvan. Good with the Aurora. You all press R at the same time. Corki Nami. Okay, so that's Varus getting flex top. That's Varus getting flexed top, so we're going to see the Neferi to counter the Varus top, probably. Right, so we get the Neferi angle into the Varus. Spicy top lane picks. Cube's pulled out the Varus. The New Age counter to it in the Neferi will be the decision to try and deal with it. That's kind of fun. All right, folks, if you don't want to see ads, subscribe, because we're about to run some. Everyone else get locked in for our third and deciding game. Neferi into Varus, correct. Neferi into Varus is the answer. Basically, because you can ignore some of his poke with the with your W. Eviscerate into your Q, you outstat him that way. You can dive onto him. And he doesn't really actually have a lot of ways of dealing with you because the chance of hitting you with the CC is quite tricky. You can dive well as well. Dodges the poke, also heals with the QQ stack, which Varus then has to get chunked out and have a bad time. There's Jayo. I'm not sure whether that was Jayo guy there or not. Quite get the tone. Hey, I mind if. Cube, level 1, ignited, exhaust trade. Oh, Cube, that's tough. That is tough. He's going to have to reset at level 1. Hail of Blades, ignite. Yikes. Anyway, I now understand the Neferi into Varus angle. Yeah, probably. Good damage, Gala. Should just throw an auto 2 here. Do we know what's happening with Rookie? No, not yet. He made a very public statement, basically saying, yeah, it's really my bad. I sort of like vaguely gaslit my new girlfriend into believing my old girlfriend was a bad person, so it would make me look better. And actually, I'm an awful human. Please don't blame her, blame me. Was kind of the extension of that. Like, I very much paraphrase. But he basically took the PR hit. He's still not back as yet, and it's just been a bit ugly, really. There's been a lot of furore around it. At least Cube gets back in time to largely pick up the wave. Down a little bit, not the end of the world. Doesn't burn teleport because he doesn't have it to burn. He's gone for the exhaust. We've seen a Quinn by Naknako, to be fair. Top as well, if we're talking about other AD carries top alongside the Vayne and the Varus. To be fair, Nya played pretty well yesterday. They got the win. Not too much happening there. Both junglers kind of path bot. Extra camp right now for Junja. Yeah, who actually got both Skull Crabs, by the by. Wow. Just check that out, actually. He took time, you know, he took time off. Yeah, it was a personal choice, as far as I know, for a rookie to take time off. Barrier from Gala. Hop over the wall. Honky goes looking, doesn't find it. Central look bot about, looks for a triangle there. It does get a decent chunk on the Gala. Xiaoxu with the early 3 swords back always feels very good. I imagine it'll be the Profane Hydra build. It'll also be Shojin, I suppose, at some point. Junja, gonna look for a play bot. About and Era are pretty shoved up. This should be a very easy gank. About flashes. Flash to follow from Junja. But does manage to Valkyrie away regardless. So flash to flash. Heal also burns. Bout and Era a little low on the mana front. Nice idea from Junja. And I appreciate the flash to redirect for that knocker. Not gonna lie, I miss tanks top. It's kind of nice not to have tanks every game. We still get tanks. We still get Sion, Cassante, occasional Orn. Fair number of bruises that are sort of fake tanks, I suppose. It's just hard to be able to get away with tanks because you can't lane swap out of bad lanes anymore. So drafting a tank that lanes poorly is just not an option. Not at pro level. No rookie or crisp in the league feels weird. I know what you mean. Hopefully they'll be back. Rookie in particular, I'm sure, will return at some point. May have to put his cap in his hand, though, and do some apologies. Dragon being started. JDG on position, starting it up, looking to try and bring this one down. Monkey lands the initial Darking Blade. About, remember, has no flash, doesn't have a barrier. Junja gets the knockup. There's a Cataclysm to escape. Era flashes out. Very nice. Monkey misses the twofold Hex and the Weirding, but the damage is in many ways done. Good combo from Monkey. Not from Monkey, from Junja. Oh, who you're at? Removed. Decent chunk there. Trying for the Aqua Prison. Can't find it. JDG with a fairly solid early start to this game again. Junja's got a decent lead over Monkey, who didn't have the fastest clear, so didn't get the Skull Crabs, as we saw. Xiaoxu's gotten that early advantage over Cube, having forced that early reset, and is now up a significant amount. Countered the flex of the Varus well so far. Gala's got the assist and a good early start to the game. Maybe looking to threaten Monkey here, who's invaded for those Raptors. Could only get the small ones. Might still look at this. Can we get the Q smite? Looking for the root over the wall. Deadly Flourish is good. Curtains get called. Era now in danger to get himself the heal. Bullet number 2 misses. 3 doesn't. Last shot will kill. Doesn't hit. What happens to the rest of the fight, though? Junja getting a big chunk there. Gets over the wall onto Karis, who's now left out to dry. WE in a 1v4 finds Monkey himself. Tries to get some damage back, but there's another flag to drag. And guys, it's just game 2 all over again. A brief spark in the pan. The powder's gone. And WE are struggling. Well, let's have a look at that replay. It's all over this flipping Raptor. They go looking. The shuffle's decent enough. Vampire gets the heal. Karis kind of immediately has the flash. Gala gets to roam. Ura was unable to join because he was playing tap dance with the curtain call. So it just ends up being a 2v4. And now Karis is about to have a relatively bad day. Does manage to survive okay, though. There's a shuffle on the turret. Karis just actually managed to buy a bit more time here than I thought he might. Still, the Cataclysm does the work that Honkyu started. If I had to power rank top 4, what would it be beside BLG arguably being clear number 1? Chains of Corruption, buffered through with the Hound's Pursuit. Ignite, Exhaust, Flash Away, the dogs. The burn, the bleed is not enough. Monkey coming. Can't get the kill. Very nicely done from Xiaoshu there to buffer through. Chains of Corruption gets the additional summoner out. Hang on, can Monkey get the Q off here? Reset. Not gonna come on through. Is forced to stick around. The wave's not in a great spot for Xiaoshu here, actually. We'll be allowed to shove out. Hang on. Hang on. They don't know. Oh, okay. Hang on. Decent world ender. Actually gets the move speed. John just forced to flash in from Honkyu. Does get one. Calls the pack. The weirding. And Xiaoshu gets another. Oh, guys. Oh, no. Sat on a wall. John just sits on it instead. I thought the moment the flag into that drag missed, and the world again came on through, there might be a way to trade that out, but there's no realm. There's an attempted interrupt on the back that doesn't happen. Oof. Power ranking the top 4. Probably over the course of the split, I think it looks something like BLG at number 1, Top Esports number 2, AL number 3, JDG 4. I think. Though Top Esports are beginning to stumble a bit, and so they're actually falling back towards the pack. AL are accelerating a bit, and JDG have just been a little too inconsistent for me to put them any higher than where they are right now. I think. Though, come playoffs, any of those teams could do well. Dragon gets started by JDG. There's not really a lot I think WE can do to stop this. There comes that attempted engage. The Pop Blossom's there. Vampire backs away. Between worlds. Curtains call. About left low. Last shot. Oh my days. Yeah, that'll do. Just about survives. About does not. Oof. This is looking like another game 2 stop. JDG 7-0 in the kills. Actually, chat, are we on track for a perfect game here? Nah, we are on track for a perfect game here. No turrets. No objectives, no kills. And maybe look at this one. Maybe they can get this turret. I'm not sure they can, though. Cube gets chunked by the Tangle Barb's Blooming Burst combo. All the while, mid lane tier 2's going. Hang on, Xiaoshu's left low. First kill. First kill! We're on the board. TP comes on down from Cube. I don't know whether that was necessary, but hey, they're here. Can get the bounty as well. Double AD carry should make short work of this turret. And the perfect game is no longer perfect. It is besmirched.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Towards this tier 2 bot we go. Of course, they are theoretically down to gross, but that's a good chunk. You know what, WE? Decent work there to get back on the board a little. Xiaoshu think of ulting here? No, it'd be a bit far. Herald was taken all the while. I wonder whether they drop it immediately mid. They're pinging very hard here. Yeah, Herald's going to get dropped instantly mid lane. Gonna try and jump on Xiaoshu a little here. Keeps behind. The Hound's pursuit. The tidal wave interrupts. Xiaoshu's dead, right? He is. The ignite and the bleed is enough. Is enough. Not bad. Okay, Xiaoshu does get one there. Turret charged into mid. Can't quite get it top lane off the angle, but this will bring it top. Karis there clears the wave. Rotax! From Karis, I agree. Decent chunk. But JDG once again find themselves 4,000 odd gold up. WE, you know what? Nice couple moves there. Try and punish Xiaoshu. A little unfortunate that Ura does get traded there. I think he thought he'd be alright with a tidal wave interrupt. Wavo Gaming versus formerly top, now bottom esports. That might be the next series indeed. It's been a while since I've seen a perfect game. When's the last time it happened? We did see one recently. Who perfect gamed recently? Thought Wavo would be much better and IG is just frustrating. Yeah, there's some truth to that. Is TES a legit contender? Yes. Yes, they are. Tien's come in and been the best jungler in the league on the whole. Had a bad couple games, and in fairness, it's partly why top esports is worth holding. We need to see what happens next game, because they've had a couple bad series in a row. But I don't want to write them off yet. But yeah, Jackie's been very good. Tien's been very good. There's the engage in mid. Xiaoshu does get absolutely annihilated. Good work, WE. All right, man advantage. Can potentially stop the snowball on the dragon. 25 seconds of the man advantage. Honku gets a good chunk onto Monkey. Ow. Flank angle. Wait. They don't know who's in that bush. About. Be careful. Mega Blast Cone. Someone put a ward in there. They found Vampire. They Blast Cone into an awkward location, but the pop blossom kind of denied. Vampire left low. That probably means that JDG needs to back away. The problem is that the curtains get caught and Monkey needs to dodge. No one wants to tank those bullets at all. Between worlds, Cube left low, has to flash. And now Monkey's trapped in the back of the pit, will manage to umbral dash away. Xiaoshu is back alive. About goes in. That's the interesting Valkyrie. Takes the Aurora with him, though. Not bad. Can maybe take Vampire too. Can't. 1 for 1. WE now, I think, can't fight this dragon. They all got left a bit low. Unfortunate. For WE, they can't get the dragon as well. So we'll end up being dragon in trade for 2. Sole point. There is Karis trying to dodge away. Goes down. Nicely done. Reset from Hound's Pursuit. And Xiaoshu gets some vengeance for dying the last couple times. Very nice. Should get this turret as well.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Monkey should be able to Darkin Blade this a little bit. The problem is it feels like the daggers from Xiaoshu has been a little bit better. This is just so much CC. Goodbye, Cube. Does a decent job of trading back. Can't quite claim Junja. Wondered for a second there. Monkey can maybe look to get Vampire here. Flash away. Honky's looking for the kill on Air and gets it. Oh, style points. Do kill Vampire in trade, so support for support. Honky does have to be a bit careful here. Does get across the wall with across the veil. Let's look at that replay. Kind of prevent the pop blossom angle. The problem is, in the river, Monkey gets chunked quite low. And then basically no one can tank the curtain call because they're all squishy. And that becomes quite tricky. Monkey dodges out. It's all very messy from here, unfortunately. Bout goes in and does manage to take on Q with him. And nearly gets Vampire too. Credit to it. Junja should get out of this. Yeah, he's fine. Looking for the little invade. There was the top of LCP and LPL was Gen G perfect game in BFX, and you're right. It was Hawks, wasn't it? Hawks got the perfect game, I remember. Hawks versus CFO. Indeed it was. Thank you, by the way, Duo. Just caught that in chat. Still, not going to be happening here today in this series, at least. Over we go. Decent chunk. No, nothing there. Minute or so until dragon. Since grubs have been introduced, yes. Yes. But I think Hawks counts. Only because Hawks are my boys. Ebby and crew. 30 seconds till dragon. Check out those items. 2 largely done for the side of JDG. Though we are there as well for WE. And credit to About for getting those big shutdowns. Has actually got to 3.5 items. Which is good news for him. 2 items on Karis. 2... for Monkey. The difference really is the fact that Cube didn't get to his second. Would have loved a Rift Maker right now. Monkey ate a bit of damage from something there beforehand. They might have shoved through mid here as well. Yeah, everyone from JDG kind of left to get in the river. That means his mid turret will fall. That'll be the bounty over. The minions should do what they need to. Dragon started by JDG. Look at Honku on the flank angle. We can find a way in. Cube needs to be a little bit careful. The Aqua Prison dodged away from well by the across the veil. Monkey needs to find a way forwards. The curtains get caught. It's going to force Monkey away. And that means realistically Dragon going to be started again. The curtains are finished being called, and everyone else is going to go back to the action. Monkey tries to get beyond the Pop Blossom and does. Good healing onto Gala. The problem is the back of the fight has been a disaster for WE. Monkey gets one with a little bit of assistance, but realistically, Karis gets annihilated. The daggers sink deep into the Emperor of Shurima, who let the dogs out. JDG, for the record, that's who did. Monkey can maybe look at Honku here with a good dash Q. Oh, missed the Infernal Chains. That might have been nice. Honku does still get chained up. There's Baron happening all the while, by the way. That'll get taken by JDG. Yeah, as Monkey said, do what I do. Yeah. Oh boy, well this game is over, folks, realistically. Soul plus Baron plus a 7,500 gold lead. Yep. Unless you get a miracle set of picks, and you've got a couple of ways to do that, but I don't think it's particularly simple. Again, WE's early game just isn't up to snuff. They got a game win, which is improvement. Genuinely it is. There's a decent look under that Sun Disc. Goodbye. Gala gets another 2 down. Karis and Monkey falling again. 40 seconds on the clock. Baron still on. JDG can just keep walking forward. Good recovery from that game one. Embarrassment. Dropping a game to WE is not what JDG want to do. It actually kind of hurts them here, because this should have been the free series win. As a result, will hurt their game score. We'll move to, what will it be, 13-8, which will hurt. There we go, between worlds. Oh boy, goodbye. Absolutely annihilated. The weirding comes through. Step forwards. Decent chunk on a Garland. He's got a barrier and he's got everyone else behind him, so isn't actually as threatened as you might think he might be. The Chains of Corruption are decent. Can maybe pop Vampire. The turret shot doesn't kill him. Oh no. Flash forward for the 4th shot. The Hound's Pursuit gets reset. Cube will get run down. Doesn't get to heal through. It's only just got this 2nd item. And they will march on to victory. Will Jing Dong Gaming. Games 2 and 3 were by the book. And the book leveraged pain at WE, who just did not have the might to fight through the early stages. And after a game 1 fumble, JDG are decisive victors. Still, dropping that first game means they are still only in 4th. Not 3rd, certainly not 2nd, basically because of game score. 13 and, I want to say 13 and 8 is what they'll be at here. See what this reloads to. Dropped a few too many games across this split. That's hurting them. Karis looks awful, not been great. Yeah. W going to get relegated to the Shadow Realm. They've not looked it, have they? I think they're going to have a very bad time in the play-in stage for sure. The Knights Rivals, or whatever they've decided to call it this time around. Relatively decisive stuff there. with the game 1 exception. Games 2 and 3 were very, very by the book, as we noted. And Jingdong Gaming will be happily picking that one up. Hongq, very good series from him in general. Game 1 was notwithstanding, of course. Who's the best ADC in the league right now? I think it's still Jackie, love. Jackie's been playing a mean game. I also think Assume has been quietly excellent with Jaw, which is crazy. I think Assume might be the second best AD carry in the league, which is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Is there a chance they don't play summer? No, they'll play in summer. It's only the bottom 2 teams of Nirvana that don't play. So realistically, I was looking like OMG and probably Ultra Prime. If I had to take a gamble, it'll OMG +1, realistically. Assume is still a question mark glow up. Yeah, I mean, he's just been very good in lane. They've been very aggressive, been good fun. Yeah, really, really locked in. It's been good fun to watch. Guys, at this point, I ought to do that whole shilling thing. My name's Initialise here on Nymaera's channel. Nymaera will be joining me for the next game, hopefully, where we will be covering more and more of these games. Should be a great time. Please do come and join us. Assuming it's GG, pretty much. Yeah, it is. Or was. Thank you to all of those who have decided to join us today. I appreciate you all for being in here. If you have not had the chance to yet, please do hit that follow button. If you've got that ability to help us out with things like a subscription, please do consider subscribing. All those things matter a massive deal to our ability to keep doing this. Helps fund the rent, pay the bills, get the groceries, all that stuff. It goes to genuinely life-continuing causes and our ability to keep doing this, basically. Really, really important to those of you who can help out. So you've got that ability to toss a coffee money at us. Makes a big, big deal. With that in mind as well, I probably ought to do the socials links. And I ought to turn the camera over so you guys can see what's going on here. But yes, please do at least hit that follow button. It's not hard work at all. Hongq with big old damage here today. I probably also ought to flick our audio over briefly. I need to remember to do that. There we go. Come on. There we go. Aha. Hey Amber, good to see you. How's life? Wait for this interview. IG Night 2027 prayers begin. It'll be quite a fun one, to be fair. Let me flip over the audio once more. I'll have a listen in. Wonderful outfit. Look at that.
大家好，我是 JDG 的打野俊章。
恭
喜你们
Listening for
今天拿
the
下比赛的胜利，而且因
Mandarin
为也比
speaks
较
months
特别嘛，我们也是有一个5·1的国风周，所以今天来到现场，有没有感受到一些不太一样的氛围呢？
就感觉就蛮多人穿的就蛮特别啊，然后就很多帅哥美女来到现场。
是的，而且一直都是来支持你们的，也有非常非常多的粉丝朋友们。我们聊一下今天的一个对局啊，其实你们2、3局打的都很出色，但我还是想问一下，你觉得第1局大家整体的问题好像出在哪里呢？
感觉大家太少打3点局了，然后大家都有点昏头吧。
哦，有一点点没睡醒的感觉，但是很快啊，我们来到2、3局，大家的精气神立马就上来了。我们聊一下第2局，第2局也是非常顺利的，你们滚雪球的一个局面，中野很快的在前期打开了整体的一个节奏。可能前期的时候，你和小吉、你和红 Q 选手，你们是怎么样来沟通的呢？
就把前期做好，然后我们就能蛮顺利的赢下来吧。应该是不管打谁都是前期。
而且我也想问一下关于打野的对位，因为其实我们也都知道 CNWE 他们的打野选手 Monkey 很多时候都是队伍最关键的那个节奏发动机，所以说可能今天在面对到他的时候，着重有注意哪些方面对他来加以限制呢？
因为他一血率有点高吧，然后我们就特别的小心他前面做事情吧。
而且确实能感觉到2、3局你们在前期就是把节奏完全的掌控在自己的手里，而且来到第3局，我们也能感觉到双方在 BP 方向的一个博弈。感觉现在上路的整个的英雄选择很多，当对面拿出这个维鲁斯的时候，也注意到你们最后是选下了上路的纳亚菲利，和我们聊一下整体的中间的这个沟通可以吗？
因为其实他选下去的时候我也不确定好不好，因为他好像没怎么玩过，然后他就很有自信的选了。然后就感谢小徐，还好赢了。
哦，他的这个确实在后面的团战当中让人发挥的印象非常的深刻。但我还是想问一下，那作为打野位，你怎么评价他的这个纳亚菲利呢？觉得你自己的纳亚菲利和他的比起来，谁更猛一点？
他的应该就是手链度有点小低，因为他可能不知道什么时候打进去会死吧。然后应该是我的猛一点点。
哦，来自打野的督促还有进步的空间，我们也期待未来他可以用纳亚菲利给我们带来更好的一个表现。那其实我感觉今天大家打的都非常的亮眼，如果让你选出一个队员来夸一夸的话，你会选择谁呢？为什么？
应该还是小徐吧，因为他第3把就敢玩很少玩的英雄吧，然后就
Anything interesting?
对，很好。
也确实在常规赛当中不断的去拓宽整个的英雄池，拓宽你们的思路也非常的重要。而且整个队伍现在在连胜的过程当中，怎么评价队伍现在的整体的一个状态？你觉得大家可能做得好的部分，包括未来还可以继续进步的部分会是什么呢？
就我们前期的协同变得更好了，然后就需要更进步了。我觉得应该是就打团方面跟就前期吧。
那其实对于你们来讲，下一周也是有很多场硬仗要打，有3场比赛都在对决着你们，而且对手都很强劲，所以对下一周整体有怎么样的一些期待，有信心吗？
就下一周应该需要就更努力的训练吧，然后就希望能够都赢下来。
好的，期待你们。那最后一个问题，因为现场也确实看到很多支持你们的粉丝朋友们，所以在这里也给所有西安主场的支持你们的朋友们说一句吧。
就感谢就各位粉丝，来看比赛吧，然后我们会继续加油的，谢谢粉丝。
好的，谢谢各位，我看到底下大家都很欢呼啊，打得好不好今天？好的，也希望你们能够凭借这股劲头和势头，在未来给我们展现出更加精彩的表现。再次的恭喜你们，也感谢君家选手来接受我们的赛后采访。接下来把画面给到解说老师们。
Well, there we go, getting ready now for our second series of the day. Pop that there, that there. I could use a co-caster, yeah. I think we might have summoned Nymaera. Let me run some adverts, guys, before we get to our next series. And we'll get on over.
Good.
I am. Oh, I shall. Oh. Runs back from Honku, gets player of the game. I think he might also get player of the match. He was very, very good.
Yeah. Saw the Inferi Varus top lane match. It's actually becoming surprisingly common.
It is. Not gonna lie out. WE won a game.
Yeah.
And then JDG came back incredibly infuriated.
As
and
they should do. Sam
demolished.
The first fucking team to lose a game to WE, Sam. That's actually gonna really upset them, especially with like Vampire being like their form. Like that's actually gonna be, yeah, that's gonna be pretty infuriating. I can understand.
Yep, it was. Yeah.
It is good for WE to show that they can actually take.
Yeah, they just don't have the early game from.
No, they don't.
And the 2 games that they didn't have an early game, they lost decisively. Honku is player of the match. Had a good Cassiopeia game, even though it was a very weird draft. They lost. Still good. I'm gonna just run and get myself a glass of water. And I'll be right back shortly.
Do you want to do the last 2 series, Sam? Like I'm happy to do.
I will at least start the next one.
Sure. Cool.
It's like I'm aware that like I don't think either of us had the easiest night's sleep. God, I'm glad I had the extra hour's sleep. You know.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, how's it going? I'm here. Hey Dio, hey Eileen as well. How's it going? Thanks for the stream streak. I'm now awake. I'm alive. How did everyone find the first series? I'm not gonna lie. I had a nap. I needed the sleep because 3 series days are. The thing is that when you're constantly doing 3 series days, it's somewhat easy, and it's also okay. Like if I'm not doing 5 days of broadcast, it's fine. It's just that when I'm doing it every damn day, then I'm doing a 3 series day. I'm like, okay, I could actually do with not doing that. Yeah, I think it was a mistake. Well, no, the Varus, I don't know. What do you do with Q? Because, I mean, he's losing lane on tanks too, but I don't know, man. It's just a bit of a mess having, well, Cube's matchups are just not great right now. Great ult through the Zero ult. I see there's Gen GD Plus happening right now as well. Looks pretty fun. Okay, so now we get ready for our second series. In fact, actually, let me just edit the title. Sometimes I find it better to not edit the title. Sometimes I do. Weibo Toppies as well. I mean, Toppies lost another. Well, they lost another series. Weibo beat Toppies then lost to freaking IG. We're now playing against Anyone's Legend next game up. I need to get myself a coffee at some point. I'll stick around until Sam starts wheeling his chair in. I should have done that for him actually, would have been helpful. Neferi into Varus top is quite a fun matchup, actually. The fact that we've seen like this obnoxious Varus top and then it actually gets countered by a Neferi, fun as hell. What is this? Let me see what this is.
你开心，我关心。
They is
当当 ，LPL 国风日堂堂来袭，我是 LPL 的特派员夏安。听说西安主场又有大动作，和我一起一探究竟吧。只要检票入场就能获得纪念票根，有非常多的打卡区都等你来探索。全部集齐之后，还有非常神秘的
I'm not sure what this is an advert for. Is it like a not advert? I don't know what this is segment for. It
看
looks
看我
fun.
的功力如何。
Probably some kind of festival, right? Which I'm unaware of.
听说在这里还能下五子棋，谁赢了还能拿战队专属八级，我志在必得。虽然我输了，但相信你们可以把他们带回家。加油
Labor Day. I mean, yes, but I didn't. But it,
MVP
they're
收割机堂堂来袭。
Oh, this is for May Day / Labor Day as well. I didn't realize it was also for that. Oh, very cool.
现场真的
So now in Japan, I know in Japan it's coming to like isn't it Golden Week in Japan as well?
接下来我将担任李宁的限时一日店长。昨天吃了凉皮儿，谢谢，拜拜。好，谢谢。欢乐不打烊，接下来进入到非常有趣的随机问答环节。队伍里谁是最大方的？为什么？
嘎啦，因为他都会请我们吃饭。
嘎子，应该是我吧？
他那个时候有问你什么时候能请我吃饭？
今天赢了就请他吃饭。
Monkey，我觉得是我吧。
其实我们这个也没有什么请客这个说法吧，就是感觉我比较大方一点。
想一下，好像就是我吧。胡哥。
为什么？
就他经常会点东西给我们吃吧。
那最自恋的人是谁呢？
就我比较自恋。
感觉都有点吧。
都有点。
可能是我吧，我比较自恋一点。不好，就他喷香水。
哦，
应该是小三。有一次我看到他，然后拿着手机，然后发现开着相机，然后照着自己的脸。
被我们抓到了。
小吉。
他说是你。
绝对是小吉，因为我一老看到他自己在那照镜子。小蔡嘛，感觉他游戏内就挺自恋，感觉没有特别自恋的吧。
哦。
Yeah, well, I hope that was a fun little thing for Mandarin speakers out there and other people too. Right, if we done adverts already, we have, okay, 4 minutes on the time. I'm actually going to use this time to get myself a coffee and enjoy the ad break, and I'll be right back. Okay, hello everyone, welcome back. Let's get into our second series. So, in terms of second series, Top Esports Weibo, you might be thinking, wow, this is going to be a slaughter. Weibo are bad, Top Esports are good. However, if you haven't checked in on the last week of games, things are not quite as simple anymore. Not quite as simple anymore. Hello everyone, how's it going? Because one of the big things that happened last week was Weibo beat Top Esports in a best of 3. It's definitely a, it was an upset. It was a, not an expected result, but then Top Esports went to lose onto Anyone's Legend as well. So now we have a couple of thoughts about, well, you know, what's happening with Top Esports? Their early game looks a lot more fragile. I think that Swian without counterpick looks a little bit more fragile as well. Now Tien not getting ahead of the jungle matchup quite as well as we would have hoped. Is there something else with this team that's happening now? And I do wonder whether there's some truth to that. I do wonder. So, guess we'll see against Weibo again now, because Weibo were the team that kind of started the, hey Angie, how's it going? Started the loss streak. You know, they're on a 2-game loss streak now, Top Esports. Whether Weibo can do it again. However, the other complication to this is Weibo beat Top Esports, then lost to Invictus Gaming, one of the worst teams within Group Ascend right now. So we have so much random data across it. In fact, we'll go into our rosters now. Because clearly, things are a little bit different than they were before. Weibo still playing with Hung for now, though they did call up another support called the Hank. See if, I suppose, anything could change there on that metric. Ha, Signature Champions. Jarvan for JDG and Tien. I mean, I somewhat see it. I do see it. Although I think Tien's Lee Sin probably tips it to the post there. Hank is a funny name for someone that isn't American. Yeah. So between Top Esports and Weibo, I mean, obviously there's a bunch of experience. In terms of the key role, I mean, they're focusing on jungle. I can absolutely understand that. The way that Weibo beat Top Esports just the other week was through JJ getting up in Tien's face and really making a mess of his early jungle pathing, so I can understand that. Hey Slay, great to see you. We're just talking about this matchup and how it's there's a lot of kind of a lot of murkiness around this, because like Weibo quite confidently beat Top Esports last time. Weibo then went on to lose to IG, but Top Esports then also went on to lose to Anyone's Legend. Of course, they look good too, but in terms of recent form, you can't just say, oh, it'll just obviously be this again, even though they beat them the other week, because it's Weibo. They are consistently inconsistent. This team, with Circular Suck, the problem is we don't have a full Circular Suck because WE's beaten no one. WE are a team, sadly, you know, they took their first game versus JDG, and they'll be, I suppose that's something, right? But yeah, now we see what Weibo can do versus Top Esports in the second time around. Things which I'm worried about for Weibo, I'm still worried about Hung. I think he's very much a passenger in this team. I think that he has been struggling when he's been forced to make proactive plays. I think that Fungyue on the other side for Top Esports has been struggling. But one of the issues which I think Weibo will have is that if Hung continues to underperform and continues to perform badly, we'll see whether this is just his true level now, is that we have, you know, there's 2 supports who've been not on great form. And if Fungyue comes out on top of that, I think Weibo inevitably lose this series, because I think that they need their jungle support ahead. I think jungle is where things get really interesting. You know, Tien and JJ, very, very good. Need my Spring Tiger back? I actually think Xiaohu's been playing fine. I think that Xiaohu's been playing fine. I don't know what you guys have been saying over in like LPL English. I think the way that I viewed Xiaohu is that if you have 3 games in a series, he'll have 2 good, 1 bad. I haven't really had much chance to watch any other streams on LPL because we stream here all the time, right? But I think that actually Xiaohu's actually been legit. Let's listen to these interviews though.
欢迎来到赛前采访，为大家邀请到滔博的下路选手 Jackie Love， 跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 Top ADG Cloud。
那相信常规赛发现问题、解决问题是每一个队伍的一个必修的功课。你觉得可能现在队伍需要提升的部分会是什么呢？
现在最需要提升的就是我们过了退线期，在边线的时候可能会给到一些机会吧。我觉得先把这部分慢慢给改好。
而且这周非常迅速，要和 WBG 迎来2番战，觉得这一场比赛最关键的一点会是什么？
我觉得就是跟前面就可能数据一样嘛，就是在边线的时候可能减少点部分的失误，然后在一些资源挑战上的话，我们要提升落位，然后其他就游戏里的内容的话，可能就简单一点。
好的，期待你们赛场上有优秀的表现。同时为大家邀请到 WBG 的代理选手杰杰，跟召唤师们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG 的杰杰。
那上一把你们面对到滔博的时候，你们的表现让人印象非常的深刻。这一场比赛有什么样的期待？觉得胜负手会在哪里呢？
上次打得非常好吧，然后战胜了滔博，希望这次也能是一样的结果。觉得胜负手可能在我们的中野上。
那你们赛程也蛮紧，是个背靠背的对决嘛？那你觉得昨天复盘之后，觉得在今天比赛场上需要哪些部分做得更好呢？
可能是在我们团队协作上要做得更好。
好的，期待你们有优秀的表现。
I like how they've made the walkouts more cinematic too. Well, they're less Slayer. They're less than they used to be Slayer. I don't know how much you watched the walkouts a couple of years ago, but they used to do it 1 by 1. So they bring out players 1 by 1, and they'd so they've quickened it up basically by having the whole team walk out at once. But they yeah, if you go back and watch some of the older walkouts, they did it 1 by 1, and particularly when the crowds were really loud and really large. They were much more cinematic then, actually. So basically every series was kind of like a finals walkout, kind of. Yeah. Honestly, it's like, go back and watch some of the series. Like, I mean, obviously it's hard to catch up on history of LPL, but it's nice to kind of go back and see what things have changed, right? Because I think, particularly for instance with you guys over at LPL English, right? A lot of you over there, like, I guess didn't have the hands-on experience with that. I mean, neither did I, right? Because I only have up 2023 and beyond. But kind of watching stuff from before that is, I think it's quite informative of seeing how the LPL's changed, and how the products change and the broadcasters change. And see, yeah, it's interesting to call back to that kind of stuff. Because obviously when you've got people like Mizal, Munchables, Lyric, you know, these people who've been on for a very long time there. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of games like, so I understand it. I mean, yeah, I think it's just fun to go back to watch some of the glory years of, like, you know, RNG versus IG, or RNG versus EDG, or Team WE when they're at their peak, or a whole bunch of different teams.
Watching IG in 2018 was a wild ride.
Yeah.
Especially because actually there was no way they should have been going, because they were so inconsistent and so arrogant. There were other teams in the LPL that were realistically better, and then it just turned out at Worlds that IG just locked in.
Well, okay. I actually not sure I agree with that, because remember
that was always the talking point there, right? It's like IG are so good, but they just so inconsistent, never managed to get over the hurdle.
That does miss the context that the Shy broke his hand and Duke had to play.
True.
So I'm not sure.
But even then in the regular season, like, man, these teams look good, and then they hit playoffs and go, what happened, guys? You keep falling apart when it
well, no, again, at spring playoffs, the reason they fell apart is because the Shy broke his hand.
Remember that. I'm trying to remember who was, but there was also a couple other teams in the LPL were really, really good that year.
Yeah, you had shit. That was like I think
Snake still.
Snake was still around, I think, although they might have been Kauji Reapers at that point with Doonby. It might have been a Doonby year where she didn't quite make it actually.
RNG was still good. RNG IG was a ridiculous set of matchups those years.
A lot of history. I need to go back and watch that myself. I haven't like really dove into the regular season of 2018 nearly as much. I've watched like a lot of the playoffs runs, but the regular season was fun. Yeah. I'm actually not a drinker slayer, so and if I did, I never liked beers, and Guinness I never liked. So I'm happy to sit with someone with a beer.
So I'll happily have the beer for Alex.
Yeah. So Sam can have my beer. Yeah. But yeah, no, I gave up drinking a number of years ago now, and it has been better for me. Like I've had like I've had like occasional drink over time, but yeah, I just don't feel the need to drink anymore, which is good. Did enough of that in uni and decided I'm happier and richer without it.
Beer's not required.
Yeah, no.
That's the correct.
Zero. I live in Berlin. I don't like beer, and I don't go clubbing. So, I'm here for. I was here for the esports, and yeah. Well, we'll see how that works out. You know. I'm here for the esports and the company.
I'm all out of esports.
And I'm all out of esports in Berlin.
Yeah.
So. Oh god. Yeah. California. I don't even know what California sober is, but I can guess from context. I wouldn't go clubbing in Berlin. No. Honestly, clubbing in Berlin is cool. I've been like once or twice to see like DJ sets. Like the actual clubbing scene in Berlin is really cool. It's just I don't go clubbing. Oh yeah, right. Top esports way, but let's finally log back in on this because top esports. Because there's another thing, Slayer, where really looking back to top esports and their history is a really cool thing to do as well. Because top esports came in, they were pretty much an immediate smash hit, and they had to work up to it a little bit, and then really 2020 hit, and top esports have been one of the key players ever since.
Yeah.
2020, that was when Knight started vying to be best in the world. Tien was still in that roster too. As well. Like Knight and 369 coming up with top esports was just such an era change. Of course, JDG came up with it at a similar time, and top esports JDG felt like they actually were the first duo to really kick out of contention RNG and EDG. Now, of course, then obviously RNG still went on to win MSIs, EDG still went on to win Worlds, but JDG top esports was like particularly going out of the 2020 era, the matchup to watch in a way that only really IG, RNG, and EDG held the spotlight before. And of course, they ended up doing that for Beyond them. EDG and then RNG fell off. And then we had the 2023 era of, well, it is top esports JDG again. Oh, well, yeah, it was JDG again after that point. And then that was when BLG stepped into the picture. And of course, one of the people that has been around during all of these eras and more was Xiaohu. Weibo also came up in that 2023 era.
Which team did Weibo end up buying up? What were they before again?
Mate, that's a lot of slot nonsense, which I've cast from my mind. I actually can't remember who they ended up buying out through that. But yeah, Weibo, made that 2023 World Finals, and I think, like, in 23 they assembled a super team, but they didn't live up to it for so long that they kind of fooled us into thinking they were a bad team. Weibo have done that time and time again, Seb. Weibo are a team which have fooled us into thinking that they're bad, that this team's just never going to work, and then occasionally they'll pull out results like they did versus Top Esports earlier this week. They now face off against them again. Top Esports on the other side of it, Sam, bringing back Tien and Jekyll. We knew this team was going to be good. We knew this team was going to amount to something. I think it was Suning, actually, was Weibo's buyout. But, yeah, Top Esports, walking onto the stage as a team with a loss streak for the first time in this split. Hey, Saloni, it's good to see you. Snuggle Plus. Well, you enjoying? Good to see everyone. Appreciate you all. Now, last time out, Top Esports got obliterated Weibo through jungle, really. It was a jungle matchup. And while I don't think that Tien was quote-unquote bad, I think the big thing was the early jungle pathing wasn't theirs anymore. It wasn't just Tien invading and getting ahead of the game. Today, Sam, Weibo will have to show similar mastery over the early game.
Has to be the play. Has to be the play. See whether Top Esports managed to do a bit of reflection and learning, because it has felt the last couple of series have not been fantastic, honestly, from what was supposed to be our second best team in the league. Maybe even the best. But as of late, a bit of a fumble there. AL on the rise. JDG also touching their heels. There's kind of vying for second place gets very tight.
It does. And Top Esports, it's inevitable when a team is very good that something will happen that the rest of the pack catches up to them. It's inevitable.
Yeah.
I think that for Top Esports, they are a team which got ahead in a very, well, we could tell how they were getting ahead. Very strong lanes, counter pick for Swian, early jungle pathing for Tien, and Jaculov also just being a master of the bot lane meta as well. Now, I still think that Jaculov has been very good in bot lane. I still think that Cream is on incredibly good form. I do know that, his last game versus anyone's legend, the Yone, didn't look good. I would suggest that was because a million people were in his lane, and then he tilted, and then things went badly. But I think Cream is into the best form of his lifetime. I think Cream is quite clearly, for me, top 3 mid laner.
I agree.
Alongside, then the thing is that the top 3 is really crowded. We have like Knights, and then we have a battle between like Hongq, Cream, and Shanks for that second and third, and I suppose fourth slot. as well. And I think that Cream throughout most of the split has been the second place. I think that he has been up to that point.
I think Shanks arguably has been the one that's kind of just been dipping to fourth of late, of course. I think AL have been but they've been back somewhat, and that's good to see. The laning phase has felt a little bit more potent. It feels like Flandra's kind of figured out his pool of champions to deal with the current meta and feel a bit better about that, which is a big deal.
And I think that's one of the things which, you know, top esports have been able to rely on, is the fact that Jackie and Cream have been so good. Getting into our draft, though, Sam, let's get ourselves onto our second series of the day. Zoom things down there so you can focus on the wonderful background here. Okay, let's get into it. Top esports versus Weibo. Weibo hold the head-to-head. They own that 2-0 from the first leg, Sam.
They do, and it was quite a weird old series, wasn't it? Because it was not what we were expecting, but I suppose that's Weibo, right? You can just never count this team out. Never count on them either, but you can never count them out.
You just don't count, Sam.
Yeah, you just don't.
You forget about numerics, and you go to the occult, Sam. That's what you do.
And I think there's a few matchups you could want to look at today, and that could be the fun stuff happening top lane, as we had in this counter pick. You could look to the mid lane, Cream and Xiaohu, one of the greats of all time, in Xiaohu versus one of the current LPL best, and someone who's been vying to really prove exactly how great he can be. The Lactose Tolerance Club has been reignited in some ways. You could talk about Jackie and Elk, two of the very best AD carries of all time, never mind in the LPL, been on great form of late as well. You can kind of go around and about. But for me, I think the matchup that might matter the most here is JDG and Tien. And let me explain why I'm thinking that, because we're going to get through some bans. We'll chat on those in a second, because they have been quite interesting ones. Calm is going to go, but the Rumble's still up. I won't spend too long on it, but I think JJ, when Weibo have done well, has often been someone who's gone for these very aggressive invades, gotten those early leads over his opposite numbers, and snowballed from there. And when it's gone wrong, those early plays from JJ have put Weibo in horrible holes. See some of those Nocturne starts that have been great and bad.
We've seen this first pick of Annie a couple of times now over the last few days, and in fact, Cream did this. I believe it was Shanks on Anyone's Legend. This was the game which they did well in that series. Cream destroyed the early 2v2 mid. Things, of course, went a little bit awkward after that point. From beyond that point, but the Pantheon Rise 1-2, very, very strong. It gives you everything from mid lane. Rise is a tank, is scaling, is set up, has a good laning phase, and the Pantheon gives you a second global to work with that. Top is have the engage from the Annie, they have the Rumble as the other power pick, and as they lock in any sort of extra setup, then you can see exactly how that top side becomes so point and click dangerous. The Vi would be that, it would give them that extra ability to lock down, where you have like point and click into death.
Yeah, that would make some sense to me. I think in general, very potent. You start adding in something like a Varus is gone, but like a Jin, that kind of thing would be fine. Shinzo, similarly pretty good, slightly less hard CC, but better frontlining. Decide towards the Vi in the end, obviously very potent with that equalizer, because whoever you are, the equalizer will follow, and they just get stuck on the barbecue for a little bit longer than is comfortable.
Okay, so do you lock in top lane matchup now for someone like the Ambessa? Okay, there you go. That's locked into. It's a fine matchup versus the Rumble, gives you some scaling in the top lane and allows you to have an incredible point and click topside too. So both sides of this matchup having very snappy, quick follow-up where everyone kind of piles into the first target, whether that's a Pantheon or Rise ulting onto someone or Vi ulting, and then everyone else kind of following up with their large CC. Bot lane completely untouched. Both of these teams more likely to play towards, you know, top lane than bot lane in terms of their draft. They're pretty happy to do that, but we still have stuff like the Lucian Milio. We still have stuff like the Yunara Lulu and the Corki Nami still in the picture.
A lot of those bot laners are being taken out, but you're right, there's still quite a lot to go with. It does feel like there are just a number of very strong bot lanes in general right now. I think one thing I'll say is I feel like Weibo, I like their scaling a bit better. I feel like 2-3 items Rise and Best is going to be very, very potent. Whereas the other side, that one item spike is where it really hits hard for things like that Annie, for things like that Rumble and Vi, just on in terms of their opposite numbers, relatively speaking. The mid game should be pretty good for top esports, but I do worry that if they do fall behind or it goes even, the later the game goes, the globals, the scaling, it all gets a bit nerve-wracking. Jin banned as well. We really are pushing out these bot laners.
So we've currently had 5 AD carry bans, a couple of supports in there too. Do you ban out the Yunara? Do you ban out the Sivir? Do you ban out, what else do you feel like you need to ban out? Last ban for top esports will tell us soon. Taking it down a lot. The Lulu, they prefer the support side of that to the other one. So we still have Inara, we still have Sivir. Of course, there's no Lulu now to buff them up. So you might be looking at Nico lanes now, or the Corki Nami.
Nami was the one I was thinking
If
as well,
you go for the Nami, then things get a little bit weird because you can actually pick the Corki away from that. And you could go like Corki Nico.
That'd be alright.
And then you'd have to figure out something else to pair with the Nami. So you might take the Corki just because I think if you take the Nami, the Corki maybe does get taken away. Other side of this now, you know you're against the Corki Nami. Do you go
Inara and Nemo? No, Nemo.
Nemo!
Finding Nico. I think I was thinking of. I think I was going Nami in my head, and I just had like, Don't worry about it, guys. I'm a little bit sleepy.
By the way, I appreciate the follow, by the way, as well. Appreciate that. And Top Esports, I think they look at a Nico lane. I think it's good with the Vi anyway. I think it's good with the rest of this. They might go for something different, though, because they might go for the Misfortune Nautilus here.
Kai'Sa being hovered as well. Of course, Jackie's a big enjoyer of it. I think the MF would spike very well with the rest of the comp. They're going to go towards that decision. There's a fair number of ways to get on top of her, but hey, as far as AD carries remaining, she's probably one of the slightly more self-reliant ones with her Bloodthirster and Strut, debating locking that in with the Nautilus and saying, okay, between Vi, Nautilus, and then the R buttons of my team, we should blow up the first couple targets.
Yeah, so the Nautilus. For Fungyue, most of the time, Fungyue's been on Enchanted duty. This splits. Last pick will be that Nami, almost certainly. Corki Nami should still fight well against the Misfortune Nautilus. The thing about the Misfortune Nautilus is it's not that it's bad in lane, because it's good in lane. The thing is, it's just done a lot worse over time against a lot of the point-and-click dive against the other team. Now I think get actually into a better matchup for supports against the Nautilus. They actually go for the Alistar over the Nami, so Nami makes it through the draft. Corki Alistar, not Corki Nami. Choosing to go away from the burst duo and saying, okay, well, if the Nautilus hooks forwards onto the Alistar, it matters a lot less.
I completely agree. And I'm looking at this as well and saying, okay, well, we've definitely started to see a little bit over the last few days a rise in things like the Nautilus back again. People have been looking for angles to get there, and we're getting some of those engaged supports. That's pretty significant.
Yeah. Gonna go into a quick ad break. So if you don't want adverts, please think about clicking that subscribe button. It makes a difference to us, and it keeps our stream alive. We do this only through your support in chat and watching elsewhere as well. If you'd like to drop a like, comment, subscribe, please. All of that helps us keep this stream live. We can't do it without you. So both teams very heavy on the snap engage, Sam. The Alistar and the Nautilus can sometimes survive the initial engage, but
who knows?
Who knows with so much damage in this one? We've seen the Misfortune start to come back a little bit. Let's get into game, Sam.
Thank you for that initial follow. Any more for any more? Promise you it'll be worth your time. Looking to get in here onto the rift very shortly. Should be an explosive one. When these globals and big ticket ultimates start flying in the river, it's going to be messy, and I cannot wait. The rift we go for our second series of this 3-series day. Gyos to come. Gameplay after. Oh. A little bit of aggressive trading there. There's the heal proc to try and get in range. Not used on the other side by Hung, but of course the barrier was burned on Elk at that level 1. Trying to fight over control of this bush. There is a ward in here from Weibo, so should know a little bit more about what's going on there. Of course, Nautilus and Alistar love to fight for that bush control. It makes a big difference in terms of your ability to control the wave. Aki's going to get this early shove here, trying to deny at least a little bit of that. There's the hook.
Yeah, and this is why you pick the Alistar, right? You can kind of tank the hook and do quite well with that. Hung. Now, Hung's Alistar has a bit of a dark and mysterious past to itself. Because for those of you who weren't watching last year and don't know the story of Hung, you might have seen him on teams like LNG in 2023 because he made it to Worlds. And of course on Top Esports last year. You might not, if you weren't watching regular season, have seen Hung be on Weibo as well. Hung was on Weibo at the start of last year, and then things went horribly, horribly wrong for him. He, on Alistar, tried to stop a recall on his opposing support under tower, didn't stop, well, he did stop the recall, but just died under turret. And then went on to completely just tilt mentally, and then basically the game was just completely over. At that point, Hung on the Alistar, after that point, he got subbed out of Weibo. So he left this team after that game. That he went over to Top Esports later in the year, but he was replaced by Urha, who I think ended up being a better support than him for Weibo, although I think actually in Top Esports regular season in summer, Hung did recover quite well. It's worth having that context in here, that Hung has now got a very rookie support behind him again. Weibo have called up the Hank into the support role. He's on the bench right now. Just given the context of what happened with Hung's Alistar about this time last year, though, you have to wonder how much of that is weighing on the mind of Hung.
Xiao, who's been chunked very low here by Cream, who's been playing some good, and he flashes to try to get that kill. Actually can't quite do it. And now the Pantheon around, flash for that Rune Prison. Cream gonna need to back away, doesn't have a lot of mana. I don't think JDG can quite get in range with the move speed. You're right, but there's someone in the bush already. There's the Vi, good ward into that bush, or that could have gotten spicy.
Yeah, he actually could have gotten in range with that move speed. He would have eventually chased down Cream. Close run stuff. Cream, very good on the laning phase on the Annie, but failing that flash to kill that is bit of an awkward moment for him. He tried to do similar things versus Shanks' Rise just the other week, and it did quite well for him. Now he's down that flash. Xiao, who did of course flash himself during that play too, so 1 for 1 in terms of the summoners.
Rumble might now be getting ganked, though, as Vian's got the wave half shut, but not the entire way through, so got to be a bit wary of a potential Pantheon gank. Sees it now, can back away, just gets that level 5, going to go towards the alcove and attempt to outplay this. There's that sundering slam, overcomes Tien, trying to buy some time, is Ziyan, gets a good chunk onto Zerko, there's a flash Q available, there's that Vault Breaker, and the kill comes on through, nice time bought, and JJ now is very deep, and there ain't no paddle to get out of that creek.
Oh dear, JJ is countered in it's the counter gank top side. They gank first, Top Esports gank second, and they get away with it too. Tien and Suyan both picking up a kill. And someone was asking, you know, in chat just now, and I'll appreciate this to Lifterko. Appreciate you joining into chat as well. What's the counter to having 2 champions with semi-globals? One of the ways is get ahead early, and then they never have a platform to play around their globals. They don't have that global until level 6. The second step of that is getting ahead to a point where you can put the vision down so you always know where the semi-global is coming from. So now Tien is ahead, Suyen's ahead. Watch to see how many red wards you see just littering the jungle around the points, the common places where a Pantheon might ult from. And of course, if Cream can lock Xiaohu in lane with strong laning phase, that will take care of the Rise as well on that part of the equation.
Yeah, either lock the globals in place by laning better. The other thing is just being in the river first around objectives can really, really help, because yes, the globals can force in, but you being up as a group and the globals coming in can be just a lot easier to defend, because you know where they're going to be coming. It's like, well, on top of the dragon or on top of the Baron. Makes things that little bit simpler. Bot side though, bit of a play happening as Hung's going to get chanked relatively low. Needs to potentially start backing away as these autos keep flying. Hung's in danger here. There's a flash and a heal, but the Vault Breaker over the wall, and Jackie gets the kill.
Before this series, the Chinese broadcast ran a graphic on the iconic champions of these 2 junglers. They mentioned Jarvan, they mentioned Lee Sin. They also mentioned Vi, Sam. Tien on the Vi has been disgustingly good. For those of you who didn't see one of his first series back, he had one of the best flash predicts, actually onto Shanks' Rise again. We talked about the champion quite a lot. But this was a while ago, where Tien managed to get that flash predict onto him, and it was fantastic. You know, Tien on the Vi has been looking so good this split. He's already 1-0-2. Get ourselves out of games. There a quick pause.
Hopefully should be resolved shortly. Does allow us to wax Lyric a little bit more. I actually am very impressed with Top Esports out of this early game out, which in fairness, I think I needed to be. Looking at the composition, they're the ones that spike with kind of the early power of the first item. So you want to snowball through that. You've got on the other side things like the Rise, things like the Ambessa. You need just a little bit more time for them to come online. Even things like the Alistar, honestly, because of course you're level 1, level 2. A little less potent, say the Nautilus at that level 1 mark. Gets a bit annoying, and so far so good from Top Esports. Good counter gank, good gank bot. The early laning from Jackie Love on that Misfortune, also very potent so far. Has been pretty good to see. It looks like there has been a slight technical issue. Hopefully that gets resolved shortly.
Yeah, when the referees are touching the keyboard, do you think, you know, something's up there? All right, well, I hope it gets resolved shortly, as you're saying. No, I was going to go on a tangent, but I didn't have anything prepared, Sam. I have to say,
in a slight haze today.
Yeah, I did hear you get up at like 6:30, and I was like, and then I was awake at 6:30 because you opened the door. I was like, okay, well now I'm awake. So, you know, I'm not exactly free from the mind fog either. Oh, God. Well, I tell you what, I was talking about this with chat earlier. It was a lot easier to get through the 3 series days when it was a constant thing. Back when we did it, back on, you know, the last couple of years, and then, of course, back when I was doing LPL official broadcast. And when we're doing everything every day, it's a lot harder to go from the 2 series to the 3 series because, like, we're streaming every day anyway. We don't have that kind of day after to recover a lot of the time because we're straight back into the games again. You know, 5 days a week of LPL. It's a hell of a lot of games. You know, I wouldn't trade it for much. You know, trade it for more money maybe. I don't know, but
that might be nice. Yeah,
I forgot paid for something else. You know, what can I say? But I really do enjoy watching so many games day in day out of LPL. You know, it's kind of like a constant companion, the LPL, in terms of our gameplay. And yeah, the 3 series days, they do push you a little bit as a viewer and as a caster. In games we've got here today, though, hopefully will keep us engaged throughout. Back into game.
Indeed. Cream potentially threatening a stun here on the Shahu. Just get that nice combo with the Disintegrate Tibbers. Drop Shahu down to about 1/3. I'm going to Hex Flash towards the other side as JJ does get level 6 off that topside Scuttle Crab.
Oh, and they do have a potential for an immediate Realm Warp, actually, if things had gone well from that. Shahu's Rise has been very good on the other side of this. We talked about Tien on the Vine. It's 2,000 gold leaves, 2 top esports. They're looking very strong here. But if Weibo are to find a win themselves, having Shahu ahead on the Rise is an incredibly important thing. He's been very, very effective on this champion as Hung comes around the corner.
Cream potentially a danger here, but now actually from those around, this makes it a little bit spicy. Cream has been left low, but look at the other side. The Vi does not want to go over the wall there. I was going to say, does the JJ want to go over the wall? I was like, no, that's Tien on the Vi. So I was wrong in like every count.
I was actually quite worried that Hung would die there. The reason why top esports don't use the Vi with the level 6 to go in is because they think that JJ might ult into the play as well, I think.
True.
But I thought that Hung without Flash might have actually died there. Fighting bot, so there might be a dive coming onto Jackulov. They do have Pantheon. I mean, that's why they pulled the ult. They pulled the ult very quickly. Here comes the Pantheon.
Gonna try and get the CC chain onto Jackie. The barrier, the Flash does get away for a second, or do they blown up to Hung? But Zhao Hu is here, but there's another turret shot flying. 1 for 1 isn't spectacular when you blow a lot of your globals to get here.
Exactly, you're bang on the money, Sam. They use both their globals for that, and they also use a Flash from Elk alongside his barrier. So it's a bunch of globals used, it's a bunch of summoners, and Jackulov now has 2 kills. I mean, Jackulov's more than happy with this.
Yeah, he still gets the kill on the way out, cleared out the wave because he pressed R, so you get everything you asked for, plus the globals, and now one of the other ways you deal with the globals is if you can manage that global trigger pull, it's a big cooldown this early on in the game before they get to be used again, and it gives you a couple minutes where you can play with your much more aggressive, much shorter cooldowns to theoretically win out elsewhere. Hung's now roam top, though, and that might make things a bit interesting. Flashed away from the head, but pulverized off this reset. And Zuyang will get out alive.
Now, Hung's been going around the entire map to mixed results. This one's a better one than the other results he's had so far. Tien was actually on top side. The reason why Zuyang had to flash away there is because Tien's recall had just finished about a second before Hung showed up in his lane. Now, if Tien was around there, I actually think they stick and fight. I think that probably Tien being really strong right now and no globals on the other side because they would just use bot lane. I think that would have been a 1 play. In fact, I think Weibo are playing a bit fast and loose now. They don't have those globals up. And Tien is so strong right now. You know, he's, you know, that kill and the 2 assists have really helped him. He's about to get towards his Sundered Sky. I was about to say Divine Sunder. I was playing Arena the other day. I picked it up. By the way, play new Arena. It's really good. There's some really cool stuff happening there. Anyway, Sundered Sky for Tien, almost in. And at that point, I think that Weibo needs to be very, very careful about where the Vi is on the map.
Yeah, agreed. I think the Vi potentially going to be a real kingmaker in this game. I kind of said it might well be about the junglers, considering the nameplates and how important they are to their teams. Tien, just by virtue of being probably the best jungler in the league right now. Outside of a couple dodgy last series in general for top esports, but I think on the whole, not ready to wipe them off or write them off rather, or start demoting them quite yet. Though, you know, there's an eyebrow raised, and we're keeping our eyes on this series for a reason. But I think when Weibo have found success off and they've been through JJ being really ahead of curve.
Yeah, JJ has been really, really good for Weibo. Of course, I think, hang on, that's an ult. Is he getting completely under tower? No. Here comes JJ. He has his own flash.
Yeah, there is no flash into the end. Doesn't have the equalizer either, so it should just be a dead rumble. No one's coming to help. The Vi's on the other side of the map. Zuyang will try and outplay at least a little
He's
bit.
teleporting.
TP out. Can he get away? When's the CC? It's not there. He actually gets out. That is ridiculous.
I mean, the fact that he has to teleport there, I mean, it's a pretty big mistake, Sam. He's going to miss a cannon wave to tower. At least he won't give the kill over. But that's the second time where he's just kind of been over pushing and not really been safe to do so. Suyan, a player that came in 2024 to the LPL, struggled, worked his way back up, and has been largely very, very good for top esports on his re-debut here in LPL. But his last 2 series, he's been one of the biggest problem points to top esports. He's not been winning the matchups in the way he was in his first few series. And right here, you can see that he's getting a little bit disrespectful on the map. When he's not completely covered, things can go quite badly wrong.
Now he's going to get jumped on the other side. The weak side changes, and Jackie gets annihilated.
Well, they thought that they had enough vision to see where the Pantheon was coming from. Clearly, Sam, they didn't. Didn't have flash. Goes down very quickly. Pantheon does get involved again. That's what Weibo need to do. Keep punishing these pushing lanes, because top esports, they've not been dealing that well with that recently.
And a couple of those wards have now gone, but I will give in Zuyan's defense, there were 3 control wards all through the enemy jungle and through the river. The only place he couldn't see was down the lane.
Yeah.
So actually, it's not like he did, in fairness, have a lot of coverage. I see why he's shoving there, because, like, I don't think you can realistically ask to be much safer.
You need to have a TF ult, Sam.
That's it.
Just a constant TF ult. You got like a UAV inbound. Where's the 3 kill? Ah, no one has the 3 kill streak. That's why. Damn.
That's it. Really
If only TN had not got those 2 assists. If he got the 2 kills instead, UAV inbound would have been so much easier, Sam.
The map hacks. TN will now have a starting strike. Will be the second for top esports.
You know, fun fact, this looks Swian's roaming about. So in the last year, there was a huge bug found within like the original. Hang on, they might ult into mid lane. They won't. There was a huge bug found where they could actually get out of bounds on Rust for the first time ever.
Chao Hu was looking to be ganked there. We'll get away with it. They would have been out of bounds trying to catch him from out.
You need to use an AC 130 and then kind of find a way to kind of like cancel the animation so it still thinks you're in the plane, but you're not. And you can use that to get out of bounds. And you can use that to get out of bounds on almost any level, which has not been the case for like 20 years of COD now.
This might be time to cancel. It is indeed Hung. Gets the nice headbutt over the wall. Not bad tech, that actually. Saves his life, but we'll have to burn the flash.
Yeah, there was a chance that TN could have ulted through that, but yes, his flash being down, his HP being down means that you can't fight here on the bottom side. No Pantheon ult. Ryze is not coming to the lane as well. Could potentially be a dive here. Hung doesn't have enough HP to really even use with his ult here. Jackalope does have ult himself, so if you walk up and defend that, things will go badly wrong.
The problem is keeping Elk locked down for long enough, I think, would be challenging without the depth charge, and he's got Barrier Flash and Valkyrie, so I think his demise would have been hard won, to say the least of it. So they'll just get the shove and take that as the win. Jackie's still ahead fairly heavily in this lane, though again, a couple deaths back and forth there with some attention from JJ is good news for Weibo in that sense. Still, 1,500 gold and the 2 dragons makes top esports feel pretty happy about this mid game. They'll want to start the next dragon.
Cancel the recall. He does indeed. That's actually really annoying from the Malignant's Burn, even stopping that too. Hung back in mid lane. He has been very active on the map, this Alistair. Again, it's not been all negative. Had a decent play topside to force the teleport out of the Rumble. Had that dive in bot side. I mean, and Hung, as we said, there's a lot of pressure on him now. He's a player who's been around the LPL for a while. He's had mixed results. I actually thought he was very good on LNG 23 for the most part. Also think domestically on top esports, he was very good in 2025 summer. However, he's also a player with a very low floor as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's just the gasoline runs out and he just doesn't know what to do on the map. I think that for now feels like he's very much leading a lot of the map rotations, helping kind of pave the way for the globals. As you can see, the Ryze and the Pantheon are coming up here too. They potentially want to catch out the Rumble, who's currently away from the turret. Might ult the wave here. They might try and catch him as he does it though.
Yeah, they can see that there is the ward in that bush behind the turret, so kind of knows that people were waiting for him. They're going to try and race for turret here. I think top esports should still get this first, but it'll be a close run thing. No, the wave died top, so I take it back and I've had to go proxy instead. So first turret still the way of top esports. Jackie and ult trading mid, so no AD carry there as well. Zuyan's just like, can I get in range to ult? It's so tricky.
And he's afraid of the Pantheon ult too. This time it's because it's Cannon Wave. He really does want to ult this one, get the kill onto that. There you go. Misses one of the minions there, but he will get the cannon. He gets actually all 5 minions there, so he does get the full wave. Turret will still go down, but at least he gets the wave. Pantheon, where is that ulting? It's ulting onto the inner turret.
Cream's going to back away, and so doesn't really get threatened by that. That'll be the end of things for now. A couple minutes until our next dragon. That's partly why people are willing to burn those ultimates, because you can burn them now and still have them up for that big fight, which would be an important one, because it'd be top esports hitting that soul point.
See that the vision control definitely available for top esports in bot side of the map. They just pushed up to, you know, that in a turret. Really need to see top esports get themselves into position to get that vision down though, so the next Pantheon ult when it's up doesn't catch them by surprise. Same with that Rise Realm Warp as well. If you want a good example of fighting over vision control around global comps, watch the very first game of T1 versus KT Rolster from this split. It's a very good example of two teams fighting over vision control. In that case, the global team won, but you can see both teams fighting over vision very heavily in that game. Harold now started, Tien over the wall. Haven't really seen him get involved in a fight for a while.
No, just get over the wall briefly. Hung gets the headbutt pulverized onto Jackalev over the wall. Kind of denies him getting in. It's a one smite fight from TM, but the eye is going to sit there. Zucker's TP'd in, so is Rian. The public execution lands on the Pong. Not the easiest target, but they're going to start Drake out stepping towards Jackie, who's going to try and play this best he can, running at this Ambessa. Still got the barrier to work with. Ambessa's going to start coming back at this flank angle. The season decides to follow. Elk, who's now been dredge-lined after Hung. Xiaohu also desperately low. Rian will flash on in and barbecue even more. Jackie's still alive on the other side. He gets the Ambessa. A last Electro Harpoon could be the death of JJ, but they can't quite get to him. But that was a lovely fight from top esports, who managed the shifting tides of various engages and disengages very well.
I think Weibo just couldn't decide which part of the fight they wanted. You know, it felt like as soon as Tien came over the wall, they were like, okay, well, that's where the fight's happening. And then, well, no, it wasn't. And Zika went into the backline, tried to stop Jackalev from having a good ultimate, and he did. Jackalev didn't even cast his ult there. And normally you think that's a one fight when the Misfortune doesn't ult. It's not the case. Now, right here, Tien comes over the wall, get the smite steal, teleports coming in, and you can see that Weibo don't really organize their battle lines very well. It's a flash away from Jackalev. That really helps. But, you know, JJ's kind of out of position now. Xiaohu and El can't follow up on the Ambassador 2. Understandably, it's a lot of flashes away. We've got to fight in the picture-in-picture, though. Let's start now.
Oh, the bullet time tags about 4 members. Will get interrupted partway through, but the damage is already kind of done. Jackie just about to die. The Bloodthirst keeping him topped up and just about alive for a second or two longer. They finally bring him down, but at what cost? Look at their health bars. They had to do a full-on charge of the Light Brigade, ensure the cannons fall, but not without 3 people dead.
Jackalev hadn't used his ultimate, and he had it available for this. Dragon to top esports, and this is probably where the game breaks. Top esports take 2 fights back to back. They get the Dragon, they get the Herald, they stop Hung on the recall. The steak's been grilled, Sam. Hung on the menu.
404 enemy health bars not found. This Rumble hasn't died, has managed to play this one out remarkably well.
Appreciate the follow, by the way, Calibril as well. That must have happened sometime in the mess of the last fight or two, but appreciate you joining us here in our community. And again, for those of you who are stuck around here, we really appreciate you being here as part of our LPL journey, and we hope you're enjoying yourselves. You know, Hung gets somebody else a decent knockup, and it does stop the bullet time, but Elk wasn't in position, half HP. Xiaohu's trying to rip some spells through the team, but the front to back just works so much better, and the even cancelled JJ's ult. It doesn't go on the full cooldown, it goes on the reduced one, but they even stop him from trying to get into the back of that and look for another opportunity.
And look, they're going to try and jump at Jackie again, but here's Tien trying to defend. Should be able to get a fairly decent CC chain. Jackie gets to back away. The Bloodthirster is not enough to keep him topped up. The TP's come flying, though, and now Cream is here looking for a stun. Jackie dead, though, is a win for Weibo. Where is the Rumble? Not here with the Herald topside, so it'll just be the one kill, and that'll be the end of it.
Hey, he has summoned that up there, so it's likely going to be full turret in top lane. On the other side, Weibo are going to use the Crystallize to chunk out mid. They don't have any grubs, so they won't be able to full kill the turret, whereas 3 grubs Rumble with a Herald, that is going to be an easy kill there. Top esports, they're going to get some great control around the map, despite the fact that Zucker has alone time on this bot turret. And top esports have the Infernal Soul point now. They have that 3rd dragon, and they can threaten that soul later. And that's where teams really start to sweat, because you can't slip up around a dragon timer ever now from this point. And Weibo, well, they've had a couple of slip-ups here. Xiaohu will kill the Herald and stop it being a second charge. But top esports largely very happy, even though they traded turret, I feel.
Excuse me.
You've taken your antihistamine today, Sam.
No, I haven't.
No, you haven't? Oh, maybe you should, Sam.
Yeah. I don't have hay fever.
Well, I don't know what that was then, Sam. That was it was a nose cough.
The nose cough. A remarkable statement of all time. It is possible, Alex, to sneeze without it being allergies.
Ah,
So
well, it's news to me, Sam. I've never been allowed that level of understanding before.
No, of course not.
The inside joke being that every time I sneeze, every member of my family will ask me that question. Right, Tien going into bot side, Xiaohu's around the corner. He does have the ultimate. He might need to use it. He's getting full combo.
Yeah, that's just quite a lot. Cease and desist comes forward. Just get a decent jump away. The realm walk to follow now. This gets spicy. Creeps waiting. There's a lot of CC. There's no! Oh, the realm warp is into the third circle of hell. That one is a little unfortunate. We hadn't TP'd in, looking to bring down Hung. And now, unfortunately, this rumble can keep threatening for significant amounts more damage. Jackie even got a double out of that.
I think Cream has just like taken the mid laner of NIP and thrown a Care Bear over to Weibo with that one. As Weibo teleported in and he says, give thee a big old hug. And they go straight into the stun. And it completely falls apart. Tien, by all rights, should have died there, but he had himself too much HP, and Cream ends up bailing him out at the end. Weibo, they needed good early game presence. They almost had that, and then Tien just slapped them and just hit them for 6, and well out of the ballpark at that point. And Weibo, they've never really been able to recover. They've tried to use their globals, not quite managed to thread the needle. Hung's been dying quite a lot now around the fights too, and of course that's where things have really fallen apart. The team fights have just been so much better from top esports.
So what got burned there as well? Anything particularly memorable? There is Hex Flash on Hung. I don't know when his real flash is going to come up. I don't know whether it was burned in that last play. Honestly, I'm not going to lie, I don't quite remember. Otherwise, TP'd out from Zuyam. Should otherwise be largely up to full capacity here for both teams. Making sure they got some wards on this Baron. Soul for top esports available, as we noted in a minute. They could theoretically trade that out for Baron and say, hey, we have got you in a catch-22 here. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Either objective would be pretty disastrous.
I mean, top esports, everything is under their control now. 5k advantage. A lot of that onto people who can carry a game by themselves. You know, the Misfortune, good enough ult carries. Good enough equalizer from the Rumble, carries. Good enough combo from Cream. Well, it's definitely going to remove some people from existence. It's like a false Hydra, Sam. And it's like, we had a mid laner? I always thought this is the 4v5 game. What do you mean? And you just realize that like you've actually just lost someone to the Annie Burst when they're 2,000 gold ahead. That'll happen. 30 seconds till Dragon. Weibo, maybe they've got one last shot in the tank where they can Realm Warp and Alistair into a good position, but I just don't see how they deal with the AoE team fight with so much gold behind it.
Yeah, the problem is everything now is a kill threat, not just one ultimate. You know, you don't need to layer them all for it to be a genuine concern. Gets tagged. Has just got that more amount of transformation, so you have got that to work with. The problem is everywhere else is looking a bit dire. Xiao, who still doesn't have a Seraphs. He needs to go back and complete that. He's going to try and split push away, but the problem is without that shield, the rise a lot less scary. And this is a very dark-looking river. There's that one ward there that is buying them a lot of vision for Weibo.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, these items on the Rise are just not fit for purpose. No max stack Rod of Ages, no Seraphs. It's a huge problem. They have to try and steal this. Pantheon's charging the ult. Here they go.
Nice combo on Jackie. Just flash out the public execution. Keeps him alive. TN trading with JJ. Also needs to flash out. Look at Xiao on the side. Who has TP back in. I wonder whether he has the Seraphs on that reset. Didn't get to see the cease and desist. The Dragon picked up by the Pantheon. The problem is the fight after looks dicey. Trying to kill off the side of that Ambessa before she can be realm up down to safety. And indeed, she falls down. Xiao, who's been slowed down by the Make It Rain. And Misfortune's got money to spare. She throws it at the Rise, who just sits there in despair and dies. You got the Dragon. You denied the soul, but you lost the team fight.
Yeah, Elk flies out of the team fight as the Vi ults him to make sure that Tien's out of range for the smite. Doesn't mean he's doing any damage in the team fight, though. Doesn't mean that they win the fight afterwards. No, Hung gets a decent combo onto Jackalove. Minion taxis off of the front line, but Zucker's not in range, so Hung goes too early. If he'd done that a little bit later when the Ambassador was in range, perhaps it would have made the difference. As it stands, though, couldn't quite do it. And then, of course, Elk flies out of the play. Does mean that the Vi's out of range for the smite. Doesn't mean they're winning the fight, though, afterwards. All 5 dead from Weibo. Clean ace for top esports. It'll be the Baron, as we were saying beforehand. I mean, top esports are happy with either objective. Yeah. If they get the Dragon, great. If they get the Baron, also great. I mean, I don't see how Weibo survive against a full Baroned up team from a 7,000 gold deficit.
And that's just Infinity Edge now for this Misfortune as well. Looking the Chaos to make locking them down quite hard. Again, there were a few flashes blown there. And again, we have seen Weibo be able to pick up Jackalove a few times. I mean, they've had to full send to do it, and it's never really come easy, make no mistake. Thank you, TFC, for the resub there. Courtesy of Mr. Baneblade, who got the gifted sub on that one. I appreciate you. And now maybe look towards this turret nonetheless. We'll pop a few more plates down there. Tien needs to Vault Breaker away from JDG. Not having the most fun there, but again, all the while this top lane turret should fall. There's not a lot, I think. Weibo can do about that. Towards this turret we go. TP behind. Hang on. Maybe this is the angle. Vault Breaker spots it though. And that will mean that Zucker gets to be forced off that attempted flank and play fizzles before it can really start.
And that's a problem when Weibo really need that. The Rod of Ages does take over from Xiao, who there, hex flashing forward, looking for a combo, can't quite get in range, and in fact he might even be there. Went for a hook, went to Elk instead, equalizer down, not doing a great amount. He's trying to stop the wave clear coming through, and not sure it's completely done that either. So top esports, minute and a half, so 3 waves left of the Baron buff. It's about a wave every 30 seconds. Top esports yet to break into the base, which is what they really would have wanted from this Baron buff.
Yeah, agreed. They've still got a little bit of time to do it with. They've got a minute or so. Zucker's still on that flank. The Realm Warp as well. Here we go. Who's being sent in? It's Hung. Grand Starfall as well, trying to blow down Dracula. But again, he just keeps healing. The Mikhails buy so much time, and they just can't stop him. Out comes the public execution, but unfortunately, the only person being executed is Ambessa herself. The irony is not lost on me. And again, another ace. Weibo roll the dice, but again, they needed a natural 20, and all they get is a pair of snake eyes. They'll move over towards the next turret from top esports after the early snowball. Demolish Weibo, 23 kills to 4. It ain't close.
Jaculov 11, 4, and 5. Every kill that Weibo had was gunning for that misfortune. They couldn't take down anyone else in this game, Sam. Top esports, after a 2-match loss streak, which started with Weibo, will have their first confident game in quite a while. A much better game from Tien. Wonderful pathing from him on the Vite. Top esports find themselves at 1-0 in the series.
Thank you for those subscriptions. Got a hype train rolling here. I appreciate it as Top Esports shows a bit of hype with all of that gameplay there. Very exciting stuff indeed. It could be even more exciting if you guys use your Twitch Prime subscriptions to support myself, Initialise, and this fine person, Nymaera, who is pretty great too. You can help support us and keep us in business by subscribing if you can, donating to the Ko-fi link. If you've got that extra bit of cash, it would be very, very much appreciated, and those of you who do sub means the world to us.
It does. Well, thank you for that, Sam. Appreciate it. Right, so can I request another coffee?
You can. Al, I think just because I've got some stuff on with friends, I might just need to take the next game off because I very much need to get a little bit of food and not stare at a screen. The first series.
Okay, well, if you put some spaghetti on,
I can do that.
That would help me as well.
Do you want that for lunch? I can go make that now.
I mean, you've got a choice. I mean, do you want spaghetti?
I mean, yeah.
Then we'll have spaghetti for lunch.
Oh, exciting!
Then we'll have that. I made the stuff to go on it. Thank you, Mika. By the way, really appreciate that. Right, let's roll this chair out of here as well, Sam. Okay, whatever. You can do the second time. Okay, right. Well, we'll be waiting for second game of the series. I mean, top esports. Tien just gets rolling. Sometimes it is as simple as Tien gets rolling, and in this case, it felt like that was the go button, really. Right, what else have I got to do? Anything else? Spaghetti. I made some bolognese the other day. It was cool. BLG and Anyone's Legend for MSI is better for the LPL. Well, depends if we see the Anyone's Legend from last year, right? Because I think there isn't. Well, I mean, the problem with top esports is this, that you never get to see like the peak version of them in the way that you want. Really. Should be fine. That. Yeah, you never really get to see top esports in the form that you want, which is sad for them. In terms of the other teams that could go, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing JDG at MSI. I mean, they're very good laners. JDG could, I mean, I don't think they're going to make a dent versus a Gen G is the problem. I think, yeah, maybe that's the problem. I don't think JDG ever make a dent versus like your top LCK team, sadly. I think that because they're all about laning, really. And I don't think they're good enough at laning to make a difference versus the LCK teams. Junja can be very cerebral, but, you know, I just think about him going up against, I don't know, some like Cuz from KT. That's going to be a mess. Maybe Xiaoxi can bully Perfect around a bit. Bit of a mess, yeah. Okay, well, you guys tell me in chat, who do you want to see going to MSI? I mean, BLG, I think, is a given, but who do you want to see go to MSI, assuming that BLG is going? BLG for Golden Road? I mean, if it happens, it will be legendary. I think if there's a Golden Road in this era, yeah. I think that'll be one of the greatest. That'll be the greatest achievement in League, I think, getting a golden road in this era. Okay, time for an ad break, folks. Well, I can wait until the MVP, and then we can do ad break after. Okay, and now we get to see who our MVP of the game is. Fungiway gets it on the Nautilus. Okay. I mean, he was really good on it, but I would have thought it'd be Tien. I'm surprised it's Fungiway. He was really good. He was, but I'm surprised it wasn't Tien. I think Tien was excellent. Oh, LCP is the first region on the new patch. That's huge. Can any of you give me a TLDR of why the new patch is so controversial? So Phase Rush is gone. It's replaced by Storm Raider's Surge, which effectively is like, it's not if you hit someone 3 times, you got to do something like 20% of someone's maximum HP to get Storm Raiders, to get the move speed. And then there's Death via Touch is back, so any ability damage you do leaves a burn on the enemy champion. Then there are new boots which give you Omnivamp, so there are Omnivamp boots now, which are what, Gluttonous Greaves or something like that. Then there's Static Shiv. New Static Shiv applies on hit to anything on the Chain Lightning. Voltaic Cycle Sword is now the best in slot lethality item, where basically if you hit a target with an energized attack, I think Opportunity's gone, but now if you hit someone with Voltaic Cycle Sword, you gain lethality for the next few seconds. And it also allows your abilities to apply on hit effects. So if you have Voltaic Cycle Sword plus Shiv, your abilities will apply Shiv, and it goes kind of crazy. So now there's some really BS kind of Varus builds where you can hit people with E and instantly proc stacks on them, which goes kind of crazy. So yeah, there are some like Shiv Voltaic Cycle Sword builds. AD LeBlanc is back. The problem with her is that her base damage has got completely shredded to allow for the, well, to kind of kill off that build. So I'm not sure that AD LeBlanc is back because she doesn't have any on hits either. It's really, really good for on hits though. So like Kai'Sa's probably really strong. Varus is strong. Yeah, but so a lot of that's changed. I don't know, and I think particularly Phase Rush being much less convenient now means that we might see mid lane meta heavy change, because Storm Raiders is just a worse version of Phase Rush. Weber for map 2. I think top esports looked like that. I think that it was just a blip on the radar. I think the run of form. Okay, not that long a break. Did I run out of votes? Yeah, I gotta run out of break, folks. Gotta run out of break. Whee. Slightly smaller. Sounds like there's going to be a goofy Kai'Sa insta-passive pop build. So the thing which happened with Shiv is that it wouldn't... So Shiv doesn't apply double on hit to the initial target anymore. So you do need to... So it won't be the instant pop thing, because the way it was coded on PBE, Shiv was applying the on hit to the first target twice. And obviously that was presumably not intended. Do you think with the new First Blood and Tower increased rewards, if you win the first 10 minutes, the game is effectively over because the losing team has fewer ways to claw back gold? Was it changed on this patch, Panzer? I need to change that. I need to look at the patch notes in that case. I didn't realize it was changed to that extent. I think it was? Okay, I will... I mean... Hang on, let me turn this on for this. Wait, I thought I turned that on.
是终极闪光 ，E 的是透光起点吧？ W 是许光屏的 ，OK。
All good, Will. All good.
150。Miko， 都亮起来吧。都亮起来吧。这个是台词吗？这是一款皮肤。那应该就是那个。 终极皮肤吧，就可以变色的。OK， 战斗学院。
Oh, that all looks
这个应该是
right.
魔法少女，这一看就是新手的，我记得有这个皮肤，但我忘记叫什么了。地狱伞兵 ，OK。大天使，行，记错了。大元术士 ，OK。这个不知道，别考我这么难的呀，换一点。有原皮吗 ？OK。不是这个很难，这不是太抽象了，你们看不出来，完全看色调很难看出来。 能不能跳过这个 ？OK， 太空绿豆。啊，可以，水袖嘛。第一感觉就是这个蓝色的做的非常好，看起来就是就是不知道游戏里就技能特效是什么样，就光看模型不好评价，模型是做的非常好。这个是第2款。哎呦，是真的。你会买吗？有能力的话我会支持一下的。拜拜拜拜。
Well, nice to have. It's nice to have those little. Even if you don't understand Mandarin, it's just nice to have a little bit to kind of like grasp onto what the players are, you know, their personalities are like. Because you can tell from tone of voice and stuff like that, right? Have I tried WASD yet? No, I haven't tried that. I don't know. I don't feel like I really want to. I really feel like I want to do WASD. I think I'm pretty happy doing it the way I've always done it and have muscle memory for. Should be back on stage soon. streamers when they run out of unranked to challenger content, unranked to challenger using WSD. I mean, that would be kind of banger. I mean, I can't lie, that is kind of banger. You can't, like, I mean, it is. Lux has the most skins in League? I don't think she has the most. I think she has, I think Misfortune does, no? Who do I think won the draft? We haven't had a draft yet. We haven't had the draft yet. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I think it's Misfortune who has the most. Yeah, I thought it was Misfortune or Annie. Annie has a lot too. Right, on the stage again, so pretty close to that. Anyways, I will tell you who I think's won the draft. I tend to do that anyway, right? Fun fact for Need for Power. Yeah, sure. Okay, so there are a bunch of games which, when they were on different regional variants on consoles, or on different consoles, ran into different settings. So for instance, Ratchet and Clank, some of the original games, this applied to Spyro as well, had a couple of different ways they could run based on whether you were on Japanese, American, European version. They had PAL, P-A-L, and I think it was... Is it NVENC? And they were... Yeah, anyway, PAL, and I think it was NVENC or something like that. And this severely affects speedrunning, because it changes the FPS that they run on and also changes load times. So PAL would run on a faster tick rate because it had a higher refresh rate, and it would allow certain actions to be completed quicker because they were determined in terms of frames. Let's get ourselves into draft, folks. All right, Top Esports Weibo, Top Esports, they've had a rough week. Let's get ourselves into draft. They had a good first game. Weibo got pretty demolished. Hung tried to roam around the map. They tried to use their globals. Didn't really work out the way they wanted. I will get hydrated, TFC. I appreciate that. And I will give you a compliment as well. I mean, all things aside, TFC, I do really appreciate the way that you went out to bat for me against those randoms on Reddit. Like, it was very kind of you to go out to bat for me. And I'd never ask you to do something like that, obviously, because that's brigading. But I do appreciate it. I do. I think strong sense of justice speaks well to you. So, Karma, first lock-in for Weibo, most likely here. Thinking about the Ezreal later. There's no Bard for Top Esports to take. For an Ezreal Bard lane. Thank you so much, Sam, for the coffee. Cool. So they will lock in the Ezreal anyway. You still need to take the Ezreal away from the Karma, but it's not like the Ezreal is paired up with a choice pairing. What happened on Reddit? Basically, some people who don't like me for reasons I'm not sure about, they keep posting like hate and misinformation as they do. It's a weird situation. There's literally like 2 accounts. Anyway, whatever. I'll talk about that some other time because we're into draft now anyway. But the Jarvan's locked in for Tien, one of his other iconic champions. And the Aurora locked in for Xiaohu. I mean, Aurora for Xiaohu has been one of his best champions too. It's not a bad lane. I mean, we'll see what he's up against. The Akali's gone. I don't think the Akali would have been too much of a problem anyway. Caitlyn for the Karma would replace the Ezreal in terms of lane dominance. We've seen this from Invictus Gaming. When they beat Weibo, they played the Caitlyn Karma. Now for support and bot side, Ezreal Seraphine has been okay. Ezreal Nico was more last year. It's definitely lane dominant. They lock it in. Seraphine would be more lane dominant, less explosive engaged later. Allows you to really combo in with the Jarvan, though. The Jarvan is a very good encore extender. Seraphine has a decent laning phase versus the Karma too. Karma still wins, but it's still competitive. Second round, top side not finished off for either team, so a jungler needed for Weibo, and presumably a top laner, although the Aurora could go there too. Top esports need a top and a mid laner. Shinzo away from JDG. What else do they want to take away from that? Maybe the Neferi. Could be the Lee Sin as well. Lee Sin's pretty good versus Jarvan, can hop out of the way of the combo. Gnar away from Suyan. Huh, well that means that Zika's not willing to counter the Gnar. Well, I mean, I guess it could be the Gnar last pick. We still got Renekton for top lane, still got Cassante, still got Sion if you want a true front to back. Oh, thank you so much, Getenshu. Appreciate you. It's very kind of you to say. Sion is banned away from Zuka, and I guess the Gnar ban away would have protected that tank pick. We still have Jace too. Jace has been very popular in LPL recently. I think it's been very popular in the LCK as well. Gives you that range advantage. Last ban for Weibo, presumably banning away another kind of like independent top laner that can win lane. Yeah, that Jace. There you go. Still have Cassante, still have... I mean, Yorick, you really need to know the matchup. I guess you just lock in your mid lane here. You could go Victor for Cream. That'd be fine. Well, do you want something that dives... Well, you need something that dives ahead with the Jarvan. Ahri's not bad here. Yeah, Ahri for Cream might be okay. Just have a diving mid laner that can join the engage. Not... Or you could go LeBlanc if you want lane dominance. Wow, they blind picked the Renekton instead. So they're not going to answer mid lane. Well, I guess the Aurora could be top lane. Zuka does play it. The Renekton is a losing lane versus the Aurora, but can play. 4-5 from Weibo. So you need a jungler. As we said, Neferi. Well, Neferi into Renekton doesn't feel great. Because you can get burst out just by the point and click of Renekton W. Can go Lee Sin. Similar issues. Skarner's more survivable. Benefits well from the Karma shields too. Last pick. Deciding whether the Aurora goes top lane or they blind pick another champion in mid lane. I think you keep the Aurora mid lane and you go for something like, I don't know, Jack's top lane. You know, Zuka did play that the other day. Didn't win with it, but it you know, they might go for that again. They've obviously been practicing the matchup somewhat. Okay, no, thinking about putting that Aurora top lane is in mid. So, well, that's why top esports locked in the Renekton. Realized that, yes, it's a somewhat losing matchup versus the Aurora. That means that we can blind pick towards the mid lane now too. Last pick for Cream here. You go towards the TF, that's a lot of point and click. Well, wouldn't be the highest damage, but that's what you got the rest of the team for. Just need something that can survive the Azir, activate some win condition for the rest of your team. Cream Yone again. Didn't look good versus anyone's legend. We'll need to look better here today. Right, draft's fully locked in. Lots of snap engage potential from top esports. Laning phase better for Weibo though. No, the Aurora controls top lane early. Mid lane is a bit mixed. Bot lane should be towards the Caitlyn Karma. I really like Seraphine Jarvan though. I really like Seraphine Jarvan, especially with the likes of the Yone flying over the top of it too. Technically it's an all AD comp, although Ezreal has some AP, has some magic damage thrown in there. Yone does as well. I think I still slightly prefer top esports because of the Seraphine Jarvan. But Weibo it's not a draft blowout. This is a competitive draft. Gonna put on a quick ad break, folks, so we don't get them in game. And let's get into it. I need to coach Fnatic. Hey, Grabs is a good coach. I don't know what the hell's going on internally there. Fnatic are obviously like they're shattering. I think that team won't last. I don't think they'll have the same team in summer. Not at this point. I think they've gone past the point of no return. I don't think that Fnatic will last. I think SK won't last either. I think both the teams from EU which lost to the ERL teams, I think they'll shatter. I don't think they can withstand that now. That kind of loss. All right, let's get into game. Here are the Gyos. Well, there are your Gyos. Top Esports a lot louder since they won that first game. Of course, probably quite a difficult scenario for their fans to see the loss streak that they just went on. Cream actually played this lane out versus Shanks, as we said. Shanks did very well to keep his lethal tempo up in lane versus him, to take some very hard trades versus the Yone. And then the things which ended up working very well in favor of Shanks was just that his jungle support came to his lane so often that the Yone couldn't survive early game. I've talked about this a lot during Yone games recently, but since he's coming back into meta, we'll repeat the point. Basically, Yone is not a laning phase champion. Yone does not have a good laning phase. If he does have a laning phase, that's a problem because he scales so well. It's the same problem with Azir. And if Azir has a good laning phase, then he gets to survive through to late game. One of the problems with Azir is that he's pretty much always had a good laning phase. It's been a problem. I think that Riot, I personally think, made a balancing mistake with Azir, giving him something to do at every part of the game, which is always relevant and always strong. JJ walking up towards top side, going to take away Gromp. Jarvan is invading into bot side, so Tien went for Wolves, invaded over to the other side of the map, was spotted on the way in. Do they know he's in bot jungle, they just don't know exactly where he is. They'll force the flash out. No, they don't actually. It's the heal instead. No red buff on Tien to have the continued slow. JJ gets another camp in top side. Oh, sorry, that's just his first one there. So he went 2 camps in his own side. He went red, Krugs, over to Gromp, and then over to Wolves. So he's taken 2 camps in the enemy jungle. Tien's done the same. He took blue buff and Gromp from there. Xiaohu trading well there, has his lethal tempo up. 3 camps away, though, by JJ. So he's going to be 1 camp stolen ahead of Tien. Now, that would be evened up by a double scuttle by Tien. I don't think he's going to have anything close to that, though. Zerka controlling this top side, good for him. Things have been somewhat even across mid lane and bot lane, in terms of CS anyway. Yone doesn't scale well, he just has a very strong mid game. That is so cap. That is so cap. Yone is one of the best scaling champions in the game. Champion is utterly absurd. But yeah, Yone has over time been pushed into having weak laning phase and a very, very strong late game as the game goes on. Tien's coming bot lane again. They still have flashes though. Hey, see me think it's 80 stream streak. That's crazy. Jumping onto bot side and catches Elk in the middle of his E, forcing the flash outs. Root from Hung's good, but Tien gets that summoner away from the Caitlyn. So Tien is behind a camp on the map, did get the bot scuttle, but manages to get summoners out of bot lane, and that's worth it itself. Elk and Hung are able to freeze the bot wave here. Flash Force doesn't quite get the root, gets it now. Doesn't get the move speed to get out of here, though. Gets fully rooted. Can you get the root onto the Skarner? No. Hung flashing forward. Trap doesn't land. The second one does. Jackalove comes through. The first blood goes to Elk, so a better play in bot side from Weibo. It does take summoners from them. Elk's still happy, though, to get that first kill. Feng Yue tried to force the wave in. Gets punished for overstaying. Maybe could have flashed earlier. I'm not sure. He managed to play the vision game very well on the whole. Tien jumping mid lane now, potentially. No, might just QE instead. No, he does get the knockup. All right, fair play. It's not bad for him. I'm confused which teams are most coin flipped. Weibo, Top Esports, DK, Fnatic, or KT. Well, KT this year haven't been that coin flip. I think they're very well coached, which really helps them. Weibo are insanely coin flip. Fnatic are just bad right now, so they're not really coin flip. Okay, are you talking over time or right now? Because, I mean, it's a very interesting conversation, you know. Once we ain't going topside. Tien is now going to gank, well, every lane now in this early game. Level 6, though, achieved by Zucker. We'll get that all together. Thank you so much, Sam.
You very much.
He's brought me somebody brought me my spaghetti. Sometimes there's a reference to that meme. And I'm just going to have to sit here and look at this longingly because I can't eat and cast at the same time. I've not quite unlocked that level of casting. Not sure many casters have, really. Or like, okay, technically I could eat and cast at the same time. It would just be bad casting. Dragon's going to decide a way, but and that'll be their first objective of the game. Oh, I'm going to get so hungry now. I like myself some bolognese. Tien doing his best to impact every lane at once. Scuttle, it's not going to be level 6 for either jungler, actually. Can JJ drag this away? No. Might have a fight for this, actually. JJ's not on the highest HP. Can he get there in time? No. Root lines onto Hung, who flashed earlier. No extra damage to come through. Half the HP, but lucky to be alive, honestly. Swian clearing out that wave. Did, of course, get the ultimate out of Zucker earlier with Tien going there, which is nice for him. Means that Swian can sit there and trade more confidently now. Jumping forwards, Cream. Wanting to ult in case the Emperor's Divide came through. It was Xiao who wins the mind game, so ult for none. This would actually get level 6 for Tien. So if he wins this, he does have the smite for it. He will get that level 6, can use that Cataclysm afterwards. Cream, jumping forwards, just use that ultimate. Tien is staying quite a long time for this. Who gets the smite? It is Tien who gets himself the dunk. Can't use it onto the Azir, really, who'd be able to shuffle him back in. And it's Fungway who's ended up getting punished for it. Xiao, who, though, will go down. Flash for it. And you know what? Mid lane for support. You take the mid laner every day. Jackalev's the one that even gets the kill with the ultimate. No, the Ezreal is the one that picked it up, so Jackalev very happy that he's now in the lead over Elk, who's down 10 CS. Jackalev gets that kill, he can recall. That's really, really good for top esports. On the other side, Xiao, who gets the kill himself, but he loses his flash, and he used his ultimate in the play, so Cream's happy because he can push in, get another wave, and hit the turret for a plate, presumably. Yeah, there you go. Plate fit. Well, not quite the plate, actually. Don't think so, anyway. One's off the turret, not two. A very soothing Summoner's Rift music for this season. They changed it. They changed it for the Noxian season. And changed it again for things. Where's Sam? Sam's got some plans later today, and it's a 3 series day. So we're trying to, because we're casting 5 days a week, and then Sam's also been casting in the evenings too. We're really running it quite close to the limit in terms of how much we're kind of available to do. So we're starting to do like solo cast a little bit more in LPL. Let's get Dash Forwards from Xiao, who doesn't have the ultimate backup. That's not a bad movement from him. Cream does have Flash, doesn't have the ultimate. And once again, everyone's just in Cream's lane. Flashes away from the root. That'll save him. Does he go forwards again for another knockup? No. But just bringing people to the lane of the Yone as he goes in for his E-trade is so important. Yone, if he just gets the E-trade with you, is really, really strong. If he has to back off on his E cooldown, it's a very long cooldown, and that's where most of his heavy trades come from. It means he loses a lot of his best trading potential, and you can force him to be more respectful and not get the leads in lane he wants. Double E, that might actually be a kill angle. Flash away. Yeah, he was afraid of that. Cataclysm was just coming back up. Hung's now, well, he has Flash, he has to blow it. So JJ and Hung both have to flash. Top esports have been doing, I think, a lot better in terms of jungle support this series, which is where Weibo, you know, last split particularly, that was one of their strongest points when they had Urha. I think that Hung has not really been able to provide that same value to Weibo. And I think that JJ suffered for it. Well, I mean, is it one or the other? You know, I think that obviously, you know, I can't blame everything on Hung, right? Now, while I think he's not been on great form, and I think he's had a bad split, you know, it's a chemistry thing, and I think that JJ and Hung work a lot less good than Urha and JJ. Yone goes Blade of the Rune first. Yeah, he always likes to go Blade of the Rune King. It really helps a lot of his trades. Swian tries to get the Dominus trade. Not great from him, though. I mean, he's keeping okay in terms of CS. Allows him to clear through the wave. Did he just miss that cannon? He did. Ah, sucks. -1. Oh, hang on, there's a lot of... He can just jump forwards and almost kill him there. Barrier used flashing away from the Q. Not bad. Jackie Love has himself a little bit extra damage. One more Q will do it. Elk got the dip. Duck, dive, and dodge. And he's got the ultimate solo kill for Elk against the legendary Jackie Love. That was an insane AD carry 1v1. I mean, Elk, massive kill for him. Jacklove, I was almost certain he was going to get that last kill. Couldn't get that Q to connect to the last points. Elk stomping the authority. I mean, Jackalove's had a great split, but Elk 2-0 now on the board. Jackalove losing the 1v1 unexpectedly. Of course, he didn't have the extra summoner. He has teleport to get him back to lane. Recall coming through from the mid lane for Xiaohu. Cream trying to look for it. Can he find it with a W? Oh, he can. So he does stop the recall from Xiaohu. Dragon's alive. Ezreal can teleport back out onto the map. So, end of the day, even though he loses the 1v1, could be a lot worse in terms of the macro from Top Esports. Starting up this Dragon now. JJ over the wall. Doesn't have flash, but he does have his ability to tunnel on forwards. And he has his ultimate. If he gets TN, well, that's a problem. Well, Smite lands onto Elg, and he doesn't have summoners. The wall stun's not bad. Might end up trading a 1-for-1 here. Jackalove has the lethal tempo stack. JJ gets both of them in the ultimate. Does it help him? Yes, it does, actually. Jackalove needs to jump forwards. Doesn't have it on cooldown. Not enough levels in that yet. So there's no kills, despite the damage going over. Dragon to Top Esports. Going to the replay here again. Here's the 1v1. How close is this? Jackalove hits a lot of skill shots, and it allows him to go forwards. Flashes out of the queue, and that gives him the winning angle. Last Q misses though. Elk flashes for an auto, and he realizes, look, if I can just escape the next shot, I've got ult. Minions come in for the assist. Elk outplays Jackie Love. Tien does have flash, needs to use it. Caitlyn ult have brought them very low there, and indeed it does. Xiaohu uses the Q to bring the soldiers back to Cream's return landing point. Stops the recall again there. Say again for the first time. Weibo's composition is so strong. Yeah, I think it is, but on the other side, you do have Jarvan Seraphine, which is a really good ult extender. I mean, they are a full physical damage team. Is going to hurt them at some point, even with Jackalove having a decent amount of magic damage. I suppose for a lot of the team, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be building, like, physical boots on Azir very often, although in this game I wonder whether you should. I almost wonder whether Caitlyn should go for them too. Double camping is JJ here. Trying to walk over towards those crows, and he does end up getting the smite. TM will steal some of the small ones though. Hung into bot side. Jackalove, did he use his E? No. Hung flashing forwards. Can they get in range for the trap? It's pretty close to it. No. So he flashes, doesn't get that much forward. JJ is just going to ult through the wall top side. That's how the Cataclysm works. Cream gets the ult comboed onto Suyans, and they will get themselves one kill from top side, just not onto the Scorpion. Jackalove backed off in bot side, survived by using his E. Used that ult to clip the wave, it looks like. He's actually going to rotate through to mid lane now. Suyan, I guess, will take up, or someone's going to have to rotate and go bot side. Cream and Suyan wailing on top side. They have themselves 3 grubs. That'll help them with the tower push. Xiaohu has flash, has ult, and good damage onto the Ezreal there. E taps from the Seraphine. Ult coming through. The Encore goes over the top of it, though. The Emperor may divide, but what's the great unifier? Baby, it's music. Feng Yue gets the ult over the top of it. Azir, not so hot in the charts. Top lane turret taken down. That'll be the first turret of the game. Weibo still pushing in bot side. There's no Cataclysm from Tien. Oh, pretty strong here. Gets him onto the trap. Nasty there. Does avoid the Q there, but the EQ himself. Flag drags. You can do that while you're rooted. Elk really trying to hit those extra Qs there. Tien and his 5,500th assist within the LPL. He's been around for a while. He has teleport from the Renekton. Teleport spotted out though. That'll go straight onto the trap. Cream and Suyan playing a little bit like LNG23 here, where you play both solo laners in a single lane, look for a power play, blow open that side of the map, and then you go back to a 1-3-1. I actually think Xiaohu's been fine. Look, I think Xiaohu's been fine. I think last game on the Rise, he was largely okay. No, he did quite well in laning phase versus Cream. This game, he's been doing fine in lane versus Cream as well. You know, that one play there, just caught out by a rotation. He does ult the 2 away. It's just the Encore comes after. I don't think Xiaohu's been the main problem with Weibo, actually. I think their main problem is that they used to have very good jungle support, and now they don't in terms of synergy. And I think they was a lot better with Urha. I think it was a lot better with Urha. I don't think it's fallen off now. Jackie is 3 kills deep. Yeah, Sam, go scroll back, Sam. If you're watching on YouTube, I know you're watching on Twitch right now, go watch the AD carry 1v1. Fucking insane. Sorry, I try not to swear on broadcast anymore because some people don't like it. And I understand that. It's okay. Elk ended up getting a solo kill versus Jackie Love, but it was really, really close. Like 1 auto attack in it. Crazy stuff. Yeah, one of the best 1v1s I've seen all split, Sam. Fantastic. Oh, that's one you want to clip and ship. Tien jumping into bot side, stops the recall from Hung. He doesn't have a flash. Ezreal ult's not on target. Won't have a way out of the Cataclysm, though. Tien finds the recalling bot lane, gets a freebie. Put a Euro in the swear jar? Sure, okay. Right. Jumping towards mid lane. They can drag him onto the trap, but no, doesn't quite work. Takes a little while to arm. They use the Impale. Don't quite get the Renekton onto it, though. Trap not armed in time. Hey, Parky, good to see you. Dragon over to the side of top east. What's 2 dragons to 1 now? 2,000 gold ahead. Tien's had a great series today. I don't think he was fantastic versus anyone's legend or Weibo the first time around. I don't think he was, like, exceptionally bad. I just think that for once he wasn't controlling the rift. Jackalove's been in great form too today. You know, his team fights in game 1, his laning phase in game 2 has been really, really good. No, not many. Jackalove's not normally an AD carry I see working well on weak side. Not all the time, but I think today he has. Now, outplayed the dive in game 1. What do you mean there's a brothers command in chat now, huh? Yeah, I mean, Moobot updates. I did say, look, mods can edit it if they want. I mean, and they have done. I mean, have fun with it, I guess. Just don't put anything which is like, you know, gonna get me in trouble. You know? Herald started from top esports. Weibo, they've really struggled to make good proactive plays, haven't they? They, game 1, they did quite well with their globals. Kind of writes the composition, kind of writes itself on the tin. Oh, gets the knockup, gets the ult afterwards. That's going to be over half their HP. Bloody hell, it's almost a full kill. They're trying to get the CC back. The E-pop will do a decent amount back onto him. But in a 1v3, Cream very nearly takes down Hell, gets his flash and his barrier. Good combo from the Yone. Wait. Mid lane turret will go down. 3rd turret to just the 1 of Weibo. Swiat ignores the Aurora and just goes and hits the tower anyway. Herald in mid lane. Might even be an extra turret on top of that. Wallstone's not bad. We'll drag him again. Can he get him over the traps this time? No! The turrets don't even aggro onto Tien. Caitlyn ult will go into the back of Caitlyn instead. Circa W's has his ult available, looking for a burst. Yet to really get involved in the game, but he's going to get CC'd pretty nastily there. Ease goes back into the wall, has a flash, and will get himself over multiple bits of terrain there. Cream, no ultimate now, goes straight onto the Karma. Very nearly kills them too. Cream Yone. Bloody hell, I mean, Jackalope just kills Aurora on the other side of the fight. Cream Yone used to be one of his specialties. Haven't seen the best signs of it in the last split. Jackalope, though. This Ezreal has been superb. Jackalope hits the 2 item mark and just goes ballistic. Going towards the Shojin 3rd. So we'll watch this again. Look, JJ's been trying to drag people through the traps, and then the Encore, of course, makes him walk towards you, so he can't do that. Zuka has a deep teleport, thinks he can get a burst onto the overextension. Can't quite get that. Hang on, this might be a play. Xiaohu's ult doesn't connect. A very good flash from Cream. He's now melee range with the E running. The Azir will die. Hung will die too. Weibo have been reduced to playing for desperation bush baits. And it doesn't work out. Xiaohu, I don't think this game is his fault. And top esports have responded very well to the Azir's aggressive plays. Potential jump over the wall. Jackalope, does he still have his E? Yeah, he does. JJ could flash for the ultimate. Doesn't want to there, though. Turret going low. Seraphine double up ability goes wide as the Ezreal too. Ult into the back of Jackie. Doesn't have any sustain really on this build. It does have a single Ocean Dragon, which will help him a bit. Forget about that. Single Ocean Dragon does give you a tiny bit of regen. It used to be the point where if you'd stack some early... remember back when it was like Dragon 2, when it was like the second dragon you took was effectively the modern Ocean Dragon? That was when things would get crazy because you regen health and mana at the same time. That went kind of crazy. JDG going forwards onto Swim. Does have that ultimate again. Doesn't really... I don't think there's enough damage behind the Impale. Elk's been trying to get ahead, dude. Does have the 2 items of the Storm Razor and the Infedge. He's not weak. Anakin, I'm so weak. Unlimited power. Gotta get like 1 Star Wars reference in there a day, otherwise, you know, I feel like I failed at something. Do it. Trade of towers, inner tower for outer tower. Weibo don't have objective bounties yet somehow, despite being a dragon and 5k down. Surprised at that.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Mid lane inner turret. I mean, top east will just have so much extra chip damage on these towers. So much easier for them to walk up and take them with the 3 grubs as well. They did so much of that chip damage beforehand, as we were saying. Dragon's alive. That'll be the 3rd one for top esports, threatening that soul later. Very controlled from top esports. The early games in particular, though, have been where they've improved from the last week. I mean, their compositions are a little easier to play. I think that versus Weibo and Anyone's Legend. I think particularly Anyone's Legend, their compositions were... They have flaws in them where they would play just for hyper laning phase and get outscaled. Now I think that the early games have been better. I think the compositions have been better too. Hey Nami, how's it going? I saw you hit Masters, by the way. Congratulations. Saw some very cool Akali plays, making Knight proud. Yeah, I know. I mean, for those of you in other chats, someone in Twitch chat saying that it's seeing Weibo and especially Elk be 3-7 in LPL is heartbreaking. I think particularly after you've seen the amount of work which Elk has put into. Elk has really tried to make a difference here on Weibo. I think he has still been one of the best LPL AD carries. I think JJ, I mean, he's been more hit and miss, but I think the problem with JJ, because I think also he's another player which I feel very bad for, I think he's shown those flashes of brilliance, but because the team is just so far behind in other roles, it's very hard for him to have a platform. Cream doesn't even use his E for... Oh, he does use his E for that, I just didn't see it. Charged up that Q, got a good damage onto the Skarner. Blade obviously helps. JJ, can he flash steal? I think they're looking for a Baron steal. That's about it. JJ's quite far away right now. Tsuyan charging up with the Dominus. Tien goes in and they just dunk Elk. And the antlers are ripped off. Elk is roadkill. Tien goes forward. The Emperor's Divide. It's not bad. It's not bad, but the maths is not checking out for them today. They needed a multiplier, not a divide. Jackulov just keeps getting the damage down. Tien, an incredible job in game from him. Much like his Vi in the last game, he has been everywhere. Tien has been quite clearly my player of the series. What a wonderful series from the veteran jungler of top esports. They'll go back to the Baron. It'll be taken easily. Fungyue, the only casualty of that last fight for top esports in way, but they've just not been able to walk up and fight. You know, when it comes to the 5v5s, they really need like the solo laners to be disruptive and be bursty. Elk is away from the rest of his teammates. I'm not sure he had flash. I think it was coming up in a second. They timed that flash very well if it was the case. I suppose you don't want to be stuck as a clump. You can't be stuck as a clump into Jarvan and Seraphine. You can't be. So you understand why Elk was positioned like that, even though it's atypical from a Caitlyn. They find him anyway, though. It does feel bad for Weibo. It does. World finalists 23, world semi-finalists the year after, only losing to BLG on their run to finals. Weibo are a household name in LPL. For better and for worse sometimes. Weibo, they are consistently inconsistent. Sadly, in this situation, it feels like Weibo are just floundering. They are a flawed team. potential bait from Fog of War. Here comes JJ again. He's really trying to sideswipe them. Does have the ultimate. Disengaged from them, and actually significant damage onto him. And Zuka, it's not like he's doing that much to Jackalov on the other side either. Now the top lane Aurora, it's not really achieved that much. 0 and 3 for Zuka. Not the easiest time for him. Him and Hung, LNG 23. They were two of their best players enrolled within the LPL. Jackalov, does he eat backwards? Yes, he does. Here comes the Aurora. They get the encore out, but now suddenly the Skarner is front and center of the team fight, pulls out the Impale. It might be a jungle for jungle trade. Tien is surviving a pretty long time, but here comes the Renekton, and Suyan shreds a couple. The Aurora, well, not sure this is really your home ground. Just about makes it out for now until Cream pulls the ultimate. And their fate is sealed. 2 for 1. Top Esports still have the Baron buff active. They'll walk forwards with the aggressive Renekton. E lands from the Seraphine. It's not the full route. It'll just be the slow. Top Esports, they lose their jungler for the first time this game, but it doesn't feel like they care that much. Shieldbow will tank up the towers for Cream. 2 inhibitors down. Weibo won't lose here, but with the 2 inhibs down and a dragon spawning in 30 seconds, it feels like this is just about the same. He's on a ward there. Oh, Jackalov. He's caught on the recall. Has good damage. He just what did Jackalov just do? He just jumps over and annihilates Hung in the 1v3. Teleport back in. Jackalov turns recalling onto a ward into a 1 for Top Esports. JJ goes down. Hung goes down. And in any other world, that loses you the game because you're recalling just before an objective spawns. Turns it up into an instant kill onto Hung. JJ dies afterwards. Top Esports will now have an uncontested Ocean Soul. Jackalov, what a wonderful game from him on the Ezreal. Elk has the fire cannon now, but in Dragon's gone. That's Ocean Soul. How the hell do you kill Suyan and Tien in good timing now? And of course, this is another interaction which you should probably know about. If you die and are being resurrected by Guardian Angel, you still benefit from Ocean Soul if you've done damage before. So while you are in GA, you come out with more HP than you would do otherwise because the Ocean Soul will give you that regen. It is disgusting. I'm not sure it's particularly fair, but that's just the way the soul works. With things like the shield bow, with things like, you know, the Sterex for Suyan as well, the more they survive, the more time they get to use the Ocean Soul as well. If you're in very squishy games, Ocean Soul doesn't feel powerful because you die before the regen takes effect. The longer you stay alive, the longer you have regen working on you, the better the Ocean Soul is. Defensive items works very, very well with this soul. Weibo trying to cling on to their last inhibitor. There's no Baron this time. Thanks for the follow, really appreciate it. And anyone else who wants to drop a follow does make a difference to us. Cream jump big forwards, doesn't land the ultimate. Elk doesn't need the flash for that, just missed position on the ultimate. Tower goes down, encore goes right the way across a global tour. Extended 3 times, the encore went crazy. Well, they asked for more. Cook and roar with the Top Esports boys. Inhib goes down. Azir dead. 5 members alive from Top Esports, and no, it's not quite Linkin Park Jay-Z's Collision Course album, but hey, I'll take this one for entertainment for today. Weibo, I don't think they can defend their Nexus. It's a good stun on Tien at the turret. They take another down, but the towers are falling. Suyan doesn't really care for this. Both towers go down. Cream walks forwards. Again, another knock-up, another Q, another death. Weibo, there are 3 people defending against 4. Make that 2, and soon to be 1 as JJ doesn't look healthy either. Even on the Nexus, the Aurora doesn't feel safe. A triple for Jackalov, who has had an incredible series today. 10 and 2 in this second game. Top Esports get revenge from the 2-0 they suffered just this week to the very same team. That is one way to break your losing streak. We were worried about Top Esports. Their early game didn't look good. The way that they were playing the lanes didn't look fantastic either. Wait, Tarzan was... Oh, the LNG 21? Yes, Tarzan was on LNG 21. Yeah, thought you were talking about LNG 23, and it was like the Scout Tarzan roster at 23. That got limited by T1 in quarterfinals. Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. If you don't know who I am, my name's Nymaera. I've been casting LPL for a number of years now, and I really enjoy bringing these games to you. And I hope you're enjoying this coverage of the 3 series day here. It's like our Super Saturday. Yeah, Fungoy is huge. He's my height, 6'5". LNG 24, Tarzan Scout Gala. LNG 24 was a very sad time. Yeah. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the gift subs, Parky, as well. 10 gift bomb from Parky. And again, folks, if you're sat there watching this and you're enjoying yourself, please think about giving something back to the community. Even if you're just here, it makes a difference. If there are moments which you've enjoyed, please think about clipping them and putting them on stuff like Twitter and Reddit. It does make a difference. I appreciate everyone who stops in here. Now, I've got some food to eat, so I'm going to turn camera off and let you sit with the highlights. And I'm going to have myself some lovely spaghetti. So I'm going to have that. It's in a Nya bowl. This is typically the bowl I save for Angie, but don't tell Angie I'm eating out of a bowl. Okay, right. I'm going to go eat food. I'm going to leave you the highlights. I'll be here chatting, but you know, just know that I'm enjoying bolognese rather than watching it very intently. You know how it goes. Anyway, thanks for the likes and the follows and the subscribes. Really makes a difference. If you're enjoying yourselves, please think about, like I said, clipping, giving gift subs. It does make a huge difference. Thank you so much for the bits, Mushi. Really appreciate you. Wait, LPL mukbang casting stream 1? I mean, if there's a market for it, you know, if people would enjoy that, I'm not saying no. And here are the post-game stats. Well, Jacula did some bits. That is well over 1,000 DPM. That is kind of crazy. Forgot who got caster. The caster got LPL English Caster of the Year 22. I think 22 is Munchables. Thank you. Another 5 gift bomb. You're so kind, Parky. Genuinely, you're so kind. Hey, you hit satellite as well. Nice. I think 23 was Hysterics got English Caster of the Year or Overseas Caster of the Year. 22 was, I think, either Munchables or Lyric. One of the two. Dude, I miss working with Lyric so much. Lyric is such a cool guy. I need to just invent a reason to have some content with Lyric and Munch. But really appreciate it, Parky. Thank you so much. So we're going to have an interview on stage soon. And then, to be honest, I was thinking Tien was my player of the series. I actually wonder if it's Jackie Love now. Jackie Love was... I mean, it's pretty close between those two. They were very, very good. All right, should have the on-stage interview, so I'm going to leave you with that for a second.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是夏安，让我们恭喜滔博获得本场比赛的胜利，为大家邀请到辅助选手风月来接受采访，跟召唤师们打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是滔博的辅助选手风月。
哇，真的 恭喜你们，而且真的站在身旁才能感觉到真的好高啊！恭喜你们今天面对到 WBG 成功完成了复仇，可能之前队伍也说一些沟通啊或者边线是出现一些问题的，那你觉得今天整个团队方面做得好的部分会是什么呢？
我觉得今天特别做得好的部分就是我们的边线我们都玩得特别统一，然后资源团前我们对于打野指令的执行也特别的到位，再加上我们教练今天阵容选得很好，然后就很快的赢下来了。
哎，真的夸了所有的人。那你说到资源团，我们也聊一下第一局，因为我觉得很重要的一波是先锋团，当时你们非常漂亮的让小田抢到了先锋，团战也大获全胜。那一波大家是怎么样来考虑的呢？
首先我们在前一个回合结束之后就沟通了说，就对方的战力应该不足以支持他们去吃下那个先锋，所以说就说了他们如果吃先锋，我们就要踢过来打。然后天神的惩戒也是特别给力，然后惩下来之后我们也打赢了团战，然后这就是那波大概的沟通。
而且不光他的惩戒非常给力，也想夸夸你的泰坦，今天泰坦打得好不好？这一赛段第一个 MVP， 我们感觉很多波你真的是神钩出手，所以拿到泰坦拿到这个硬服，你的一些思路会是怎么样的呢？
其实那把来说，就是更多的是承担节奏的发动机吧，因为我们下路是打了主动的那一边，然后我们要围绕下路的优势去控龙，然后我们也达到了这个效果，对。
确实非常完美的完成了属于你们的任务。那其实来到第二局，感觉前期 WBG 是有一点小小的优势，但是十几分钟来到转线期，你们几波节奏就把整个的让胜利的天平向你们倾斜。和我们聊一下你们中期的一些思路或者关注的重点吧。
对，我们中期关注的重点就首先肯定是转线嘛，然后那波坚哥指挥的也特别好，就是说我们一起上去，然后上去之后让博哥来中，然后博哥也就动得很快，然后在中路我们结束回合的时候刚好看到对方有一个沙皇在塔前中，然后我们就找到了机会。对，我觉得这个是关键嘛，就哥哥们指挥的好。
哎，哥哥们指挥的好，也是非常敏锐的捕捉到了那个机会。我们感觉现在的滔博好像有一种老练和冲劲儿并存的感觉。其实队内的构成也是有很多非常老练的，有非常多大赛经验的选手，也有像你们或者说最安这样的一些 LPL 的新鲜血液。你会怎么看待现在滔博这个大家庭，大家的一些化学反应呢？
我们大家的化学反应，我觉得说详细一点，就是我们上辅作为新人来说，都是有特别多自我想法的那种选手，然后而中野辅在这个过程中都给我们一些特别好的建议，然后以及说就告诉我们不要哪里也是不好的，然后我们不要
he's not 190, he's 195. This guy's 6'5",
就可以让我们稳步的进步
not
下
like
去，然后我们在一起
195.
提升队伍的上限。
真的是互相的托举，然后互相的进步。而且我还记得之前采访的时候也有问到，比如说和阿水一起对线的一些感受，你真的用了什么耐心、温柔、爽，好多正面的词汇。而且我们也能感觉到和他，包括说和其他的队员相处之后，你的一些进步。你觉得打到目前为止，整个团队，包括特别是你也提到反复到波哥，给到你怎么样的一些帮助或者说一些指导呢？
就首先给我最重要的东西就是打通心理的安全感嘛，因为他不管什么时候他都跟我们新人说，就是说没事别怕，就放心操作，然后放心打，就让我们去做自己的判断，而不是说有时候我们新人判断做得不好的时候，就说你下次不要做判断。他每次都鼓励我们就是勇敢做出自己的判断，我觉得这是最重要的，就给了我们特别大的支持跟鼓励吧。对，我觉得这对于新人而言最重要的东西。
确实能够给你们更广阔的天地，去不断的尝试，不断的试错，不断的去进步，一起变得更好。而且我也想聊聊你，因为之前采访你说过一句话，让大家印象都很深，就是你想要证明 LPL 是有未来的 ，LPL 是有新人的。所以当你能够站在 LPL 的舞台之上，你觉得你身上有承担着怎样的一些责任吗？
我觉得我就还是承担着让大家就真的感觉到我们 LPL 还有特别多新鲜血液吧。因为这句话本来其实我在德杯打完的时候就想说了，因为在那个时候其实我们成绩不太好，但还好我们德杯那个时候滔博的阵容就大家现在都来到 LPL 了，就包括最安、尼亚，对吧？我觉得昨天他们也赢下了比赛，所以就希望我们能一起向大家看到，就是我们 LPL 有非常多的新鲜血液吧。我觉得这是我身上最重的担子，这也是我想证明的事情。
是的，而且我相信，虽然这个成长的道路可能并非一帆风顺，但是我相信在所有团队大家一起帮助和努力之下，你们一定会绽放属于更大的属于你们的光芒。而且因为队里也有很多的现在 LPL 的中流砥柱嘛，所以如果让你设想一下，可能在 LPL 的赛场上征战几年之后，你希望未来的大家会看待这个风月选手的时候，会怎么样去形容你？你想要成为怎样的一名选手呢？
首先是我们这一批就是05后的职业选手，绝大部分都是受 S8、S9 夺冠的影响嘛。然后我觉得其实我在前几年的时候，我刷到他们以前的一些剪辑，我还会就是感动到热泪盈眶。就我想成为一个能像波哥、天神，然后像以前的那种选手那样，能给大家留下特别多宝贵美好的瞬间的那种选手吧。然后也希望能以此能影响到后来的选手加入我们这个大家庭吧。
热血不灭。让我们再一次把掌声送给风月，好不好？我们永远会为你们这样的真诚而动容，也希望正如你所说啊，无论是在生活中还是在游戏内，都能成为真正的带领滔博的那个高人。那最后我们要稍微问一点有趣的一个问题了，因为最近啊也看到，Vampire 选手他有说，如果下次遇到风月的时候，我要狠狠踢你的屁股。那下一场就要面对到他了，有什么话想回应吗？
就感觉他说实话贼挺硬的吧，感觉实力感觉有点软，说实话。
好，那我们就下一场赛场见真章，好不好？再一次的恭喜你们，也感谢风月选手来接受我们的采访。接下来把画面给到解说席。
Hey, cool to hear from Fungway. So now we should get player of the game and player of the series as well. So that'll be cool. But yeah, I saw like, wow, like 190. He's actually 195. He's actually even taller than that somehow. He's, again, I said like, oh, somehow. Like, he is literally my height, so I shouldn't be so surprised, I suppose. There are people out there our height, I suppose. And player of the game was Tien. He was really good. And in terms of player of the series, guess pretty close between Tien, Jack11, and Feng Yue too. Actually, all three of them were really good. Yeah, solo lanes weren't bad today, but really the focus was on the rest of them. Who's my third best player to ever play League? Oh god. Oh, that's a hard question. That is a hard question. I shouldn't stereotype, but I love the image of a 6.5 hunk smurfing on Seraphine. It is quite a funny image, right? I did actually also think that in terms of like all the stereotypes for support players, Fengyo is definitely breaking the mold there, which I think is good. Player of the match is Tien. He was really good. He probably is the person I vote for across both games. I thought he was actually a little bit unfortunate not to get in game 1 too. Is it weird seeing Feng Yue performing super well considering he was on the chopping block last split and Suyan and Tien and Jackie come back? Do you think 369 may share time on the roster? Okay, so I don't know who you were talking to in terms of like being on the chopping block. I was actually not one of those people. I think if people were saying that Feng Yue was on the chopping block from last split, I think they were wrong. If you were listening on my stream, I was really quite positive on Fengyue. He was a rookie player who I thought was probably the best Poppy support in the league. He was actually having decent performances, even against, you know, Ascend teams. Like, Jatchi and Fengyue were not good in lane a lot of the time, but he was actually a very good player of stuff like the Poppy. And I think that is, like, Seraphine has ended up being very good too. So I was actually of the opinion that Fengyue should be given more time. I thought that Fengyue was rookie of the split last split. I thought he was really good. So, I suppose from other people's perspectives, they might find it quite strange. I was actually very high on him already, and I was actually quite positive on him. So we had a different opinion over here on this stream, which I appreciate is not the opinion of everyone. I do appreciate that, but yeah, I think it's a very different set of opinions, right? This is one of the things about LPL being so split across different teams, different streams rather. It's actually quite hard to get consistent opinions between what everyone thinks. Yeah, Hung's on the chopping block. He really is. I'm very surprised that he made it through to this point, really.
Let's go. Yeah. 刷！
一天一天贴近你的心，你开心，我关心。当当 ，LPL 国风日堂堂来袭，我是 LPL 的特派员夏安。听说西安主场又有大动作，和我一起一探究竟吧。
Diablo. Oh wait, the Diablo fiasco? I mean, what do you do as a team? Like, clearly the stuff which had happened wasn't... It was in a long history of things. Oh, not a long history, but it was presumably within a history of things.
听说在这里还能下五子棋，谁赢了还能拿战队专属吧唧，我志在必得。虽然我输了，但相信你们可以把他们带回家，加油 ！MVP 收割机堂堂来袭，希望大家心愿都能实现，主队都能赢比赛。现场真的活动多多，你也来参与一下吧！五一快乐！接下来我将担任李宁的限时1日店长。昨天吃了2瓶，谢谢，拜拜。好，谢谢。欢乐不打烊，接下来进入到非常有趣的随机问答环节。队伍里谁是最大方的？为什么？
嘎啦，因为他都会请我们吃饭。
嘎子，应该是我吧。
他那个时候有问你什么时候能请我吃饭？
今天赢了就请他吃饭。
Monkey，我觉得是我吧。
其实我们这个也没有什么请客这个说法吧，就是感觉我比较大方一点。
想一下，好像就是我吧。
胡哥。
为什么？
就他经常会点东西给我们吃吧。
那最自恋的人是谁呢？
就我比较自恋。
感觉都有点吧。
都有点。
可能是我吧，我比较自恋一点。不，就他喷香水。
哦。
应该是小灿。有一次我看到他，然后拿着手机，然后发现开着相机，然后照着自己的脸。
被我们抓到了。
小吉。
他说是你。
绝对是小吉，因为我一老看到他自己在那照镜子。小灿吧，感觉他游戏内就挺自恋，感觉没有特别自恋的吧。
哦。
Okay, now on to our last series of the day. So, Anyone's Legend, Invictus Gaming. Now, to be honest, Invictus Gaming, despite the fact that Nia has joined the roster, I don't think it's going to save them today, folks. I think that they have some issues in mid and late game, which is going to be, yeah. I think that there are issues with him. With them as a team. I think that they had some bad engages in games 1 and 2 of their series versus Weibo. No, they won their first series since week 2, which is definitely good for them. They got their first game win, I think it was, since like week 3. Now, IG definitely not at the level of WE, but not strong at all. Is League the most popular esport in China? No, I think Honor of Kings is more popular now. Yeah, I think Honor of Kings is bigger. It's a mobile MOBA, so it's basically like League of Legends but mobile. And it seems to be like, and Honor of Kings, like, China's very successful in that right now. And yeah, basically mobile games are huge, just absolutely insane. You know that China loves badminton, table tennis, and league? They like a whole lot of stuff out there. I mean, China's good at gymnastics too in terms of Olympic sports. Alright, let's get introduce our rosters here. Anyone's Legend, you know him, you love him, you know him from 2025. Have been on an uptick in form. They've been struggling before this last week, but then they've managed to climb up towards top 2. They're tied second, or at least they were before Top Esports win just before. Currently on 6 and 3. If they win today, they actually draw level first with BLG, who are at 7 wins. Top Esports have done the same, of course. This is their most picked champions. Anyone's Legend, loving their front to back of Sion Azir. The Ezreal Bard allows them to kind of play towards like safe bot lane, but not the lane dominance that other teams do. Hey, Montes, good to see you. How was Series 1? Well, we've had 2 series, Montes. We've had 2 series. It's a 3 series day, so we had a pretty fun back and forth where WE got their first game win. So WE took a game off of JDG. JDG then smashed them afterwards, but no, WE took a game versus their old support Vampire. The first team to give up a game to WE is JDG. Very surprising. And then Series 2, we had a pretty one-sided affair of Anyone's Legend just kind of out-team fighting and out-early gaming Weibo. I think Weibo need to make changes. I think at this point, Weibo need to make changes. I just don't see how that team, like, makes it through this rough patch. Who does Weibo change for summer? I think they change support. I think particularly support's the big one, because just the chemistry isn't there. The chemistry just isn't there. I think they need to change support. I think that they were so good in jungle support in Split 1 comparative to many other recent games.
为大家请到 AL 的辅助选手 Kale， 欢迎你跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AL 的辅助 Kale。
那现在也来到了第2轮了嘛？第2轮想要和哥哥们一起为大家展现出怎样的一支 AL 呢？
또 다 같이 그냥 좀 합이 좋은 것 같아가지고 되게 잘 성적이 좀 좋게 나왔던 것 같아요.
那我觉得我们整个的一个配合的默契也是不断的持续增长，所以说如果继续保持下的话，你也能在未来有更好的一个发挥。那与此同时，我们确实觉得现在整个队伍因为在连胜当中，现在大家做得好的部分会是什么呢？
일단 팀원들끼리 좀 소통이나 플레이 면적에서 좀 많이 잘 합이 좀 많이 되게 좋은 것 같아가지고 네.
那我觉得我们在游戏内，无论是沟通方面，还是我们实际的一些操作方面，好像大家整体的一个配合默契都更好了，所以说可能是这一部分吧。好的，谢谢你的分享，赛场见。同时为大家邀请到 IG 的打野选手威跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 IG 打野小威。
那其实今天面对到 AL， 他们的野辅节奏也是对面的一个关键，觉得需要小心哪些部分呢？
就是要小心他如果有主动权的时候进攻野区。 然后以及抓单的一些机会。
那其实昨天终结连败之后，相信对于整个队伍的士气也是不小的提升。对于第2轮接下来的比赛有什么样的期待呢？
第2轮的话，就希望我们能延续就是昨天比赛的状态吧，然后呢越打越好。
好的，赛场见。
Pre-match interview with our 2 players there. WE trade for Urha back with WE. I don't know. I mean, doing a straight trade like that can't be good for the mental of either team. Being like, well, we've wasted like a split or half a split doing this. Oh well. So, Annual's Legend IG. Where's this game going to come down to? I mean, basically, can Nia stand up to Shanks? Can he just have like an okay game? You know, my worry is that he might just get kind of like trodden over really, because Shanks was on really good form versus Toppies. Well, game 1 he wasn't great, then game 2 he was really good. So my worry is that Nia faces a similar fate to Renard, and Renard just really struggled in laning phase versus most of our top tier mid laners. And then the mid game for IG needs to be a lot cleaner than it was despite them showing some look. I think that Wei was really good. I saw a post-match thread comment saying like, oh, Wei might be the most hit or miss jungler ever, and I'm like, I know it's a hyperbole, right? I don't think you can really call Wei hit or miss based off of this split, because he was playing without a mid laner. Basically, Renard was just not it. He was playing without a mid laner, and it meant that he didn't have a platform to play off of. You know, we can make that, we can have that kind of some conversation again once he gets like a mid laner that can actually compete at this level. Anyway, it's probably the biggest point here is what's going to happen in mid lane really. Okay, on to stage we go. I believe we've got 3 series all in Xi'an today. There we go.
Invictus Gaming.
IG first out onto the stage. They'll be led out by Mako. What a player he is. I know we say it every time, but it's worth saying every time. He's that good.
Anyone's Legend.
And on the other side, Anyone's Legend, the best LPL team of 2025, fallen on harder times this year, but making their way back into form. Last series, it looks like Kyle had his best level of form that we've seen for a long time. That is oh so important. When Anyone's Legend are at their best is when Tarzan and Kyle are at their best. Not that they don't have important players elsewhere too. But really, jungle support is what makes this team what it is.
LPL
第二
music is
赛
groovy.
段
I
组
love
内
the
赛第
LPL
4周
music.
第5日第3
We've
场
had some fun
，AL
ones.
对
When it
阵
comes to
IG
playoffs,
即
we
将
have a
开
different
始
soundtrack as well.
LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Make no mistake about it, IG, they won their first series in a while the other day, but still Anyone's Legend are favorites. Anyone's Legend currently just 1 win behind BLG and Top Esports in series score. BLG at 7-2, Top Esports at 7-3 because they've got an extra game in hand. Then Anyone's Legend currently at 6-3. They win, they go through technically into tied second. As Flanders spits out his gum. Wait, everyone's chewing gum. Why is everyone chewing gum? Oh god. Anyway, yes, Anyone's Legend, they win here. They draw up into the 7-win group, even with the top teams. Of course, with 8 teams up in Group Ascend, each team will play 14 matches total. So we're well past the halfway mark now, going into our second round robin. So when IG were playing earlier this split, week 5, in fact they only played them a few days ago in their first round. I think, well, you know, when did they play them? They played them at the start of this week on Tuesday. That was with Renard though. They weren't playing with Nia, so this is a different lineup playing against Anyone's Legend, but they were confidently 2-0'd back at the start of this week on Tuesday. Just before Weibo, of course, 2-0 Top Esports. Weird old day, that. Weird old day. Invictus Gaming, one of our most historic organizations within the LPL. Anyone's Legend, they weren't really relevant up until last year, really. I'll change things over to, sure, why not? I'll turn camera. Don't always do that, need to make that a lot smaller. Okay. Let's move it over there. Okay, right, let's get some Samba beats on for game 1 of Series 3. Last series of the day, folks. Thanks for joining me throughout it, and I hope you've been enjoying your stay here over on what I consider to be, you know, the best LPL stream in the world. I mean, it's one of them. It's one of the LPL streams in the world. I think it's the best because I'm here. Yes, no, I'm not. I mean, anyway, just wondering if I've got that much ego today. I guess I do. Okay. First round robin. IG lost quite handily to AL. Nia is still playing in mid lane, so get your cat puns ready. Jarvan banned away, so we still got, you know, all our regulars, right? We've got stuff to watch out for in terms of Ezreal Bard for Hope Kyle. The Ash Seraphine's already gone. In fact, Anyone's Legend are the ones banning away the Karma and the Ash. I would have thought they wanted one of those bot lanes. They might go towards something like an Ezreal Seraphine if it's given to them. Because you don't want to give the S tier bot lanes over, but you might trade A tier bot lanes. Hope and Kyle not been great in laning phase. It's been one of their big losses, one of the big loss conditions this year, really, is bot lane just not achieving what they needed to in lane. Jarvan's still available. No, so Jarvan's gone. So we still have Lucian Milio. Still have Ryze. Still have, I guess, Corki, Nami, Lucian, the Yunara Lulu is kind of second string of bot lanes now, weirdly, because they were tops tier for a long time. Varus banned away last. We don't always see the Varus picked now, but it is banned away here. Orianna. Ah, yeah. That made its way through as well. Okay. Easy pickup. Orianna, deadly in the mid lane. Very few things beat that champion in lane. Nocturne will be... You have to take away the Nocturne, I think, because you can't allow Nocturne Orianna. Even if you're picking the Azir, you can't allow Nocturne Orianna. Azir is fine versus Orianna until she has a Jarvan or a Nocturne. Then the ball carrying is just far too strong. That'll get locked in here almost certainly. It's quite weirding me out that the GIF kind of ends and it just like snaps back to the beginning of it. Ezreal Seraphine might be the answer for Anyone's Legend. Hope actually had a pretty good Ezreal game the other day, last time out. And the Seraphine would be... Oh, Bard's through as well, of course, why not? Go the Ezreal Bard, sure. But Kyle's looks good on it. It's a good bot lane. Allows them to play for kind of their strength as a bot lane, which isn't lane dominance, it's about allowing Kyle to have agency on the map. Breathe, potentially going towards his Ambassador or Nah. If you go towards the Ambassador, you can ban away the Renekton, which is the real problem matchup. And at that point, you probably ban away Renekton, Sion, which are the two problematic champions there from Flandra's pool, just because Flandra's so good at the Sion and the Renekton is so good versus the Ambassador.
typically anyone's Legend last year lost to very lane dominant compositions and very lane dominant teams because Flandre, Hope, and Kyle would struggle, particularly in top lane. I mean, last year they could lane swap away from a lot of that, but it's much harder to do that nowadays. Okay, into our second round of bans. IG presumably banning away... Well, you could ban away Jace, Yorick. I don't think you care about the Renekton ban now. And because... Oh, Flandre has played his Vayne game. Yeah, he actually played that versus BLG, I think it was. Very nearly carried that game and didn't. Fell behind early, good mid game, lost late game, I think it was. I think that was the way that it worked out. Yeah, that was in BLG's 2-0 over anyone's Legend, but it was a mess. It was a real mess, I think it was. Lucian banned away from Jackie. Do you ban away Yorick or Jace now from Flandre? He's played a decent amount of Jace this split. He used to play a lot of tank Jace. He was the inventor of the tank Jace. There you go, by the way. We know our players over here. Anyone's Legend, well, they need another initiating factor. If they could get a ball carrier, that'd be great. You could go Neferi for Tarzan. He's a very good Neferi, and it's very good with the Orianna. In terms of top lane, maybe you have to go... I mean, Cassante, Renekton are fine. You can go Yorick as well. A couple of different options. IG need to go bot lane. They could go for a Nami lane. Corki Nami. Yunara Lulu is also one. I mean, Yunara Lulu was very good for Jackie Mako just the other day versus Weibo. Kai'Sa, I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen a Kai'Sa for a while, actually. All right, no, they choose the slightly more lane dominant lane. Yunara locked in. Okay, anyone's Legend. Haven't seen a Rengar for a while. Neferi would be the pick for the Orianna. And we did talk about that. That's locked in. All right, so we have a Neferi in the jungle for Tarzan. Probably the best Neferi in the world. It's him and Tarzan, really. And it's the Scions. They choose to lock in the Scion against the Gnar, taking a losing lane, but hopefully helping them in team fights, helping them engage. Flandre's best champion is Scion. He's very, very good at this champion. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Cool. Appreciate you. Last pick of the Lulu. It'll finish off the Yunara Lulu duo here. In terms of overall team compositions at that point, well, the lanes are pretty good for IG. You have a Yunara Lulu for Jackie Mako, have looked very good at that. But in 5v5s, anyone's Legend are way more coherent. You have Neferi delivering the ball. You have Scion holding up the front line, despite the fact that there's a ton of frontline DPS from IG. And they also have the Ezreal Bard to just shake off a lot of the early laning phase bot lane and get Kyle roaming. And I'm going to go to a quick ad break so we don't get ads during the game, so subscribe if you don't want adverts. Simple way to do that. I think anyone's Legend have the better composition, but IG do have good lanes. The problem is IG, I don't think, are very good in mid and late game right now. From what we saw versus Weibo, they were struggling in that shot calling. Also worried about what's going to happen mid lane. Shanks is a very good Orianna play. It's Nya time. Proceed to cat all over them. Yeah. And of course, IG, the difference between what you've seen from the rest of the split now is that Nya was not starting for them before, is now. He's replacing the outgoing Renard, who's been benched. And onto the Rift we go. Let's hear those Gyos here in Xi'an. Well, there you go, Gyos. Okay. Early invade, the Nocturne, very good at the level 1. Very few people want to fight against the Nocturne very on. Oh, Tarzan misses the Q2. That's a problem. Now, Flandre has moved down. to help jungle. He's done this before. Breathe now walking over to... I think Wei just wins this with the Conqueror stack. In fact, he might even kill Flandre here. It's pretty close. So what's going to happen with the plays? Even Shanks has run over now. Uses the Q, though. Breathe gets his Boomerang on target. He's about to go Mega Gnar at the level 1. Barriers popped in bot side. Ghost from Jatchi doesn't have the barrier himself. Trying to walk up and use that auto attack reset. Does get it there. Quite low HP himself. Wait, 600 games here in the LPL. Started in 2020. He came up on E-Star. Tarzan going for a Raptor steal himself after getting delayed on the other side. Does he get everything here? Yes, he does get the level 2. That's important. Wait, what does he do now? Does tag him with the Q. Can't get that much more there, though. Tarzan getting the Raptor steal is really important. Now, the Neferi needs to be in the game. I know it's milquetoast, but it's not really saying much. Neferi needs to be even or ahead. If Neferi is behind the game, the champion feels very, very bad. Now, when you're against a Nocturne, Nocturne is very, very good at providing a lot of pressure and helping and, you know, just fighting for jungle camps early on. Both solo lanes of anyone's legend came over to help the jungle matchup, which is so important. So, so important. If they didn't come over, potentially Wei just walks away with a huge early game lead. What's happening with the jungle path thing? Well, Tarzan went for... got pushed off... Oh, that was really close there. I'll have to recall. So Tarzan got pushed off of his own Raptors, went to enemy Raptors, and now has done his bot side. Wei started on enemy Raptors, didn't take any of the camps from the top side, and then went down towards his own side of the map. So we're going to have even jungle clear for now. Looks like Tarzan will quite easily get bot scuttle. Wei should quite easily get top scuttle. I don't think it will get contested there. Mid lane's going fine for Nia right now. Oh, misses a minion there. Whatever, close. Mako, Kyle both on the roam. Kyle has the electrocute, goes into the shield of the Lulu. If the Glit Lance lands, he does lose this trade though. Uses the Whimsy on himself actually to get more picks autos. Supportal combat! Look how many autos Mako's getting down there. Kyle loses like almost all his HP. Mako, the battle Lulu. I haven't seen that since Faker played in mid lane in Season 5. Tarzan is actually going to get top scuttle. He gets a double scuttle. Wei didn't go into river in time. Neo was under turret. Breathe wasn't moving. Wei will spot that now. And now he has to go in for a camp steal again. Otherwise, he is going to be behind. Walks over to Tarzan. Dagger comes over. Spell shield works. He has the attack speed from that. Fear comes over. He can't really go that far into the enemy jungle, though. Too many people are on the move. Look, Shanks immediately moving into the enemy jungle. And the problem now is that Wei doesn't get a chance to steal away Raptors. No. I mean, there is a problem here of just AL being way more active on the map. Kyle does a bit of damage himself there. AL are really protecting Tarzan here. You have to in this jungle matchup, but this is something that they weren't doing very well at the start of Split. No, they were losing lanes too heavily. They couldn't move to protect jungle, and Tarzan couldn't get into the game. Clearly, the belt has been brought out, and the lanes are actually moving to help Tarzan now. And they should have been doing this all along, because Tarzan is their most important player. He is their best player. Tarzan, on his day, is the best jungler in the world. The Tarzan on so many teams in the LPL since he moved over here in what he moved over in 2020, 21. Has made his mark on every LPL team. Now, playoffs were a problem for him. He definitely choked at points throughout his history in both playoffs and internationals. Not bad damage there, actually. Yeah, Kyle takes half the HP. Blink of an eye. Bot lane fairly even, mid lane fairly even, top lane fairly even. Very even game altogether. And we did say, look, IG, they kind of need to get stuff rolling early because we're a bit afraid of what happens if AL gets a kind of front-to-back team fight. Kyle's still down half the HP from that early trade. He's actually not going towards Hope. He very nearly kills him. It's so close. Tower shot on the other way back. Hope gets around the minions. Doesn't quite get the damage, but the last Q will work. Mako almost flashed a body block. Couldn't quite block it in time. The barrier comes through. One more auto attack will do it. Mako gets taken down. Hope gets the double kill. Although the last fadeaway will give the kill back to IG. Hope, a player who has been so criticized on anyone's legend, gets a crazy double kill. And he gets himself ahead of the game. Hope Ezreal, good value there. So close. Mako almost body blocked the Q which killed Jatchi. He tried to flash in front of it, couldn't quite get that. Wei is now quite far behind in the jungle matchup. His lanes have not been able to provide the same cover for him that they have done for Tarzan. And Sam, you know, he's been highlighting this a lot about how, you know, Flandra dropped like 30 CS or something like that to go protect Flandra, to go protect Tarzan. Anyone's Legend, if they can get Tarzan ahead by doing that, it really helps them. It's taken them a while to find that identity. They were looking a little bit directionless for a while. Where's the Bard Q? Does it come out? Nope. Good damage onto Mako. Hope now coming back into lane with the Sheen. Jachi and Mako. Initially, this trade was going very well. Hit the double Q onto them, but as the Adage says, HP on the AD carry more important than HP on the support. So Kyle goes down very low, doesn't die. It is so close. And Hope realizes he's got himself a play to be made here. He actually kind of messes up with his E, and Mako tries to flash in front of the Q, and he doesn't quite get there. Doesn't quite get there. Hope dies afterwards. Very nearly ends up becoming kill on both sides. What happens here? Oh, the Glut Lance just about tags him. Ult in top side. Meganar there. Tarzan just around the corner. Won't get the knock up from that Q. I don't think you really kill the Meganar at that point. Not with Flash. So, anyone's Legend come out of the early game slightly ahead. Bot lane, the one to be ahead. Very surprised because Jachi and Mako, their laning phase has been very good this split so far. Despite the worries that we had about Jachi from last split, I think he's actually been very good here. I think he's been IG's one of their best members. Is between him and Mako, I think, actually, in terms of best member for this split so far. Probably Mako. I think Mako's been excellent. Probably top 2 support within LPL. Jachi's not been bad either. Just want to really press that point home. Surprised that Breed's not managed to get much out of Flandra, but then Flandra is a very good sign. I just thought that Breed was such a good Gnar on the whole too, that even though both are on signature picks, I thought that Breed, with the better matchup, would be able to get more out of it. It's not been quite as easy as that though. Meganar coming up for Breed, trying to get the hyper prog, does get it. A little bit more of a chunk. The percent HP magic damage coming out of that W. One of the reasons you can never really itemize well versus Gnar. Does too much mixed damage. Kyle on the Bard, had a fun time of it so far. Dragon available. Level 6 is available. Way. Well, he's kind of caught out of river. Does he jump to the other side of the fight? He might need to. He doesn't jump at all, actually. He's going very low. He gets Bard Q'd. He's just going to die. In fact, it's getting very close. Tarzan has to jump in. Tarzan doesn't have the flash. Both junglers down. Emperor's Divide from near. Helps clump people in front of Jachi. The Dragon's getting involved now, too. And Hope is still alive. Mako once again the last person surviving. Can't get the kill onto Kyle. Double to Shanks. 4 dead for IG and River. Anyone's Legend just fight early better than IG. And with the composition which IG have, they couldn't afford to lose these fights. They couldn't afford to lose them. And Hope's Ezreal has been disgustingly strong in this early game. You know, a player who's had a lot of eyes on him for bad reasons. His early lane was not particularly good throughout much of this split. Wei pops the ultimate. I wonder if he just had to jump onto someone and get out of melee range of the Neferi. I think Wei makes a big mistake there. And of course, the Dragon gets involved in the play afterwards. And watch how much damage the Dragon ends up doing. No, Jachi ends up losing like another 200 to 300 HP. Cloud Dragon is very good single target damage. Surely would have walked away with at least one more kill if that weren't the case. It was a bad fight anyway, as we said. Wei got jumped on in melee range. Looks like Shockwave's been pulled out of mid lane. Mako flashed away from the Bard. Q saves his life. For now, Nia doesn't have the ultimate. Minions are helping them here. They have lethal tempo. Ezreal ult getting charged up. That's getting pretty close to the Lulu. Wild Growth saves his life. Wild Growth saves his life. Mako lives. Close though. Close. Cost the ultimate from Mako. Didn't want to chance it. Kyle now roaming bot side. Has his ultimate. Kyle looking for that electrocute proc. Can't get it up. So Anyone's Legend, comfortable lead. Tarzan ahead on the Neferi, good for him, but really Hope on the Ezreal has been the powerhouse for Anyone's Legend in the early game. Now, we were saying that IG, they should really have pretty good lanes. They should be getting ahead early, particularly with, you know, Nocturne over the Neferi and then the Yunara Lulu. It's not been as easy as that. The amount of kills which Hope now has, the much more progress towards the bot lane quest, it's really hurting IG. Fighting into an Ezreal with a Triforce at 10 minutes is disasterful. Disaster. I want to play League again. Help. Play Arena. Arena's really good right now. Arena's been updated and it's looking really good. I played some of it. Dragon over to the side of Anyone's Legend wasn't taken after that first bit. teleport back up to top lane from Breathe. So now what's the move from IG? Because I think the onus is on IG to fix this situation. Because if this just comes around objective fights, IG have to face up against a Sion, who's not behind in lane. They have to face up against an Ezreal, who it's going to be hard to reach consistently. I think it has to come through side lane advantage from Breathe, but Breathe's not been getting that done against Flandre. I did wonder whether they should ban the Jace, the Sion away from Flandre. He's a very good player of it. Chose to ban away, what, the Vayne, and then I can't remember what the other ban was. The Jace was the other one. Right, okay. Makeup. Ulted by Kyle. Doesn't make much of a difference there. The Fear Tether comes in from Tarzan. Is the ultimate. There's a Shockwave coming right after the Wild Growth. Not too bad there. Shockwave still available, not pulled. So Shanks doesn't pull that ultimate. 2 ultimates down from IG. They use Wei and Mako's ultimates. She walking up has his auto attack reset. Doesn't. Well, he does have the first item. Shanks has that Shockwave. Off target with that Q. Force them away from turret though. Yeah, not really been able to do much this game. I mean, he had that one okay shuffle on bot river, but as you said, the mistake was kind of already made by Wei. Plate goes down in top lane to Breathe. He really needs to get more out of this matchup. Now, Breathe's Gnar used to be a thing of beauty. Used to be a thing feared in the LPL. Still sort of is. He plays a lot of it. A lot of teams ban it away from him. It's not been the kind of the instant win that it was at points in 2024, though. That's the last time I remember it being kind of crazy. Although, I mean, even last year was alright. Pretty good, even. Against the Sion, you normally expect the Gnar to be a real counter to him. The Sion really struggles in this matchup. Look at that. The percent HP on the W doing work. Causes magic damage, and the armor which Flandre's built up doesn't really do much about that. You're back with a tray of sushi. Hi, back with a tray of sushi. Shanks going for the full burst build. Has that Ludens in infantry. A lot of people won't recognize this as well, but Shanks played in this arena for years because WE have always had a home ground in Xi'an for a very long time anyway, and Shanks was WE's star player for a very long time. In fact, it was Shanks and Hope which were the duo that used to play here week in, week out for I think it was 1 year together, but I think Shanks was there a little longer before him. Teleport on top side from the Orianna. Ult doesn't land from Flandre, so the teleport doesn't really lead to that much. There's a Mega Gnar from Breathe if he wants to wave clear very heavily under turret. Sion now backing. Does get the flash out of Breathe, but I don't think Breathe is unhappy with this situation, trading up for the teleport. Jumping towards his Hope. There goes the Fury. Good Wild Growth to interrupt that damage. She actually gets good damage onto Hope. Here goes the Nocturne through as well. And he flashes out of his Bronals, but no, it's anti-synergy. He turned off the damn tower. Turn it back on. Someone get to the fuse box. Kyle, what have you done? Oh dear God. Well, okay, all right. There's 2 ways you can view this. Kyle had cast the ultimate. Hope shouldn't E. 2, Kyle shouldn't press ult. I think realistically, Hope just shouldn't E and flash. I think Hope is the one that ends up getting himself killed. Oh, come on. That is just not what you want to see from the bot lane of anyone's legend. I mean, it does end up being a 1-for-1, but it's good gold over because Hope, I believe, had a shutdown at that point. Watch this again. Now, Jachi gets a great trade. Wild Growth interrupts the Neferi ultimate, so no damage comes through from that. Dashes away from the Ezreal key. Then as they go forwards, they both make their play at the same time. Flash and the ult are basically pressed on the same frame, and it looks really bad. Bard is a hell of a champion, folks. Does everything and get hang of second potential sweep backwards. Manages to get onto Kyle. Doesn't have the flash. Shockwave misses too. Yeah, not bad. I've been liking his Azir so far, making a decent impact. A player coming in to replace Renard. And basically his job is just exist and be a net neutral to the team at worst. I mean, still, anyone's Legend have the lead here. Jumping onto Jachi again. Does have Flash. I think Tarzan probably just kills him, though. Hang on, here comes the Nocturne. Flash away now. Does he fly onto him? Flying onto the Ezreal instead, who gets fear tethered. Now the extra damage coming through, and Hope doesn't have any extra damage left to bear. Anyone's Legend through the mid lane, trying to go down onto Jachi and not making enough of a difference. The Whimsy comes through. It's not quite enough. Wei goes down. Good disengage by Kael's Bard ultimate. Wei very nearly chases down with the Whimsy. Tarzan gets the kill. Breathe now down on the bot side of the map as well. Almost an incredibly important play for IG. They get Hope down again. Jachi the one to get the kill this time. AL are kind of struggling to deal with the Lunara combo. Hey, thanks for the stream streak, Duff. Appreciate you. What's the story of this Nia guy? He played on Top Esports Challengers roster, which is the same place that Tung Yuan and Suyan came from over the last year. Now, LDL is kind of defunct now, but Top Esports Challengers has always had a very good Challengers team. Nia's come up from there. He played in Demacia Cup for Top Esports, I believe, last year, or the beginning of this year, technically. Herald started by IG. But yeah, Renard wasn't it. Won Demacia Cup with IG, but clearly just not fit for purpose in terms of champion pool and laning phase and a bunch of other things, really sadly for him. I don't think we'll see Renard for a while if he comes back, even if he does come back up again. I don't think it'll be for a while. Wei picked up the Herald, the eye of it. Jachi's pulled back to even on Hope. 30 CS lead, couple of kills to his name now. Hope dying in that mid lane. He said IG needed to play well early. Didn't quite come at the time stamp which we wanted, but it's starting to build up a decent amount of head of steam now. Flandre going behind mid lane. Does he look for it? Well, he doesn't have ultimate. It's on cooldown. Intercepting the wave. Breathe pushing out there. He's trying to kind of get that wave so they can get the mid lane turret. Maker has no flash. Gets hit by the Bard ultimate. Gets hit by the Orianna ultimate. And he dies. Turret goes down. And Flandre just walks mid and forces a fight. Here comes the Neferi. Can reset the tower aggro. The Ezreal ultimate's on top of it too. And that's suddenly 3 dead. 3 dead. Flandre walks mid and 3 people die. He just walks up. Helps him take the tower. Breathe is alone in bot lane, and IG thought they'd be safe. They were absolutely not. Mako too far forwards without the flash. Jachi dove under turret again. Outplayed it the last time. Couldn't this time. IG just don't see the play coming in advance. The Scion just able to just walk in, tank the wave, get the turret. Success. Mako ended up... maybe he should have given the Whimsy to himself for the move speed. Kyle catches him. It's a good ult. Instant death. I don't think they needed the shockwave there. Maybe they didn't want the Wild Growth to come through. Tower goes down. Jump forwards. Neferi can reset tower aggro, so no real threat there. Tarzan gets the kill. Scion with the Mountain Soul is so nasty, he's going to kill him. And to be fair, you do have some of the best tank killers in the game in Gnar and Azir. Wei will find out Flandre, but it is Flandre's Scion who is very, very good. Like, very good. In fact, Wei's in trouble here. He doesn't have flash. There's actually a chance he just straight up dies. In fact, he is just going to straight die. A Bard Q connects, and then the extra CC follows up. Wei, it's a really sad game for him. He tried to use the early power of the Nocturne. His lanes did not respond as well as anyone's Legend. Mid-game, he's pulled the ultimate and often traded 1 for 1. 1 and 5 now. Do I think this game is Wei's fault? No, I think that IG have not judged the game very well in terms of jungle pathing and in terms of supporting their jungle. I think anyone's Legend were far better, far better at getting Tarzan ahead. And of course, the bot lane plays happened as well. Jachi, I suppose, is the last hope for IG now. Well, not last hope. I mean, Nia's technically there too, but Jachi and Mako both get hit by a very strong Ezreal ultimate. He has 2 items very early into the game, almost on his way to his Shojin. Very strong game from Hope. You know, a player that's oft been maligned for anyone's Legend. Terran top lane, uncontested take. Shanks will get himself more golden pocket. Has the proto belt, makes it harder for you to chase him down, to hit him. Harder to lock him down with an Azir ultimate as well. Can use that to dash away out of danger. Magical Journey perhaps being used here. Could also cast the ultimate over the wall if he shows himself on vision. Right, Magical Journey. Wow, they really want this. They use the shockwave. There you go. There's the dog with a ball combo. Doesn't quite kill though. Nocturne going in. Nia, the flash helps. The Bard ultimate not able to really set up a follow-up play. Why is the Gnar playing PvE the whole game? Because the whole idea about a Gnar is that you're meant to play through side lane, really. Especially in a tank matchup, Gnar really wants to just push side lane. Because what happens is, if Gnar gets an advantage through side... Oh, my Spawn doesn't take damage. He literally has... That's just his roll teleport shield. He just teleports in. That's all you've done. Oh my god. But yeah, Gnar is a side laning champion. Gnar really wants to just push out side lanes because Gnar wants to flank in later team fights. If you kill the outer turrets, if you get ahead of the enemy tank... then you can push out through side lanes, potentially take inner turrets, potentially kill your solo laner, and then also flank into team fights. That's why the Gnar wants to PV. That's typically what a Gnar wants to do. Problem is that IG are not very strong without him, and also that he's not gotten a big enough individual lead. So I think that the problem isn't Breathe sticking to side lanes for me. The problem is that he has stuck to side lanes and he doesn't have a big enough lead. Flandre just walks places on the map and something happens. Breathe sticks in side lane and nothing really does. It's like they need to invest all of their abilities to kill Sion, and well, until JDG gets the Lord down with regards, and even then, it's rough, isn't it? I mean, Nia can maybe kill him, and there's not that much magic resist on Flandre yet. He's going towards the Jack Shadow, which will really hurt. Jumping bot side, Breathe has flash. Not sure if he has hop. Ult's coming through from the dog with the ball. Don't get the shockwave. Flash away from it. Breathe going low. It doesn't matter. Q2 hits. Death. What's happening in the river? Flandre is... Wait, Hope's died. Hope's died. So it's actually a 1-for-1 so far. The AD carries down. Flandre not taking that much damage, but has used his ultimate already. Spell Shield goes through into the Nocturne. He's not that tanky right now. Jumping forward. It's Tarzan who finds his way onto JDG and just shreds him. He just shreds him to pieces. Double kill for the Neferi. Nia goes down. Tarzan's Neferi is just sublime. I think he is the best Neferi in the world. He has 29 hubris stacks. That's a black cleaver, for God's sake, too. Dragon will go down. That'll be the third dragon. A threat of a soul later from anyone's legend. Shanks gets a crystallized proc in the mid lane turret. He's 506 on the Orianna. Has the best mid laner on the patch, and he's doing well with it. Don't know what Hope's doing there. That's a mistake. Never should be that far away from the Sion. Hope does make an error there. That's quite funny. The Bard ultimate doesn't really help Flandre much, I suppose. It's fine, I guess. But I mean, Flandre takes so long to die. They just managed to walk it back at them. Look at the damage from the Q2. The bleed's on. Damn, crazy. Tarzan just has so much damage. Just the amount of AD it has on the hubris. Flandre does die eventually. Credit to Nia for managing to clear that one up at least, but he's down 2k on Shanks, and that's not because he's done badly, it's because Shanks has just got like 1 million kills and side lane turrets. Breathe has been given the side lane turrets on the other side. I dislike Neferi jungle this patch, but Neferi is great into Varus. Yes, in fact, the first player to play Neferi into Varus top lane is on your screen right now. It's Flandre. I know we're seeing it more in the LCK, but the first person to do it was Flandre. Flandre invented the top lane Neferi, and Tarzan is really good at playing it in jungle too. Another Q lands onto JDG, a reset on the ultimate, basically one-shots him. Shockwave will deal with the rest of the fight, but this game is all about the Neferi now. 7-1. What a disgustingly good player of the champion. Maker will hit Glitter Lances. It's not going to help him survive. He will get ran down at some point. W for the extra movement speed. Maker is really trying to run him around. Where's the next Q? I'm sorry, Moko. You've really tried. Q goes wide. It doesn't matter. Tarzan will go 8-1. What a superb game from Anyone's Legend's jungler. Anyone's Legend protecting Neferi in the first clear. That means that the Nocturne's value is diminished and the Neferi gets to play the game like this. Wei has been defeated by Anyone's Legend as a full team. He goes to 1-8. And Anyone's Legend just comprehensive shutdown of the jungle role. They'll take the first game easily. Ezreal will die once again in the Nexus, but I don't think they'll care. Anyone's Legend looking like they're so much locked into the meta. Thank you everyone for joining me for today. It's been very cool having the numbers that we do. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, think about dropping a like, a follow, subscribe. It does make a difference. So I'm gonna go on a quick break because I've not managed to do that for a game or two now, in terms of like actually getting out the room. I'm gonna get myself a refresh from my coffee, and I'm going to take a quick bio break. So I'm gonna leave you with the highlights. Thank you so much for joining me. If there are moments which you enjoyed in this, please think about clipping them and posting places. If not, just just enjoy yourselves. Thanks for sticking around. Turn up again when we're doing LPL. I always appreciate that you here. Wouldn't be able to do this without the community, which we do. All right, I'm gonna go into a quick ad break, and then we'll see the highlights.
The energy roadmap has been planned, with the current share of clean electricity at 73%.
TCL X11H 01 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL。战马新装，能量焕新，战马能量型维生素饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料，英雄联盟职业联赛官方合作伙伴，醒神好喝，当然战马。
游戏久坐没手感，
你需要奥风 G7 电竞椅，全面调节状态好，做奥风 G7，动态追腰上分快，做奥风 G7，团战 carry 不掉链就做奥风 G7，专业人体工学电竞椅，想赢就做奥风 G7。
Okay, we're back.
Okay, hello everyone. How's it going? I'm gonna have to turn the music off, and I should have done this the other way around, shouldn't I? That would have been nice. How's everyone doing? Do I need to turn this on? Well, at least the YouTube stream hasn't gone down with like a random advert or something this time. It hasn't done that for a while, luckily. Sorry, my microphone was making a bunch of noise there. My bad. Top Esports Weibo was a stomp? Yes, yes it was. It was a stomp. Hey, good to see you, gamer, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Oh, we got Shanks. I'll keep the volume on for this.
完全不玩拉克斯，现在拉克斯中路好像比较少吧，更多的是辅助吧。我要看什么号吧，我自己的国服号是满皮肤，应该有的。德玛西亚，哥哥，不会是加里奥吧？是加里奥吗？哦，盖伦吗？不知道。这 W 是不是什么？哦，不知道，完了，这个太难猜了，不知道，我对这个英雄了解不多。哦，开大的时候会喊德玛西亚吗？其他的我不太了解。130到160之间，148，我不知道对不对？154吗？用的 Miko 是吗？这个绝对没有人能猜出来，这个绝对没有人能猜出来，就跟俄罗斯方块一样。哦，好吧，这个太难猜了吧？这款皮肤好像很多人用啊，粉色的，这跟绿色加一点那种屎的颜色，我这个猜不出来，我这个皮肤有点猜不出来。这个哦，好吧，这个怎么办？猜不出来啊。哦，这个见过，这个好像要199吧？这个好看，这个我觉得是最好看的。这个不知道，猜不出来。这是什么？原皮吗？原皮我猜出来了，好吧，这个算我猜出来了。哎呦，我有点难。哦，这个有点冷门啊，好像。哎呦，有点好看呀，感觉。我觉得这个只看原画好像是最夯的、最好看的，值得拥有，我觉得。
这个也是另外一款叫墨韵。
墨韵。
对，因为这两款都是属于比较偏国风的一个色彩。你比较心仪是哪一个？
我比较心仪第一个呀，这个叫什么水袖是吧？我心仪第一个感觉长得漂亮点。今天给家人们带来2款拉克斯皮肤，想不想要？有人说1款不够，我们再上1款，一共2款，够不够？库存不多，赶紧去拍，3、2、1，上链接，拜拜，记得买皮肤。
Okay, back into what could be our last game of the day. So it's obviously our 3 series day. Often expect these to be pretty long ones, but first, well, I wasn't here for the first series because I was having a nap. Sam did all 3 games of that one, WBG, JDG, and then I hopped in for Weibo Top Esports, and then
a few games later, top esports 2-0'd Weibo, IG. I mean, jungle was definitely put behind. And I think the big thing which I've noticed from Anyone's Legend, and one of the reasons why it's pretty obvious, right? But the big reason why they are now relevant again is because they know how to make Tarzan relevant again. Tarzan is their best player by quite a long way, I think. I think that's just because, not because they don't have other good players, it's because Tarzan, I think, could very well be the best jungler in the world. On his day, he is. Where's Sammy No Penny? Sammy No Penny is about to go out and play Magic with some friends, I believe. So yeah, he's heading off around about now. In fact, I think he's just closed the door to go out. So there you go. Sammy's gone. Sammy's gone for now. But yeah, I think that, you know, Tarzan may well be the best jungler in the world, especially on his day. If you can enable Tarzan, I think you can do anything. I think Tarzan is just so uniquely good at League of Legends in terms of figuring out how to impact a game very well. That man does not respond to our DMs. No, so it's an ADHD thing where, like, you see the message pop up, you think out the reply in your head, and then you shelve it for later and you never come back to it. So, no, in fairness, like, Sam and I are both really bad at replying to DMs, and I've had to get a lot better at it. It's a very hard thing to do consistently for myself. But hey, I've learned how to do it. Emails is another matter. Emails are a bit more difficult. But yeah, we're getting pretty close to going back onto stage. Turn the camera for a little bit. Oh, I'm tired today, folks. Don't know whether that was obvious. Ooh, 5 friendship training. It's on guts, but hey, we take those. Sammy forgot his phone. Wait, did he? Wait, did he? I don't think Sam would forget his phone, would he? I would quite hope he didn't, but hey, if he does, he'll come back in a second. 2-0 easy. Yeah, I really think that IG don't understand how to impact jungle pathing in the way that Anyone's Legend did. In the last week or so, I think that Anyone's Legend have shown a really good ability to help Tarzan out in his early clear. And that has been a game changer for them. It's been a huge game changer for them. Ooh, we got Charming. Let's go. Nice. And yeah, I think that so much of the meta right now is getting jungle ahead. And I think that, you know, good thing for Anyone's Legend is that they finally found a way to do that, despite the fact that I think they were struggling quite a lot before that point at getting their lanes and their jungle. Well, basically their jungle would fall behind because everyone else was losing their lane pretty much, and they didn't know how to move to the lane, to the jungle from their lanes. In LPL and LCK, everything is pretty confused right now about rankings. I think the only 2 teams that are pretty sure to go to MSI are BLG and HLE. I would agree. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, because KT Rolster's actually starting to fall off a little bit now, which is really quite worrying for them. They need to really keep an eye on that. Yeah, there's I think BLG and a lot of the other LPL teams are just waiting for playoffs. I think the big thing about LPL is that schedule is so huge for LPL. Now, we have teams which are having back-to-back games, 3 to 4 games within a week. Obviously, there's the online qualifiers, which they're taking part in as well, with the other tournament. So we've had, like, BLG played, like, 5 series in a week. It's very hard to prep for all of those teams evenly. So I think LPL regular season has taken, I'm not going to say taken a back seat, but there have been holes in the way that they've prepped. And it's easier to exploit some of these teams in regular season than it will be in playoffs. I think JDG has had a lot of negatives with that because almost all of their games in LPL have been back-to-back. And of course, they've gone quite far through. I'm not sure what's happening with the qualifiers, but I'm pretty sure they're quite far through them. Yeah. KT fell off on one series. Exactly, yeah. No, I think KT are more than fine. I think they are actually the best coached team in the world. Funnily enough, though, I think Anyone's Legend and HLE are succeeding in the same ways. No surprise when they have Kanavi and Tarzan. They're finding ways to get their junglers to impact the game better. I think that HLE for most of this year just did not respect the way that Kanavi played the game. I think that the lanes would not roam quickly enough to what he was doing on the map. And I think that same kind of thing with Tarzan's the other side of it, where I think that his lanes were not good enough to make sure that he had a platform to play jungle off of, and that was a huge loss for them. So now Anyone's Legend looks like they're getting back towards that. I mean, we'll see what how they do that against, you know, JDG and BLG and Top Esports, I suppose, too. What are their upcoming schedule? NIP on Thursday, JDG on Sunday, next Sunday, and then they have WBLG. They've already faced off against Top Esports. Well, they faced off against them yesterday. That was the big thing, right? They faced off against them yesterday, and that was a huge win for them. I was thinking, like, wow, sure I've seen that before. Yeah, so they faced against Top Esports. Can they do that versus JDG and BLG as well? When do best of 5 start? After regular season, so it'll be a little while from now. All right, let's get ourselves into game number 2 between these two teams. Okay, all right. Let's turn on the music as well. Okay, well, you know the music. Time to dance. Jarvan and Karma band away. Rumble Varus on the other side. What other power picks have we got available? Pantheon Rise. Lucian Milio. Can't ban all of them out. Bard. And yeah, Bard's gone, which helps a lot of this ban phase. But yeah, we've got Vi as well. There are also Vi combos. And Wei loves Vi combos. You have Pantheon and Vi. They're the two priority junglers right now. You have the Lucian Milio. It might be a Lucian first pick angle. It might be a Lucian first pick angle. It's such a good bot lane. I think because you have Pantheon and Vi, you're not giving up a priority jungler. You're going to get one of them. I think you first pick the Lucian. I think you really hammer home bot lane laning phase, where Hope and Kyle have typically not been at their best. Last game they did, and it was IG messing up around that 2v2 really, really hurt them. I think it's a Lucian first pick for me. They might go Vi or Pantheon, but I don't know. I don't love giving up bot lane power picks. You could have taken the Vi anyway. Ashe Seraphine was available too. So you've given up the Ashe Seraphine. Well, with that in mind, maybe you just, well, you can lock in the Lucian Milio now and take the winning part of that bot lane. I suppose this way, what you're guaranteeing is that you either get the Ashe Seraphine or the Lucian Milio, so you knew you were going to get a winning bot lane, or like a choice of priority bot lane, and you could also get your choice of jungler between the two as well. Corki Nami also available. I would have really liked to see the Lucian Milio. I think it shrugs off so much of the Ashe Seraphine value. It's been the best lane into the Ashe Seraphine. They cast their Engage ultimate, so you can just cleanse it with the Milio ult. There you go. Then it's probably the Vi for Tarzan. Shinzao off the table. You could go Skarner as well. Just the thing is, when you have a Seraphine, you really want a jungler which can utilize your shields well. Skarner, because he's so tanky, the more shields work quite well. Makes it harder, even harder for him to die. If AL locks in, they should always be at least be second best in the LPL. I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I think that you look at their laning strength, and I don't think it's good enough. So if you're in a very laning-centric meta, I think that AL should not be a top team within LPL. I think that Hope and Kyle are not a very strong bot lane compared to, you know, Jackulov bot lanes to, you know, even Elk bot lanes, right, as well, to Viper and On. And Flandra, though he does have some specialty champions, is not the strongest laning top laner. Now, there are a bunch of top laners within LPL which have beaten Flandra individually in 1v1s. And if that becomes a win condition, where winning bot lane early and winning top lane early becomes a big enough issue, Anyone's Legend should not be a top team within the LPL. This was a big issue when we even saw this roster come together. I was thinking, well, okay, who, you know, are they playing strong side, top, or bot? And the answer was, well, not really either, because they had lane swaps for that year. This year, one of the reasons why Anyone's Legend fell off, especially when it came into playoffs, is that finally the laning became too much of an issue. Finally. They found out some ways to kind of work their way around it, but it's very hard to avoid that kind of gameplay. So the Vi was locked in for Tarzan. We did call that out. The Pantheon and the Vi are the last two remaining priority junglers. With the Renekton banned away, Ambassador gains power, so the Ambassador is banned away too. Last bans to come through. So top lane available for both teams. Jace is quite powerful at this point. Victor banned away from Nia. He had a good game on that yesterday. Very good game on that yesterday to win IG their first series since week 2 of LPL. Now, we're worried about Nia's champion pool. That's one thing which we're worried about. We don't know how many champions he'll look good on. I didn't mind his ear. That's a good point. It's really hard for AL to survive past laning phase against the top teams. I guess I just want to see Tarzan and Shanks internationally again. They're good players, for sure. And I think Tarzan should be up there with the best junglers in the world. And I think he is. He is one of the best players in the jungle role of all time. He is. Aurora banned away. So we still got Annie. Shanks, Annie, definitely pretty strong there too. Good blind pick. So now Nia... if you Akali, there's way too much CC. His Akali game yesterday was fine, but not special. The Mel... you can reflect the Tibbers Q. Not great versus Vi, because you can't reflect anything from Vi. Very good versus the Ash Seraphine, though. So while the mid jungle becomes quite difficult, you're very good at reflecting Ash arrows and Encore. And if that ever comes across your team, you get to protect them very well. Jace blind pick is... it's okay here. You can get Yoricked by Flandre. The Yorick is definitely a pick you can see into that Jace. Breed loves his lane dominance, though. He loves his individual leads. I think yesterday it was Zuko who was playing Jace. I think that was that the game they won? Trying to remember that one. All right, last pick for Flandre against the Jace in the top lane. Oh my god, we have like the Piltover power couple in Jace Mel. Nice. Oh, we get a Vayne into Jace. Now that's a risky matchup. That is a risky matchup. Flandre picks the Vayne. He's been playing that pretty well. All right, let's get ourselves into an ad break so we don't get any ads within the game itself. The Vayne into the Jace, that is volatile as hell. I think whichever jungler can impact top lane early will be the winning team. I think bot lane is even enough with the duos. Even with the power duos, Lucian Miller should be able to fight fairly evenly with the Ash Seraphine. Whichever top lane gets ahead is going to be on such a power point. Such a powerful point in this game. Jace versus Vayne. That's what the top lane meta is. I mean, I'm kind of here for it. I like seeing interactive, volatile kill lanes. I think that's better for the game to have more kill lanes like this. It makes it so much more interesting to watch as a viewer in my mind. The Mel against the Ash Seraphine, quite powerful, but quite bad versus the Annie Vi. Nia's got a hard game cut out for himself. We'll see how good he is at the Mel. All right. Into the game we go. All right, let's hit those gyros. And now into the gameplay. So that Jace Vayne did trade a little bit of the level 1 there, as we saw. Breed getting a little bit of the better of it. Barrier pots by Hope and by Jachi there. Reminder that the Vigilance does end up proccing from your own barrier as well. That's why it does a little bit of extra damage there, actually. Both bot laners going a little low. Kyle doing quite well on the Seraphine recently, though Kyle just in general doing quite well recently. Mako on the Milio. The problem with something like Emilio for Mako is he's a very good enchanter player. One of the problems that... oh, that's an SKT Vayne from Flandre. That's so cool. Piglet's Vayne skin. I'm glad people still use that skin a little bit. I use a lot of Soul Stealer Vayne. I play a lot of Vayne top lane myself. I've always enjoyed that bit. Trying to get the empowered autos through onto Flandre. Doing quite well there, Breathe, actually. But what was I saying? Yeah, the problem with someone like Mako on Milio is that it just gives him less agency. You know, I want to see him with as much agency as possible, and Milio's not great at like making aggressive plays. It's just not a specialty. Dodoko. The gem skin, stone skin for Vayne. Yeah, that's Soul Stealer. Yep, I believe it is anyway. I had that skin, the Soul Stealer. I got it years ago. It was Reckless who was famous for playing that skin over most of them. Oh, the 2013 SKT skins. I have a soft spot for them. They were the first world skins that came out while I was playing. Of course, the TPA ones were still around. They didn't do the Fnatic ones until a while later, actually, until they finally kind of backtracked and did that for them. Good E there from Nia onto Shanks. And as we were saying, like, the trading between the Annie and the Mel, quite difficult. You can reflect the Q back in the auto attacks, but it's not that easy to get good trades as the Mel versus the Annie. Gets the W on target, gets the empowered auto attacks there too. Dodges away from one auto attack. Kyle and Hope really want to see that their bot lane laning phase goes a bit better than it has done in recent weeks. Of course, game 1 was a good sign of that. Tarzan may go for an aggressive trade onto here. Oh, cancel. Doesn't quite cancel out that Q. Actually, they both end up stunning each other. Bot lane moving up first from Hope and Kyle. They got the priority. That will buy bot Scuttle for Tarzan. Wei will have to go topside instead. So even trade in terms of camps, but Vi will get first look at a reset. The thing about winning the Scuttle Crab if you both path the same way is that you just spend a lot less time recalling. Walking over, uses the vision plan. And the other problem is his recall's been stopped. So he's kind of given up his advantage there. Wei will now back in the enemy jungle potentially. Ah, he's just getting the timers on the camps. That's what he's doing. Right. Ooh, Flounder rolls into that one. Gets the empowerment there again, flashing forwards. Not bad from him. First blood for Jachi in the bot lane. We're talking about the laning phase being a bit weak from anyone's legend. Well, this is one of the worries. Jachi and Mako, they've done very well in bot lane laning phase across this split. Even with IG's failures, they've looked pretty good at that area of the game. First blood to Jachi, uses both summoners, but takes a flash out of both enemy laners to get it. Get rid of the adverts there. They already hotfixed nerf death by a touch. I mean, it's such a stupid... I can't believe they brought it back. Personally, anyone who played during Season 6, well, when it first came out, you know, death by touch, and we saw, like, Jhin just tap you with 4 bullets of the ult and kill you from full, like, you knew it was an unfair route. The Malzahar meta, you know, Swain being absurdly strong with it. I really don't like Death by Touch. I think that rune should never have been brought back. It's such an anti-fun rune. Like, I guess that like a lot of DOT mages needed something. I understand why, but it's just so break. The problem is they haven't nerfed any of the DOT champions or any of the poke champions with it. Really nasty. So anyone who can just like randomly tap you with a skill can get really, really scary with that very quickly. Nothing wrong with Jhin being OP. Jhin was one of the most unbalanced champions, like, for a while after his release. I think Jhin is also one of the least well-balanced champions in League history, to be honest. Jhin was one of my least favorite champions for a long time. And then the problem is, like, he's really weak in certain situations, and then way too strong in others, and he becomes very oppressive with a targeted one-shot. Look, I understand Jhin as a character is fun. Jhin as a champion, yes, he's also quite fun to play as well, but just his numbers and the way they interacted with certain items, just not okay. Just really not okay. I'm glad they made him more execute-based, because when he was just flat damage, it was just too much. Dragon started by IG, getting bot lane control. Ult was used onto Nymaera in mid lane. Dragon going down. I love the design and ADC with no movement abilities, but he has his passive, so yes, he does. His crit movement speed is a movement ability. It gives him an incredible ability to run out of plays. Jhin is one of actually the most, like, high movement speed AD carries in the history of League. Because he constantly gets it off crits. But no button to push. You press your auto attack button and then you get it. So yes, you do. Oh god. Yeah, look, I'm not a huge fan of the whole Jhin champion, which is probably one of my more controversial League takes, because Jhin, I'm aware, is very universally popular. But I'm just not a fan of the champion. I think that he was an unbalanced mess since release. I think that while he's very satisfying to play, he was very anti-fun to play against for a while. Very good W trade there from Breathe, by the way. Gets the phase rush. Agree to disagree? No, I will continue to say on my stream to several hundreds of people that I don't like Jhin. Hey, it could be worse. It could be Bard. And I know that Bard is also a universally liked champion in a lot of ways. Bard is one of the most unbroken, like unbalanced, like broken champions, either positively or negatively, in the history of League. Oh, we tried to predict the roll forwards there. Didn't quite get it. Breed's been laning pretty well into Flandre. Problem is, the Vayne can just eventually just duel everyone on the enemy team. You can condemn the Pantheon out of their role. Eventually, the Vayne's going to take over. Yeah, the problem with Bard is he does everything. So he can engage, he can disengage, he's an enchanter, he is a lane bully. No, Bard is one of like... And it's also just like not fun to play with or against. If you're a bot laner and you see a Bard on your team, you're like, well, I'm just not playing with the support. Level 6 to level 5. That actually does have the culling, doesn't pull it out. But like if you're an AD carry, you know that feeling of seeing a Bard and thinking, oh god, if he dies in lane, he's just going to rage quit and then just go roaming. It's just awful. It's awful playing with a Bard. And it's awful playing against a Bard because you know that the enemy bot lane, and if I'm a mid laner and I see a Bard on the enemy team, I'm like, well, he's just going to be permanently in my lane because he doesn't have to stay bot lane. You know? So I banned Bard as my champion for a long time. Now I ban Nymaera for reasons. I'm not a big fan of that Bard, of that Nymaera champion. Or rather, well, okay, the champion's actually okay. There's a reason why I don't like Nymaera, but hey. Bard has meeps? Yeah, Bard is like enslaving meeps, though, is the problem. He's a meep trafficker. Bard is not a good person. What's he doing with those meeps? I'm just saying, there can't be anything good happening there. There's something weird with those meeps, I'm telling you. Something ain't quite right. Okay, IG have kept on to their early gold lead after that first blood in bot lane. Although, to be honest, I think that Flandre is eventually going to pop off this game. He did the last time versus BLG, very nearly carried that game. Wei was waiting to see if Shanks would walk up in mid lane. No, didn't quite. Scuttle for Tarzan on top side. Arrow's going up the river. If it hits the Mel, it will get reflected back. Does he do it? No. Goes wide. Going onto the chase. No. Misses everyone. Near miss on everyone, though, to be honest. The condemn hits, but only after the to the skies, so Flandre takes a losing trade there again. One of the things about the Vayne versus the Jace is that you have to kind of tumble back from the to the skies to dodge the damage. It's quite hard to get the condemn to cancel that. Grub started, Way walking up, so it's going to be 1 to the side of Tarzan. Smite's early for it. 15 seconds on the smite means that Way won't have to smite for one of them. Does Tarzan look to play this? He smites for 1, Way does, so he doesn't want to stick around for the second, so it'll be 2 to anyone's legend, 1 to IG, no 3 grubs to either side. Okay, folks, what do you all think of grubs? Do you think grubs have been like a worthwhile objective? Do you think that they have been a successful objective compared to the heralds beforehand? Because grubs were really, really strong at points on release, and then this year it feels like grubs are kind of decorative. Personally, I mean, I like the idea of giving everyone the ability to damage towers at some point because it feels, but my worry is I just feel like grubs have become a bit decorative. You know, if you're in solo queue, getting grubs feels whatever, it's fine. You know? I think they're better as 3 than they were as 6. Yeah, I can agree with that. Yep, I think they're better as 3 than 6. I think 6 was just a little overcomplicated. They're better than nothing, for sure. Yeah. To be honest, I like the double herald meta when you could get both charges. I quite like the double herald meta. That felt pretty okay. Although I suppose it's a little bit unimaginative to have 2 of the same objective spawning like that. They're kind of redundant now that we have the crystalline overgrowth. I agree. I think one of the problems with grubs is that crystalline overgrowth kind of fits into the same kind of place where they were. And I will say they are both better than Atakan. Atakan is the worst objective in League of Legends. It came in for 1 season, won T1 the World Championship because KT like completely threw around it in game 5 and then just disappeared and peaced out. Well, he's just too cute for it. The breed's gonna die now. Whenever you're playing in these volatile lanes, you have to use your skills so carefully. Goes down because he Qs the wave, had flash, no point using it, and Flandre gets the kill. The Vayne gets a kill. The SKT T1 Vayne of old. 2013 is on the board. That's scary now from IG. That's so scary. They didn't track Tarzan well enough. I'd like to see them rework Grubs into new objectives, but what do you even do on topside? How do you make an interactive topside objective which actually gives you a win condition, you know? Because Grubs is you're meant to take objectives because it makes you stronger in the game, gives you a win condition, I suppose. I think they're ulting bot side. Hope gets some damage down here, trying to stack up his Q. I think he's just going to die for free here, though. Ash arrow is not bad, but I mean, Mako takes aggro. It's good from him. Kill goes over towards Wei. Good ult from him. I believe this is his first ult of the game, actually. Starting the dragon now. We might actually get a contest over this. Nia, you don't want to walk up there, though. The Vi gets the Q out of the brush, forces the flash out of the Mel. Q's down. Wait. Quite low HP. He's not high enough HP to do this at all. The encore across 2, pretty good. The Breath of Life is even better, though. That might just save the fight. The Milio value from Mako is absurdly good. Keeps everyone alive. Tarzan gets the smite, though. Tarzan gets the smite. Mako did all the hard work to bail out IG from dying around the objective, but Tarzan is just better on the D key. And yes, both junglers running that there. Flash forwards, good kick onto Kyle. I think he's just dead here. They're leaving him. Kyle, bit flimsy there. Dies for the 3rd death of the game for AL as a team. IG ahead, 3,000 gold. 2,000 of that is in bot lane. Jachi is so far ahead after getting 4 plates in bot side and 2 deaths onto Hope. Nia might get ulted here by the Vi. Doesn't even have the W anymore. I don't think as much escape there. Goes down. Flandra pops the ultimate. Breathe flashing away. Tarzan doing his best now to try and bring that gold lead back in order. As we were saying, anyone's legend, their laning phase is a bit flimsy. You know, the bot lane is behind so much now. Hope dying under that turret. IG is good at them to snowball that lane, but it started with Jachi and Mako just straight 2v2 killing them. Jump out of Fog of War, and he hits him with the ultimate. They still have the Vi ultimate, so they want to pull that now. They go onto the Lucian. Here comes Hope. Does he have enough damage for this? Tarzan gets the Q off cooldown. Again, with the auto attack. Resets are really strong, but he manages to flash away out to safety. Kyle has the E, has the Q. Jachi still alive for now. The Lucian Milio doing a lot. Flandra rolling forwards, and he'll go in for the kill. Doesn't take it, though, because Kyle gets the Q over the wall. Flandra, good play from him. Flashed over to make that play happen. Jachi and Mako very nearly came out ahead in a 2v4. You can't blame them for trying. They are the gold lead for IG, but now that they've been shut down there, Kyle gets himself a, good chunk of gold. Split across the assists as well. Wei clearing out his jungle. His ultimate back up again now. Lots of people down. Flashes now on anyone's legend. Gets the ult over to here. Shanks has a stun under turret. Quite hard to dive the Annie because no one's really tanky enough to survive that. Shanks has his ults, charging his stun. Wei doesn't have flash. Currently he's caught not in the best bits of terrain, but there's no Vi ultimate to really force the play. What are the big ultimates? There is an encore somewhere. Wei will die without having to use that. Breed gets a really good combo. Culling's not bad either. Where is that encore from Kyle? Casts it now. And IG, I think they just straight up lose the fight. The gold lead's starting to slip away from them. Hope lives. Despite the Ashe not being in their strongest spot, doesn't matter here. Flandra used the roll teleport as well to get top side. Herald going to be taken by anyone's legend. They just fight better. They just fight better. Nia does not teleport up to the play. I'm not sure if it was even available there. The fight happened very quickly. Just feels like AL just better at choosing their fights. Flandra had the reduced Q damage, stands next to the wall to make sure he can tumble very quickly into the wall. Got the Hex Gates, got the teleport coming in. They really want to shut down Flandra. He doesn't have flash. Recharges his Q by hitting the plant, goes for the condemn. That's a very good escape. He uses the vision plant to make sure he has an extra Q cooldown. It doesn't go on cooldown until you've used your auto attack. That was very good by Flandra. He uses the Scryer's Bloom to give himself another Q effectively. That was very good by him. He should have died there in another situation. If that plant wasn't there, I'm pretty sure he dies. I didn't actually see exactly when the encore was used here. I was just saying it wasn't used for a long time here. When does Kyle cast it? Breed gets onto Shanks. It's a good play from him. Oh wait, that's where it is. It went wide. Oopsies. Well, I called that out wrong in the fight then. Oops, my bad. Sometimes the overlay being delayed really hurts like that. So I miss things when they get used in fights amongst the mess of everything else. Okay, pushing into the top lane in a tower. What's happening on the rest of the map? Shanks pushing in towards bot lane outer. Vi coming up the lane. Teleport in from the Annie from behind. Breathe does have himself a spell shield. Can they blow that in time? Gonna go towards Nia instead. He is going to get absolutely one-shot, in fact. Do they go forwards with the Vi ultimate? I think they probably can, actually. There's a Ash arrow to go beyond it, and it's going to land straight onto the Jace. Breath of Life cleanses it away. Battle Herald, I presume that just heads into mid lane turret itself. Jachi trying to get a strong play with the Cozy Campfire. The knock-up is going to land, and it's going to go straight into the Encore. They've used familiar ult already. What defensive capabilities have they got? Well, not nearly enough. No Pantheon Flash out, goes down quite unceremoniously. That good Battle Herald goes into mid lane itself. Damage there from the Seraphine. Actually almost kills Jachi off. Gold lead is now in anyone's Legend's favor ever since the early 2v2 had given it to IG before. First time since then. It's been a sad series for IG. Do I think that Nia's been the problem? No. Using the barrier to protect the recall there is Jachi. I think Nia's actually been fine. He's been okay individually. Caught out, of course, but over pushing in mid lane. The Azir last game, not too much of a problem. I just think that anyone's Legend, they have found their identity. How they get Tarzan into the game. I think Flandre picking up an extra carrier too in top lane really does help him. Two very different games from Flandre. The Scion then into the Vayne. Is my shortlist for MVP, but Tarzan, incredible game from him too. Oh, bloody hell. Wait, he has flash, but it just won't matter. Caught out again. Tarzan pops out of a bush again. Tarzan really is the player of the series. I remember there were 3 versions of Atakan, remember? There was the one which gave the petals, there was the one that gave the GA, and then there was the one which kind of evolved afterwards, which also gave, like, petals, but it increased them as well, the Blood Roses stuff. Oh no, the Spirit Bloom thing, that was it, yeah. Hang on, Flandre comes out with the ultimate, goes invisible, wants to go on towards the Mel, try and get the Silver Bolts, the arrow lands, and, well, Milio flashes and dies anyway. Flandre comes out like a bat out of hell. Gets himself the kill. 2,000 gold lead from anyone's Legend now. Got that last dragon on the Hextech Rift. Clearly the mid lane swap for IG, it's not a fix-all, it's not a silver bullet. I think it is an improvement for them. I'm glad that they got themselves a series win for the first time since week 2. 4 and 5. It's not a shabby scoreline. They've just not been able to keep up with their early pace they set in the first 2 weeks. I'm tired of ranged tops in Pro. Well, I'm not. I think that ranged tops are actually very volatile. They add to a lot more mechanical outplays. I think they're way better than tank meta. I think tank meta is one of the worst things to happen to League of Legends, and I prefer ranged tops to that. You know, I prefer having these intricate kind of laning matchups where people have to kind of go and flip the volatile lane. Much in the same way that I like Assassins in mid lane. I think it's a very sad thing. I think it's the worst thing which happened to League Pro play, that Assassins have been pushed out of mid lane. Because they're so fun to watch mechanically. They're not just, oh, I'm going to scale into teamfights. And while I understand people getting tired of ranged top lanes, I think that tank top lane meta is just not fun to watch for a casual viewer, really. They don't feel volatile anymore, though. This game was very volatile. Very, very volatile. And we've seen stuff like the Aurora kind of like slow burn away tanks and stuff. It's a little bit different from that, too. Quite like seeing Vayne back in pro play, too. Vayne is just a fun champion to watch. We've seen a lot of highlight reel clips. And if Vayne has to come back in top lane, so be it, I suppose. She's better in top lane than in a bot lane is the problem. No meta is fun to watch when it's perma. That's true. That's true. That's a very astute point. No meta is fun to watch when you see the millionth thing for the millionth time. I think that Riot had hoped that Fearless would give a change to that, but realistically it hasn't. It's just the same 5 or 6 champions just rotated around. Especially in jungle, it's the same like 5 or 6 junglers, all AD skirmishers. You have like Jarvan, Pantheon, Shinzao, Vi, Nocturne, occasionally Ascana. That's been our jungle meta, you know. We don't see Diana anymore, don't see Lilia anymore, don't see Gragas anymore, Elise. None of the carries like Nidalee Kindred. Saw a bit of Aatrox, that was fun for a bit. I do miss seeing Assassins in mid lane, folks. I do. I miss seeing LeBlanc versus Ahri. I miss seeing Zed Talon. I miss seeing Kiana. Even a bit of Fizz in Pro was fun. Fizz in solo queue isn't fun. Well, no, I like playing as Fizz. I actually find that matchup really interactive against for a lot of champions. Problem is that mages just give you passive value. It's like why in Season 7 we saw no Thresh and we just saw a million Jannas, because Janna was easy to get value on. And then eventually we saw a million Braums, because Braum was easy to get value on. You don't have to hit your hooks or, you know, play mechanically. Consistent value very often outweighs anything else in Pro. Fearless is better. I think Fearless gives an excuse to not really tap down the top tier champions. I think in the West it works well. I think in NA and in EU it works. I think LPL never needed Fearless. We always had random drafts. And the problem is, without having multiple champions champion picked multiple times per series, you don't get to build that same storyline around like Knight's Ari, or is LeBlanc, or Syndra, or Chovy Azir. It's much harder to build those champion storylines because, you know, they only get them once a series. It used to be the thing is like you give them one try of it, and then if you couldn't beat it, then you'd have to go out. Hang on, big play from Shanks. Two-man stun into the encore, and everyone melts. Jachimeko taken off the board. Shanks, a wonderful play with Kyle getting the extension on it afterwards. Flandra gonna pop the ultimate to Nia. Not gonna land the Eeks. It's flashed over from Flandra. The shield won't help you here. Flandra just keeps rolling and tumbling, and Nia hits the ground. Baron straight after. Anyone's Legend are done with this series. A wonderful combo from Shanks and Kyle. Explodes into life, and I think that'll be the end of our day, folks. That'll be the end of it. Baron goes down. IG get blasted by the unseen Annie in the bush. They're trying to contest for vision. And then the encore comes afterwards. The Breath of Life technically can be used. Didn't quite see the timing in time. Very hard to react to an Annie. Flandra, a great game on the Vayne from him. Shanks, a great game from the Annie from him too. Anyone's Legend, just a much better mid-game team than IG. Reflected back that E there. Nia on the Mel, not really had that much chance to do much. IG as a whole not had that much chance to do a crazy amount. I just don't think they've been able to move around the map in the way that they would have liked. Now, Breathe falling behind in the top lane matchup really hurt them. Neo was doing fine, and then of course got picked off from an overstay or two. Big problem was the bot lane falling behind. Ult's coming through onto Shanks, the stun's there. Culling goes very wide. Maker flashes away from some damage there too, and the Tarzan Vi flies into the play. IG, they lose their jungler on the play which they started. Nia dies. The encore only falls short because the person who died, a flash with patience from Tarzan, finds its mark, and another falls to mid lane out. A turret goes down. Anyone's Legend with the Baron buff take a 3 for none, and now the defenders aren't there for wave clear. Now the Jason and Lucian have some, but they can't stop the Baron push. They'll walk in towards the dragon, they'll take another tower, they'll take bot lane inner turrets. Even Hope is now in the gold lead by a significant amount after falling behind so much early. I don't know if I agree with that, Ghost. I mean, his first ult into bot lane was really good. His ult there, I think, is the only thing you can do. I'm not going to blame Wave that much for this game. I mean, he was picked off a lot in the intro to plays, but this is the problem with Pantheon. He's not really good at face checking in a lot of ways. That Ashe ult is disgustingly good onto Wave. I don't quite get that flash from Mako, actually. I was wondering what he was flashing. I can't find it out from that replay. Great patience. Very nearly killed Jachi, that too. LPL today makes me think Pantheon is more garbage than I did before. I think that the teams which have been playing Pantheon have not had the best early game plans. Pantheon needs to be twinned with good lane support, good early plans to then get out onto the map. Pantheon is not as good at fighting against Nocturne, Shinzao, Jarvan early. Like, he's good at fighting early, but not that good. He's like an A tier early fighter, not an S tier like Jarvan or some of the others. Like Nocturne being the best. Hang on, ult's coming through. Hits onto, well, Wei again. Wei goes down. Reflect from Nia. The reactions were good, but the positioning wasn't there to reflect it back. I don't think we've seen any important skill shot reflected back from Nia on the Mel this game. Turrets go down. Baron buff not needed at this point. Fallen off. Base is broken through the top lane. Inhibitor tower down. They'll stick to the inhibitor itself. Jashi back out onto the map. Could potentially get the campfire. Won't really change that much though. Mid lane. Wave getting shuffled in towards the inhibitor turret there too. Remember, there's no Baron now, so the wave clear is actually available. Wave instantly destroyed. Will get themselves a tap on the turret though. With the crystallize. Tarzan go again. He's got the ultimate and the GA. Kyle body blocks the shock blast to make sure the wave doesn't hit with it. Another tower down. Breathe is... well, he's trying his best. Tarzan goes in for a 3-man knockup. Tibbers comes into, Lucian is down. Kyle dies, but that's no one really dealing damage. Nia gets an ultimate off. It doesn't feel like it'll matter that much, though. Flandre rolled into the backline, and it's a triple kill for the Vayne. You understand why it's been banned so much about him now. Shanks will take one of the others. No hope of a penta for Flandre on the Vayne. But with the second inhib down and only the Milio alive, IG have not been able to outplay Anyone's Legend beyond the early bot lane laning phase. Anyone's Legend are starting to find ways to get Flandre back onto the board, to get Tarzan, more importantly, back onto the board. It'll be a 2-0, and it'll be the end of our day. Invictus Gaming broke their loss streak, but they'll find themselves on perhaps the start of a new one at the hands of Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend draw to 7-3 and go to the top of the table alongside BLG at 7-2 and Top Esports, who are also at 7-3. I don't know why people play Pantheon after they kill him jungle. No, he's still a good jungle. Pantheon's still a very good jungle. Appreciate everyone for watching along today. I hope you enjoyed yourselves, and I hope you enjoyed the LCK earlier. I heard there were some very fun games there. For those of you that did enjoy today, please think about dropping a like, a follow, a subscribe. If you've got money to throw towards a one-time donation on Ko-fi or a subscription there too, it makes a huge difference. This stream is how Sam and I pay for our rent. We don't have broadcast work anymore, really, so this is what we get. This is how we pay our rent. We hope you've been enjoying yourselves. We wouldn't do this without you. You're a wonderful community. Anyone's Legend walk away with their win. Now, folks, I'm not going to lie. I'm genuinely quite tired. I don't think I'm going to stick around long. I'll find someone to radio over to. If you're on YouTube, the show will end shortly. And if you're on Twitch, we'll find someone to radio over to. Duo from Anyone's Legend, confidently so. Tarzan looks very comfortable now, in a way that he wasn't in the early split. Okay, folks, I'm gonna head off. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll catch you on the flip side. Thank you, everyone, and I'll see you next time. Tomorrow, let's think about our games tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow we've got TT versus LNG, and then we've got NIP BLG. NIP BLG should be fun. NIP actually won the first matchup there. See how it works out the next time. Okay, I'm going radio.